he was just a mere F-rank hunter with absolutely no skills to his name. But that all changed when he uncovered the secret of the world's #1 hunter to reaching absolute peak power. Unfortunately for him, Gongja also stumbled upon the strongest hunter's sinister secret. Everyone hailed the Flame Emperor as a genius, shattering every record while other talented hunters failed. But only our protagonist knew the grim truth behind his meteoric rise. When the Flame Emperor realized his secret was out, he had to eliminate the witnesses, so he brutally slaughtered Gongja, as if it were just a twisted game. However, in that moment, Gongja awakened a legendary skill, one nobody ever thought possible, and now, the strongest S-rank hunter will pay dearly for his actions, because he unwittingly created the greatest madman of all time, and this madman craves only one thing: revenge. In this harsh world, a mysterious tower, Babylon, suddenly appeared. So colossal you can see it from anywhere on Earth, and those who had nothing left to lose were the very first to bravely step inside, eager to explore its depths. Every single floor of the tower was teeming with otherworldly monsters, and granted crazy, powerful skills, awakened for a select few visitors chosen by the tower. Those who heard the news quickly flocked to the tower, and began to hunt its formidable monsters. For years, hunters aimed to clear all the tower's floors, but even now absolutely nobody has managed to conquer the 40th floor. But then, this one legendary hunter showed up. He managed to completely solo clear over 10 floors, something not even the strongest top guilds could accomplish. Soon, he became wildly famous practically overnight. Girls wanted him, and boys wanted to be exactly like him. Our protagonist was also one of these unfortunate souls. He had been stuck at F-rank for years, and lacked any awakened skill inside the tower. Ever since he was a kid, his ultimate dream had been to climb all the floors. On the day the biggest guild failed a massive raid, and that lone hunter soloed it, the emperor declared in an interview that success belongs to those who deserve it, and for those who dare to oppose him, death would be their ultimate destiny. In that very instant, the protagonist was consumed by an insane jealousy, aimed right at the Flame Emperor. But then, the system appeared for him as well. It finally happened. I awakened a skill, Gongja thought. The system declared that, between heaven and earth, he was the most envious human alive, and because of that, it would grant him a unique skill. Gongja remembered other hunters, who filmed the exact moment they awakened, so he felt the system was being totally unfair to him. But that didn't matter, because he received a glowing golden card. It was S-rank for sure, and that was totally true. Then the system announced the skill name. I want to become like you, an S+ rank. The crazy effect would activate automatically upon getting killed by an enemy, and copying one of his killer's skills, and stealing it for himself. It wasn't possible to copy twice from the exact same opponent, and the stolen skill would be chosen randomly. However, to actually use it, he would have to die. The protagonist yelled, "What the hell is this trash skill? I simply have to die to use it." His new skill was so utterly ridiculous that the protagonist spent the next few days completely depressed. He didn't even report to the Hunters Association because he was too ashamed to tell anyone. His skill was total garbage. After saying that and drinking all night long, he had a brutal hangover and a massive headache. While lying flat on the floor, he heard a voice screaming for help. Then the protagonist leaned up and listened to the Flame Emperor talking to a silver-haired girl. The Flame Emperor said she was a fantastic actress. Anyone seeing them now would easily assume she was the victim. But he knew the truth. The drink she was about to hand him was basilisk stomach acid, the very poison she planned to use. If not for his ability, things could have gone terribly wrong. The girl quickly claimed it was all a misunderstanding, insisting she merely wanted to join his tower hunt as a loyal teammate. The Flame Emperor, however, retorted that they had been waiting for this, but he was gravely mistaken. Romya, who overheard everything, was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend their bizarre conversation. Was this a lover's quarrel or some twisted hunter dispute? Suddenly, the Flame Emperor grabbed the girl by the neck, declaring there was nothing left to discuss. From that moment on, he would ask the questions, and she only needed to nod and answer. If she dared to lie, he possessed a lie detector ability, so it wouldn't be wise for her to try. His first question, who ordered her to kill him? Was it the Black Dragon Witch? Hearing those chilling words, the girl had nothing more to say and simply nodded. The Flame Emperor, understanding, stated he had already suspected as much, and thus no longer needed her. He then incinerated her with his searing flames. The MC, witnessing the entire horrific scene, wondered if this was the hero everyone claimed him to be. What he saw, however, was not a hero but a psychopathic killer. Gongja then started to run, accidentally stepping on a glass bottle. In that instant, the Flame Emperor found him. He even joked that he had gotten rid of all the rats in the vicinity, but it seemed he had forgotten one. The MC realized that look wasn't from a normal person, but a killer, and by the way he spoke, the saint, that silver-haired girl, wasn't his first victim. He must have killed a dozen, or perhaps even more. As he thought this, the MC fell to the ground. Looking back, he saw his shoe, or rather his foot. Slowly, the Flame Emperor approached him, while the MC trembled in fear. He simply kicked his foot towards him, and Gongja began to beg for mercy, pleading for his very life. However, the Flame Emperor ignored his pleas, simply asking if he had witnessed it. The MC, utterly bewildered, insisted he hadn't seen or heard a single thing. The Flame Emperor pressed him further, questioning what exactly he hadn't seen. Then, in a flash, he seized Gongja by the neck, demanding how such a thing was even possible. You were right there, at the perfect moment. He declared he wasn't foolish enough to buy that. The Emperor warned him, if you don't want to end up like the saint, then answer me calmly. The MC realized he was dealing with a demon. His entire world, and even himself, had been under this man's scrutiny. However, the MC revealed his lie detection ability to the Flame Emperor, stating that if he used it on him right now, he'd see that he truly knew nothing, and was nothing. The Flame Emperor stared back, an unreadable expression on his face. Seeing this, the MC wondered if he'd just killed the saint, without any real certainty, simply because she seemed a little suspicious. The Flame Emperor scoffed, I'm not that kind of person. Who do you take me for? He explained that the saint was truly planning to kill him, and if he hadn't struck her down then, he would have been poisoned by tomorrow. The MC pressed, how did you know that? The Flame Emperor simply replied, I have my contacts. He then added, and since you brought up your lie detector, you are indeed innocent. Gongja felt a wave of relief. He finally believed him. However, the Flame Emperor then declared, you've already seen too much. Therefore you have to die. After his death, the MC's mind reeled back to his childhood. He remembered his name was Gongja, a name he'd received from his orphanage director. But he didn't want to die like this. We see the MC now in a strange, empty void, and a peculiar window floating before him. He began to wonder, why did I have to die like this? No, why did I have to live like this at all? The window before him stated that the conditions for his ability had been met. Because of his death, from this moment forward, he would be copying a random ability from his killer. And just like that, a brand new skill card was born. The MC gazed up, his heart yearning for that golden card. He declared his burning desire for a better life. If only he could have just one more shot, just one more chance. He swore he'd make his life completely different.
Suddenly, Gonja jolted avake.
His computer sat right in front of him, displaying the exact news he'd already witnessed. He realized he was back in his own room, and started to wonder why he was here. But then, hearing the voice from his computer, he once again caught the full meaning of that news. The MC began to wonder, what on earth is this? Shocked, he questioned how he'd even gotten home. He glanced at his phone, and saw the very same comments as before, and right in front of him, the same news that had played the previous day, was showing again. He truly couldn't grasp what was happening. He recapped that just moments before his death, he had obtained a golden skill card. So, he called out, commanding the skill card to open, and saw his envy skill was still there. However, there was an additional skill right in the middle. It was the ability he'd stolen from the Flame Emperor, the one he copied right before he died. It was called Returner's Clock, and its rank was X. This skill had a surprisingly simple effect. At the very moment of his death, he returned 24 hours back in time, and his memories and experiences were perfectly preserved. Seeing this description, The MC realized everything suddenly clicked. This was it. This was the true formula. To become a legendary hunter. That's why the Emperor was so incredibly sure. The saint would kill him the very next day. But he also killed the MC, who was, once again, completely innocent. The interviewer asked the same exact question, about the secret to success as a legendary hunter. And the Flame Emperor said the very same thing he'd said the previous day. Exactly the same words. If anyone sought trouble with him, everyone would die. Hearing these words, Gong Jia began to feel a familiar nervousness. He dramatically declared that now, they'd find out who would die first. Then, all of a sudden, he heard shouts of fire, erupting nearby. Peering out the window, he saw a building engulfed in flames. Outside, a crowd of people had gathered, scrambling to put out the blaze. We learn that this place, where our MC lives, is unlike the outside world. It's a city built for those who entered the tower to become hunters, and his current location was the tower's very first floor. Gongja was weaving through the panicked crowd, trying to figure out the time, and then it clicked. It was the exact same time he'd gotten drunk yesterday. It was also precisely when the Flame Emperor destroyed the evidence of his murder. Amidst the chaos of the blaze was the rank 2 Black Dragon himself, the master of the Black Witch Guild. A bit further we see the rank 5, master of the Healers and Pharmacists Guild, the Alchemist Master, and the one calming everyone was the rank 10, leader of the city's surveillance corporation, the Paladin. Our MC recalls, some people call this place the City of Ascension, but it's a city you can't leave once you enter. Since everyone here is a hunter, most are well accustomed to extreme situations like this. As Gongja pondered this, he overheard someone comment that they hadn't seen the Saintess around. She's definitely not the type to be absent during emergencies. However, the Paladin suggested that perhaps she was on a date with her boyfriend, as she'd noticed her spending a lot of time with the Flame Emperor. Oh, the Alchemist Master admitted she wasn't a fan, as something about him just didn't sit right. The very instant those words left her mouth, someone arrived. It was the Flame Emperor, joking that someone had played with fire without his permission, but our MC wasn't falling for that silly face. The Paladin thanked him for arriving so quickly, and asked if he could extinguish the blaze. The Paladin then demanded to know what he'd gain. Hearing this, Gongja felt his irritation rise. He wondered how someone could be so utterly brazen, asking for a reward to save lives, especially when he himself had started the fire. The Paladin proudly declared his confidence as the number 1 hero who always saved the day. However, he claimed he didn't care what anyone thought. Since this service offered him no personal gain, he'd simply walk away. However, the MC harbored a secret no one else knew. Everyone believed the Flame Emperor was merely a slightly eccentric hero, yet he alone knew his true horrifying nature. As a bloodthirsty murderer, for that very reason he had to eliminate him. So the MC turned and began striding toward the Flame Emperor. People tried to stop him, but he wouldn't budge. In his mind, he declared that for humanity, for the honor of all hunters, he had to eliminate him. Regardless of the method, that psychopathic killer needed to be exterminated. Suddenly, the MC bolted, plunging into the inferno. He noticed people's stunned gazes on him, feeling nothing but excruciating pain. However, this was the only way to kill that monster. Once more, Gongja went back 24 hours in time, and again woke up in his bed, his tiny, messy, and foul-smelling apartment. The system window announced he was currently a rank F hunter, and therefore, he would incur no penalty for using his unique skill. The MC remembered that killing the Flame Emperor in his current state was utterly impossible. Even if he somehow managed to kill him, it would only send him back 24 hours in time, as the Emperor also possessed that same ability. So, for a weak hunter like him, there was only one way: to kill him in that very moment. While contemplating this, the MC recalled a news report where the Emperor spoke of the day he'd awakened his ability. It had been exactly 11 years prior. The interviewer joked with him, commenting on his excellent memory. to recall it so vividly, but the Flame Emperor countered. Actually, it wasn't quite like that. He had, by pure coincidence, awakened on his birthday. More specifically, 11 years ago to the day, on June 7th. Our MC quickly calculated, exactly 4,050 days ago. If he perished exactly 4,050 times, he could revert to before the Emperor's fateful awakening. Ganja then reset the clock, going back another 24 hours, repeating the deadly cycle again and again. As a powerless F-rank with absolutely nothing, there were no penalties for abusing his skill. Finally, he reached the very last day, and woke up once more in his own room. He checked the clock. He'd done it. He succeeded. All the newspapers plastered on his wall about the Flame Emperor's exploits had vanished. He had truly traveled back to a time before the legend of the Flame Emperor had even started. In the end, he died 30 more times than his original 4,050, exceeding his initial target of 4,050 deaths. Accounting for self-inflicted deaths and a few close calls along the way, he'd endured all this, gone back this far, just to prove that the demon's legend wasn't eternal. From this moment he would prove to everyone that he was ushering in a brand new era. 11 years prior, May 6, 11 a.m. More specifically, inside the former Flame Emperor's building, he awoke to the blare of his alarm, clearly having imbibed too much the previous night. But of course the MC already knew this. He'd relived this day 10 times already, all to plan the perfect strategy. And it was flawless. Every single day at 9 a.m., he wakes up in the F-rank dormitory, always planning to head to work. Then at 3 p.m., he collects slimes in the hunting grounds, on the second floor. And as always, he complained about this monotonous life. The MC even realizes his 21-year-old self is just a common F-rank hunter, dreaming of a golden card. The Flame Emperor, or rather Yasuha, wished for a skill or to win the lottery. Normally, his wishes would come true within a week, but that future simply wasn't in the cards. Such a destiny was never meant for someone like him. At 5:31 p.m. precisely, Yasuha declared he wasn't going to get anywhere by merely hunting slimes, so he ventured into a much higher and more difficult area, far beyond where beginner hunters usually ventured. A place where, for the next 36 minutes, he'd be utterly alone. This was the perfect opportunity. Gongja approached him, desperately asking for help, claiming he'd been savagely attacked by a wolf, and begged if he had any kind of potion to heal him. Yasuha immediately became indignant, asking if he had already dealt with the monster in this area. That would be absolutely disastrous, as he wouldn't be able to meet his daily hunting quota. The MC pleaded with him to just give him a potion, but Yasuha coolly replied that he didn't have any, as he couldn't even complete his own daily mission. However, if the MC had something to offer in trade, he might consider offering the potion then. The MC questioned why he was asking for something in return, and Yasuha retorted that his hunt had been utterly ruined, and yet he was still expected to give a potion for free. The MC quickly said he would pay for the potion, but needed to use it now before he died. However, Yasuha chillingly stated that the MC simply wasn't understanding the situation. The MC was teetering on the verge of death, yet he refused to pay the potion's full value? Did he actually think his life was worth so little? At that moment, the MC said he'd pay 20 gold for the potion, but Yasuha still wouldn't accept. He wanted everything the MC had on him. The MC already knew this deep down. He knew exactly what kind of person Yasuha was. Yasuha sneered that the MC was quite poor, for having only 60 coins at most. Gongja replied that those were all his meager savings. Yasuha casually said he didn't need to worry, as he would spend them very well indeed, because clearly that's just how life works. The MC then reached for the potion, since he had already handed over the coins. However, Yasuha then said he'd thought about it for a bit, but if he let the MC just walk away, he might just come back for revenge later. And of course, Yasuha needed to live a completely worry-free life, since the MC had unfortunately seen his face. He should just die right here, right now. The MC ducks down, delivering a brutal kick right between Yasuha's legs. He declares he'll now live a life free of worries. Instantly, he draws his sword and slits Yasuha's throat. The MC begins to attack once more, and proclaims that, to prevent that 1 in a million chance of Yusuha reawakening and threatening his life, he'll make sure to finish him off properly. With Yusuha dead, the MC starts to wonder. Killing him was expected, but something still bothers him. Why, in that final moment before striking him down, did he utter Yusuha's name? After 4,090 deaths, the MC finally understands. He realizes that despite being a cold-blooded killer, he wanted to pretend to be a holy knight in a sacred duel. Given his actions, this was utterly unjustified. Acting righteously, after killing all those innocent people, was simply hypocrisy. As the MC muses this, wolves suddenly appear behind him. The MC quickly realizes the wolves want to feast on Yusuha's corpse, and since his work here is done, it no longer matters. The MC walks over to a strange sand mound and starts digging. When he uncovers the hole, there's a backpack and 3 bottles inside. He changes into cleaner, blood-free clothes and wonders if it's finally over. He's then teleported down to the first floor and immediately notices people from the Vigilante Corporation are present. However, he's afraid to pass them by because of the lingering smell of blood. Yet, he walks past calmly, and no one suspects a thing. He realizes it's finally truly over, and no one knows what truly happened. Of course, to celebrate, he heads to the bar and drinks heavily. In his thoughts, he's ecstatic because the Flame Emperor, Yusuha, no longer exists. People comment on how happy he seems that day. He replies that he absolutely had to celebrate, as all the problems in his life have finally ended. At that very moment, he opens his status window. However, looking it over, he realizes he has no combat skills whatsoever. But he's still happy because he realizes that this was nothing short of pure greed and utter shamelessness, especially with his time reversal ability. He could easily win the lottery or sell his knowledge of clearing the upper floors, something no one else had figured out yet. As the MC was lost in thought, someone suddenly arrived. It was an old man in a sharp suit, sporting bright red sneakers. He bizarrely ordered the waiter some milk, mixed with a splash of vodka and a touch of sugar. The MC immediately noticed this guy was quite odd. However, the other patrons in the bar started whispering amongst themselves, all wondering how he could possibly be there. Taking a closer look at the old man, the MC suddenly realized exactly who he was, the #1 ranked hunter of that era, legendarily known as the Sword Saint. Let's dive into who the Sword Saint actually is. His real name, Marcus Calamberry. Many had forgotten him after 11 long years, since so much time had passed since his disappearance. But until the Flame Emperor rose to fame, he was truly the undisputed #1 of the tower. The MC didn't realize he was standing right in front of the strongest guy of that entire era. He wondered if the Sword Saint boasted several S-rank abilities, unlike his own unique if useless ones, strange abilities that were utterly useless for combat. Following this train of thought, he suddenly remembered his own ability's secret. If he died, he could steal any ability from the hunter who killed him. This meant he could potentially steal the current abilities of the world's top hunter. Even if the old man killed him, he couldn't truly die. He'd just go back one day. The MC started frantically looking at comments about the Sword Saint online where people claimed no one knew what kind of ability he truly possessed. There were even wild rumors that he came from a powerful, wealthy family in the north, but abandoned everything to enter the tower. However, sifting through all these comments, the MC quickly realized that the Sword Saint was completely shrouded in mystery, and there was absolutely no useful information, only baseless rumors. It would be great if at least he had half the desire for attention and fame that the Flame Emperor possessed. Suddenly, the old man snapped at him to shut up. However, the MC quickly realized he wasn't talking to him, but rather he was talking to himself. The MC even realized that, based on the rumors of him muttering to himself, at least that part was true. He wondered why all the top-ranked individuals always had some kind of screw loose. Continuing to scroll through the internet comments, the MC found a comment that chillingly stated, "It was not good to utter a single word in front of the Sword Saint." And this was a 100% true story, witnessed firsthand according to the sender. If you don't want to die, never say that in front of the Sword Saint. The story goes that some high-ranked guys got into a fight with the Sword Saint in the hunting grounds of the 9th floor. These guys were brazenly mocking him, telling him to use a hearing aid, since he was becoming a senile old man, and that based on his face and personality, his grandchildren would also be terrible people. After those infuriating words, the Sword Saint simply split the man in half. Everyone might think this was utter nonsense, but either way it was not good to talk about the Sword Saint's grandchildren. In front of him, the MC realized that could definitely be tested, to see if it was true. The Sword Saint was clearly agitated, so he paid for his drink and promptly left. Everyone in the bar, who had been completely silent, started declaring that he had finally left, muttering he was an old man with weapons, and muttering to himself. The MC did the same and left. From that moment on, he went in search of the number 1 ranked individual. The MC started wondering where he had vanished to, since he'd followed him as soon as he left. He couldn't have gone too far. Looking ahead through the crowd, he spotted him and started following. This was easy, as the only person who dresses like that in all of Babylon is hard to miss. The MC started wondering what kind of incredible ability he would possess. Could this be like the Flame Emperor, whose rank X abilities let him travel back in time? So, the Sword Saint really succeeded, even before the Flame Emperor did. He must possess something far greater. Could he possess some kind of ability, even stronger than turning back time? Suddenly, the Sword Saint stopped dead, declaring this spot to be suitable. The MC was shocked by his words, and then the Sword Saint told him he could step out from behind the trees, declaring that no one knew what would happen next. From that moment on, the MC apologized for his impudence, and said he wanted to ask the Sword Saint for a favor. However, to our surprise, he simply started laughing. The Sword Saint then asked if he hadn't followed him so carelessly, on purpose, hoping he'd notice. However, the one truly surprised in this situation was the MC. He had no weapon or anything of the sort with him, yet the Sword Saint was already wielding a sword, almost as if he were about to attack. This made absolutely no sense. Was it just because he had followed him? The Sword Saint then began to claim he was a good actor, as expected of a first-class assassin. The MC was utterly confused. The Sword Saint had already found a reason to kill him, without even mentioning his grandchildren. The MC insisted he didn't understand what was happening, but the Sword Saint stated he had been pretending until now, so he couldn't fool him. Gangja continued, he truly didn't understand what he was talking about, because how could he look like a first-class assassin? In fact, he was quite proud of looking like an ordinary person. However, the Sword Saint drew his sword and sharply told him to be quiet. He then declared that he possessed several abilities, and among them one that showed him how many times a person had committed murder. Then the MC realized that, as explained, murder is murder. He couldn't have known that the person he killed would become a monster, but there was no time to explain any of that in this timeline. He figured the Sword Saint must be seeing number 1 above his head. The MC started to explain that, even though it might sound like he was just making excuses, he had actually done this for a very good reason. However, the Sword Saint merely remained silent, then called him absolutely disgusting, because a demon like him, who had killed countless people, wanted to invent reasons to justify himself. Now, to be fair, the Sword Saint hadn't exactly lived a particularly honest life, either, but at least he hadn't committed as many mass murders as the MC. The MC wasn't understanding anything. What did he mean by mass murders? He'd only killed one person. The Sword Saint then declared that the MC was now a complete disgrace to society, as the number of people he had killed so far was 4,091. Hearing this, the MC realized he had only killed Yusuha once, but he had killed himself 4,090 times to reach the past. However, currently, in the eyes of that old man, he was merely a cold-blooded serial killer who had murdered 4,091 people. From that moment on, this was no longer about simply copying his abilities. As long as the Sword Saint possessed that ability, no matter how many times they met, the Sword Saint would always try to kill him. The Sword Saint immediately tried to attack the MC, but he dodged. However, the Sword Saint was still convinced that the MC was a first-class assassin, and that's why he managed to dodge. Meanwhile, the MC was in serious trouble. The moment he was focused on dodging the attacks, he tripped on a stone, sending him tumbling to the ground. Obviously, the first time the MC dodged the attack was pure luck, but this time he wouldn't be able to dodge. However, before the Sword Saint delivered his final blow, he suddenly told him to shut up. The MC realized that the Sword Saint was talking to himself again, and thought it was some kind of schizophrenic attack, right in the middle of their battle. However, this could simply be one of his innate abilities, or perhaps even telepathy. He'd already heard rumors that such powers existed, so the Sword Saint was likely communicating with someone. About the death count hovering above his head. But this was truly bad news, because then he'd also become a wanted man, not just by the Hunters Association, but also relentlessly hunted by great guilds and top bounty. Hunters in the end, he'd simply be publicly executed, right on the first floor of the tower. But he couldn't let that happen. He had to die now, before 24 hours passed. At that very moment, the MC finally stood up and directly questioned the Sword Saint. He asked if his grandchildren were truly all right. He then added that he'd heard his family was a reputable one in Northern Europe, and such families weren't exactly easy to deal with. The outside world was an incredibly dangerous place, and by some chance, if someone accidentally discovered that he was the legendary Sword Saint, what did he think would happen to his precious grandchildren? And of course, at that very instant, the MC saw the world turn upside down. He realized he hadn't even seen the final attack, and once again he wished he could be just like him. He was utterly envious, as he also longed to possess that beautiful attack. Thus, once again, the MC died. Again they returned to the same strange, empty space, with a mysterious window in front of him. This system was creating his new ability cards, and he was anxious because he would soon have the abilities. Of two of the top rankers, he would only take one as a reward, just as he did with the Flame Emperor. But looking at the cards now laid out before him, he realized there were absolutely no golden cards. The MC was utterly shocked, because unlike the Flame Emperor, the legend of the Sword Saint, Marcus Kalenbury, evolved without any S-rank abilities. Zhongzhi fell to his knees in utter shock. He wondered if there was some kind of overwhelmingly powerful ability. Among those seemingly ordinary silver cards, there were only 3 bronze cards available, and 4 silver cards. Ignoring the terrible bronze cards, which he definitely didn't want, he had a 1 in 4 chance with the silver ones. One of them was that dreaded kill-counting ability, and he absolutely didn't want it. He desperately wanted a powerful, combat-oriented ability. So with all his might he snatched a silver card. Of course, after making his selection, he rewound time by 24 hours, and suddenly woke up back in his room. Quickly, he opened his status window, wondering if he'd snagged the Sword Saint's primary ability. It was a passive ability again, but at least it was A+ rank, and it wasn't the kill counter. Phew! He lay on his bed, complaining that he wanted a cool ability, like martial arts or aura awakenings. He opened the ability card again, specifically the one he'd snatched from the Sword Saint. His name was Sword Throne. From the name alone, he couldn't quite grasp what it did. However, suddenly, someone asked, "What was that noise?" Looking to the side, the MC got a bit confused, because there seemed to be some kind of specter talking to him. He told it to shut up and be quiet, as they would train soon. While the specter was speaking, the MC politely excused himself and asked who it was. The specter asked the MC if he could see and hear it, and Gongja replied that it was obvious. Since they were talking, the specter was a bit surprised, as that wasn't how things were supposed to work, started wondering where Marcus was. The MC asked if it was talking about Marcus Kalenbury, the Sword Saint, and the specter said that, although that title was an exaggeration, he was indeed talking about him. It asked the MC if he knew where he was, because since the MC was there, the old man was probably nearby. The MC started wondering what on earth that specter was, and looking at the ability he had taken from the Sword Saint, he realized that this ghost was, in fact, a being from another world, who had completed 99 stages of the tower, but failed the 100th. The MC asked the ghost if it was the Sword Saint's guardian spirit. The ghost replied, it probably was. The MC, somewhat shocked, said that, unintentionally, he'd accidentally stolen it from the old man. Hearing this, the ghost was obviously shocked, started bawling, complaining that since the MC had copied the ability, he could also cancel it, and asked, "Don't you know how to reverse it? Since nowadays, if you take something by mistake, you can return it." But the MC was equally shocked by the whole situation. He didn't know what to do, and said his ability wasn't something he could control. The ghost was almost falling into depression, because it had been stolen by a loser. It started spouting a lot of nonsense at the MC, saying it had warned the old man to walk the right path. The MC asked if it could at least live in silence, and the spirit, mocking him, said there was no way to live in silence, since it was dead. The MC, already furious, snapped that it should die in silence. Then the ghost started talking more and more, saying that besides being dead, it had been stolen and was now being mistreated, treated by someone in a bad mood who had no shame. The MC wondered, what kind of ghost talks this much? However, he remembered the sword saint, who was always complaining, and suddenly telling people to shut up. The MC was somewhat shocked, because now, he not only had to hide from the sword saint, but had also acquired a truly annoying ability. The ghost asked why he wanted to hide from the old man, because it might not seem like it, but he was a nice guy, and, of course, he just couldn't talk about his grandchildren. The MC replied that he already knew that, and that he also had a death counter. The MC reiterated that he knew this, and his number was 4091. The ghost, hearing this, asked the MC if he had gone crazy, because he was a complete amateur among amateurs, and didn't even know how to use aura. So how on earth did he manage to kill 4091 people? The MC revealed to the ghost that, in reality, he hadn't killed 4091 people. He'd only killed one who was destined to become a tyrant. And the truth was, he'd killed himself 4090 times. This sent him back 11 years into the past, simply to take down that guy. He possessed a copy ability that let him steal any ability from anyone who killed him, and, coincidentally, he ended up receiving the power to rewind time. When that guy killed him, every time the MC dies, he rewinds 24 hours, starting from the moment of his death. Technically, he was immortal. He desperately wanted to get back at him, but this guy was rank 1, and couldn't be killed due to his resurrection ability. That's why he ended up going back to a time before abilities had even awakened. The ghost questioned, asking if he'd truly traveled back in time, just to get revenge on one person, and for that feat, he simply committed suicide for 11 years. The atmosphere between them grew tense. The ghost asked the MC his name, and he replied, "It's Kim Gongja." He asked another question, why had he decided to provoke the old man, and why had he stolen his ability right after his revenge? The MC simply replied, because he was number 1, and the fastest way to get strong is by taking the abilities of the strongest. The ghost looked at him, and said the reason he was being so honest was because no one else could hear the information about the ability he'd just spoken of, as no one could sense or see him. The MC simply confirmed his answer. At that moment, the ghost asked him to stand up, and began to observe the MC, realizing his body was quite good, and only needed some exercises here and there. He also noticed the MC was very ambitious. In the end, he realized the MC wasn't so bad, and wanted to make a request. He tasked him with hunting down some monsters. The action moves to the tower. Our MC then asked the ghost if he was only meant to kill slimes. The ghost confirmed it, and at that very moment, our MC sliced into the slime, but it ballooned in size, completely engulfing Gongja. Yet, he remained incredibly calm, and swiftly freed himself from the slime. The ghost declared that was what he had truly witnessed. Our MC demanded to know what he was talking about, and the ghost began to explain that in his prime, he was famously known as the Sword Emperor. He originated from an entirely different world, and a tower had also manifested in his world, which he rapidly ascended to its very top. Our MC realized this ghost was absolutely unhinged, because even the Flame Emperor only ever reached the 40th floor, while he had conquered the 99th floor. The ghost further added that upon reaching his level, he could discern a person's true talent with a mere glance, and for this precise reason, he wanted him to hunt so he could observe his abilities. Hearing this, our MC felt a touch of disappointment, stating he had simply wasted his time, and possessed absolutely no talent for fighting. The ghost sharply questioned what nonsense he was spouting, He absolutely had talent, and a remarkably significant one. In fact, the MC wondered if he was just joking, but the ghost conceded, of course. He possessed no natural talent for martial arts, as his movements were indeed clumsy. His body was completely untrained, and he wasn't even close to sensing his own aura. However, he possessed a talent unlike anyone else's, the fear of death itself. People typically protect themselves instinctively when fighting, but the MC was the complete opposite. He had likely lost that fear. After dying over 4,000 times, no less, the MC then questioned if that could truly be considered a type of talent, and the ghost firmly confirmed it. For him, the definition of talent wasn't something like immeasurable power alone. In fact, anyone could cultivate talent during their life, and one of the most difficult talents to obtain was truly overcoming the fear of death. That feat alone was truly incredible. The MC realized no one had ever told him that, not even to himself. Gangja simply couldn't stomach being treated like an insect, especially by the Flame Emperor. He just couldn't bear it. So much so, he killed himself, a staggering 4,090 times. And in the end, death, the very thing everyone fears, became his unique talent. The ghost then asked the MC a critical question. Since he'd stolen the old man's ability, it meant he had already died at his hands. And the ghost wanted to know what he felt back when the old man took his life. The MC's reply was chillingly calm, that the moon and that cut were truly beautiful. At that, the ghost began to laugh incessantly, declaring the MC incredibly interesting. He added that if his ability was copy, it meant there was another version of him out there, serving as the Sword Saint's spiritual guardian. Therefore, the ghost wanted to see which of the two would rise to be the ultimate hunter. To find out, he declared he would help the MC. He would assist him, to the point where the MC could defeat the old man, or rather, to the point he would truly surpass him, and conquer every single floor of the tower. The next day, the ghost was relentlessly nagging the MC to wake up. He needed to wake up soon, he insisted, as the old man was likely already on the 10th floor, while the MC was still sleeping. If he didn't wake, the ghost threatened to sing him a song. The MC finally got up, looking utterly annoyed, questioning if the ghost even knew what time it was. It's only 4 in the morning. The ghost retorted that even insects began crawling at 4 in the morning. But the MC shot back that it was no excuse, since the ghost was only doing this simply because he couldn't sleep himself. Gangja chimed in, adding he now understood why the Sword Saint trained at such insane hours. It certainly wasn't by choice, but purely out of sheer exhaustion. The ghost then told the MC he ought to be grateful, and demanded he kneel. The MC immediately declared he'd kill him, but the ghost merely laughed, reminding him he was already dead, so the MC couldn't kill him. Since the MC was so furious, he'd just have to kill himself instead, but he couldn't kill the ghost. But even that was impossible, because the ghost would just rewind time. The ghost then declared that the MC's nickname from now on would officially be Zombie. Outside, the MC was on his daily run, when the ghost started rambling on how the MC had no other talent besides perseverance. He'd prefer to start teaching him the very basics, but even there, the MC was seriously lacking. For some reason, his level was sub-basic. Yet, in terms of sheer potential, he was like a limitless black hole, which meant he needed some seriously special assistance. But to truly achieve this, he'd need to pay for some high-level torture. The ghost then declared it was time for them to win some money in the lottery. You might be wondering where they'd even win this money, given they were stuck inside the tower? Well, there was a guild called Song Ryan, though its official name was the Merchants' Union. The master of this guild, the rank 3 hunter, known only as the Countess, and she was the only one with the unique ability to conduct exchanges with the outside world. Thanks to this ability, the Sang Ryun Guild held a complete monopoly on the tower's economy, and as a result, it became the sole place in all of Babylon where you could bet on the lottery. The MC arrived and placed his winning coupon on the counter, stating he was there to collect his winnings. The clerk congratulated the MC for finally winning their guild's lottery. The ghost, somewhat curious, asked if the MC knew why they always wore cat ears, and Gongja replied that he'd heard their guildmaster was a catwoman. The clerk questioned the MC, asking if he'd checked the date, as it wasn't possible to collect a prize from a ticket purchased over 2 years ago. The MC calmly replied he'd bought this one last week. After that, the clerk examined the ticket and was utterly shocked, as the MC had won the first-place lottery prize. Everyone behind the MC was utterly stunned. The clerk, still somewhat confused, said he would confirm the numbers, and immediately summoned the manager. The ghost then questioned our MC, asking if he wasn't terrified of being robbed in some dark alley or a place like it, carrying such an immense amount of money. Gongja explained that before he returned to this era, Yusuha had used this very ability to win the lottery multiple times, so he'd picked up a few pointers. This wasn't something that could easily be hidden, even if he tried. If it were to be revealed, it was better to have everything out in the open. If a winner were to be attacked, the Sang Ryan Guild would face dire consequences. Right at that very moment, the guild manager, Arthur Tyler, made his grand entrance. He was also famously known as the Vault Guardian. Our MC playfully joked with him, remarking that his nickname perfectly suited the guild. Normally, an F-rank like Gongja would never be able to associate with someone of such high rank, but today was a different story. He was now a client worth a whopping 50,000 gold. The ghost then started to mercilessly mock our MC, claiming he was so easily swayed, impressed by a little bit of special treatment, yet embarrassed yesterday when his talent was mentioned. In his head, the MC just wanted to murder the ghost. The ghost declared that our MC shouldn't be so easily influenced. He should believe that everyone in this world existed, solely to be trampled upon by them. In his thoughts, Gongja mused that anyone with Emperor in their name was a total psychopath, and he never wanted to be like them. Arthur then asked the MC if he was experiencing any problems, and the MC denied it, claiming he was just a bit unfocused. Arthur stated he was relieved, as he had been wondering if someone had treated him poorly before his arrival. Our MC began to wonder in his thoughts if Arthur was some kind of angel. A short while later, they arrived at the VIP room, and the prize before the MC was his colossal winnings, 53,000 shimmering gold. Seeing such an immense sum, the MC couldn't help but swallow hard, as back where he came from, all that gold was equivalent to approximately $5 million. With all that money, he could easily live out the rest of his days in luxury. His ultimate goal was success, and he had already reached it. But here's the kicker. Instead, he chose to reign supreme in this tower as a hunter. As his method of acquiring this cash, that was merely a minor detail. He'd already witnessed riches far more impressive than this. The MC then advised Arthur to keep the money safely in a vault. And frankly, this was a brilliant move, as it was his go-to advice for countless other winners. Even if he somehow managed to carry the money on his person, the world was still swarming with dangerous people. Gongja wanted to secure an honorary membership title from the Sanghun Guild. Arthur then questioned the MC, asking if he wasn't affiliated with any guild, and the MC firmly denied it. The ghost remarked that the MC was truly brilliant, because a guild wasn't merely a group of friends, or even just a bunch of hunters. The real reason people joined guilds was for protection. On the tower's first floor, there were guards and the Hunters Association, but the city was far too wild to rely on those two organizations. A prime example, the way the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint had killed the MC. The Flame Emperor, for one, never joined a guild, and always prided himself on his absolute freedom. He likely won the lottery multiple times, but never paid a single protection fee to anyone. Someone of his caliber, refusing to join guilds must have genuinely infuriated others, and that was precisely why he was almost poisoned. The MC then informed Arthur he had one more request. He wanted a simple, single-person room. And furthermore, if any newspaper inquired about the prize winner, he could say it was an anonymous, honorary member of the Sanghyun Guild. Arthur paused, processing the MC's precise instructions, and then remarked that he was incredibly well prepared. The MC merely stated that the world was a treacherous place, so we had to be ready for what lay ahead. The ghost mused that the MC was actually handling things exceptionally well on his own, considering he'd initially thought the guy needed his diapers changed. Initially, that is, but at that moment he seemed rather pleased. The MC simply stated the obvious, but this was only the beginning. for 1,000 deaths, for 1,000 days to rewind time. Before, he couldn't save her. He was too focused on his revenge. However, now, it was time to finally wield that power. Outside the Merchant Guild, the ghost reminded the MC that hunts were the most crucial parts of his training. Now that he had enough to pay for them, he asked what their next step would be. The MC replied that perhaps he should find a competent teacher. The ghost shot back at the MC, saying he already had one right in front of him. However, the ghost added that books, scrolls to teach martial arts, or potions to boost physical abilities were needed. However, at the MC's current level, he wouldn't be able to learn anything just by reading those scrolls. So the only thing he could manage was potions, and very potent ones at that. The MC began to wonder just how good they needed to be, and the ghost thought for a moment, and then declared they should be from a place called the Alchemy Castle, because many skilled healers worked there. Gongja said that the potions there were extremely expensive, but the ghost countered that he now had plenty of money, and shouldn't be stingy. He just needed to make a deal, and perhaps snag a discount. While running to the location, the ghost suddenly froze, and told the MC he needed to hide, because he'd forgotten to mention something important. The shop they were heading to was special. The old man also bought potions there. The MC demanded why he hadn't said that sooner. He should have cut off that kind of trouble from the very beginning. Suddenly, the sword saint halted, and looked straight toward where the MC was, and Gongja was already reeling in shock, wondering what he should possibly do. Should he simply run? However, the sword saint merely turned away. The ghost declared that was terrible, because if the old man was there, it meant he'd snap up all the potions. He quickly told the MC to speed things up. Arriving in front of the shop, they realized the old man had already gone inside. The ghost then started to say that their training was over right there. That shop was known as the best in the entire area, and the old man would likely buy up every single potion. The MC realized, deep in thought, that it would be far too risky to use the same shop as the legendary sword saint. However, he wanted to forge a different path. Checking his phone, he noticed that neither the top 100 nor even the top 300 were listed. Suddenly, the MC declared that maybe he wouldn't have to spend as much money as he had initially thought. They could get incredibly good potions for an incredibly cheap price. A short while later, the MC found himself in a kind of slum where everyone was giving him serious side-eye. The ghost then questioned the MC, asking if there was truly a decent alchemist around here. The MC replied she wasn't just decent, but a once-in-a-generation genius. Obviously, the ghost called the MC crazy. How could a genius possibly live in a place like this? While the ghost was speaking, people were once again giving the MC dirty looks. But in reality, that wasn't it at all. They were actually trying to size him up, wondering if he was worth robbing. But they gave up, because they saw him talking to himself, perhaps thinking he was completely unhinged. As they continued walking through the slum, they heard the loud screams of a woman. The MC then said they had probably arrived at the right place. The girl screamed that if they took her equipment, she simply wouldn't be able to survive. The man told her to take everything they found there. The girl tried to grab the cart with her belongings, but the man sped up, causing her to fall. The bald man told her it was better for her to work on something else. People were complaining that her potions were too expensive. But they're not expensive at all, the girl retorted sharply. She barely even made a profit from them. She declared that finding potions of the same quality and price anywhere in all of Babylon was utterly impossible, and therefore they should be grateful she even opened her shop in such a trashy place like this. But people simply ignored her, turning to leave. "Aren't you going to buy any potions?" she asked. "Since you're already here?" Everyone replied they wouldn't buy anything from someone as rude as her. Seeing this, the ghost questioned the MC. "Is that loser in front of us the generational genius you spoke about?" But the MC just asked, "Are you blind?" He then approached her directly. "Is your shop still open?" he questioned. Obviously, this woman wasn't a crazy alchemist, nor was she a loser. She was simply the master alchemist, an alchemist destined to reach level 5 in the future and become the leader of the Alchemy Castle. "I'm open," the girl replied. "I can make any potion you need." She then questioned the MC, "Which product do you want to buy?" The MC stated he wanted a product worth around 20,000 gold. This, of course, absolutely shocked the girl. Gongja, you see, had a master plan. If he could form connections with the high ranks, to finally reach the top, she would simply become his golden goose, and for that very reason, he would become her #1 client. A short while later, the girl led him towards her shop, but upon arriving there, they noticed everything was utterly messy. The ghost started questioning the MC once more. "Do you really want potions made by her?" The girl asked the MC again, "You'd really give me 20,000 gold?" The MC believed that if she was truly doubting him, he would pay in advance. The girl said that, if possible, an advance payment would be very, very good. The MC realized she was so broke, she couldn't even maintain good manners. He then told her to take the money from his safe. He'd notify the Sanghyun Guild. She then asked if she could truly take as much as she needed. The MC confirmed, yes. However, he didn't want to stray too far over the original 20,000 gold budget, as his resources weren't exactly unlimited. The girl declared that before crafting any potion, she wanted to make one thing crystal clear. If the potion he desired was an illicit drug, she wouldn't create it. The MC realized that, even though her shop had just been shut down, she still didn't have the nerve to refuse thousands of gold. Despite seeming crazy, she fit the role of a master alchemist remarkably well. The MC told her to relax, as he wouldn't ask for any illicit drugs, or anything of the sort. The girl then asked what type of potion he wanted to order. The ghost noted she didn't seem that skilled yet, but he would provide the recipe. So, they told the girl the ingredients one by one, and she diligently wrote them down until the very end. When the ghost finished listing the ingredients, the girl declared that it would produce a potion to dramatically increase reaction time, and that the recipe was of an extremely high level. The ghost was surprised and confirmed, "That's it." The girl became absolutely ecstatic, and started rambling about optimism and blah blah blah. The MC and the ghost realized that this type of specialist truly existed. The MC interrupted her, asking how long it would take to craft everything, and the girl replied that it would take about 4 days. She started to explain the reasoning. However, the MC recalled in his thoughts that, in his previous life, getting a potion crafted by her and her guild would take months or even years to receive. He told the girl that 4 days was absolutely nothing. As they were leaving, the ghost said he still didn't approve of the girl, as she might only be good with her words, and perhaps even a swindler. However, the MC didn't mind, and asked where he had gotten that incredible recipe. The ghost explained that it was a potion he had created himself, the ultimate recipe he had painstakingly devised. After trying countless potions himself, the MC began to playfully tease him, remarking that she had praised his recipe as exceptionally high level. She then added that even if he didn't trust her now, 10 years from this moment, she would be the head of the alchemy castle. The ghost didn't believe a word of it, and scoffed that she'd likely take his money and run off. For days later, he was there with all the ingredients and the potions he had requested. She then handed 3 boxes to the MC, each containing 30 potions. The MC remarked that such a quantity of potions would typically require 30 days of work, but in his mind he quickly realized this was 15 times more efficient than buying from the shop, suggested by the guardian spirit. However, while he was lost in thought, the girl caught the MC's attention, and questioned why he had placed such a valuable order with an unknown alchemist like herself. Even though she was confident in her skill, just by looking at that recipe, she realized that only 2 people in all of Babylon could make it. The MC himself had witnessed how everyone else treated her like a madwoman. In his thoughts, the MC reasoned it was because before him stood the most renowned pharmacist of her entire generation. But that wasn't the only reason. It was also because she was the one who ran to the city faster than anyone else when the fire started, and she was also someone who hadn't been deceived by the Flame Emperor. On top of that, she was skilled and kind, with excellent judgment. It would be a significant loss if he didn't get close to someone like her. However, all of this remained in his thoughts, and he simply told her he helped her because she seemed kind, and also because she would achieve success, even without his help. Therefore, he believed that good hunters like them deserved to be successful, so they could lend each other even more support down the line, because it was frustrating to constantly see only crazy psychopaths succeed. For that reason, he genuinely wished the best for both of them. Everything the MC had said was undeniably true, and perhaps he couldn't have been more honest. The girl fully supported the MC's words, insisting they absolutely had to become successful, for the good of the world. As he was about to leave, the girl added that if he had any further requests, he should let her know any time, as she would always prioritize his orders above all else. The MC expressed his gratitude. However, the ghost annoyed him by questioning what he meant by hunters like us. The MC himself admitted he had blurted out something embarrassing, but they really needed to train soon. Now, on the third floor of the tower, the MC realized the monsters ahead of him were truly far stronger than him, and desperately questioned the ghost about what to do. The ghost simply told him to drink the potion, and so he did. The MC reported the potion's taste was surprisingly normal. It had a subtle hint of lemon, and even a touch of honey. However, at that very instant, something extraordinary began to happen. It felt like the entire world around him was swaying, and his whole body began to sweat profusely. The ghost told the MC that the girl's skills were indeed quite remarkable, and asked the MC what the sensation was like. It felt like every single strand of his hair could be counted, and even his sweat seemed almost alive. This was the potion's incredible effect, and it dramatically enhanced his perception of reality. The ghost explained that the energy surrounding his heart was aura, and it exists within every hunter who enters the tower. Most of them don't even realize it's truly there. Learning to master this aura would be a decisive factor against the old man. Normally, one could sense its flow by meditating. In that state, however, it would take far too long, and since he utterly lacked talent, he at least had to work far harder than others. If he didn't want to die, he had to run. The moment the monster attacked, the MC then realized the world seemed to dramatically slow down. But even if he could perceive the attacks, his body just wouldn't respond properly. As he ran for his life, the ghost told the MC he would be able to dodge, so he shouldn't give up. Orcs are just low-level monsters, with super simple attack patterns, so it would be easy to deal with them, once he recognized their patterns. And for that, he needed to gather aura in his legs. Well, saying that was easy, but if he couldn't even dodge, he wouldn't take a single step towards success. However, he had to do it. Suddenly, his heart started beating faster, and a jolt ran through his entire body. He managed to dodge the orc's attack. The ghost then began to say that it was harder than it looked, and that was because he didn't possess the necessary channels for aura to flow through his body. Metaphorically, his body was like a small mountain path, and he needed to transform this small path into an avenue so aura could flow smoothly. He could only feel the aura now thanks to the potion, as normally he would just be a loser. But as he said this, the MC was giving his all to dodge the attacks. When the MC was almost losing consciousness, he questioned what would happen if he transformed this path into a grand avenue. In his thoughts, this frustrated him, because the guardian spirit was indeed right, and the metaphor he had spoken truly fit him, an abandoned path covered in debris. However, if he overcame this, what could happen? The ghost asked the MC if he truly remembered that the old man had killed him, without even giving him time to react, and the MC confirmed it. However, the ghost said that anyone could perform that kind of ability, and as he had said before, the old man had a long way to go, while for the MC, he didn't even need to comment. Hearing that, the MC began to grow even more frustrated. However, at that very moment, he dodged the orc and lowered his head. He quickly positioned himself, and the ghost was genuinely surprised by the MC's truly creative move. Just then, the MC unsheathed his sword and lunged at the orc, striking it in the very next instant. The ghost quickly warned the MC not to let his guard down, as orcs have incredibly tough skin, which means he needed to concentrate his aura at the blade's tip, but that would prove difficult for him. However, in a very simple explanation, he simply had to try channeling all his aura to the very tip of the blade. Little by little, the MC infused only his blade, and finally managed to cut the orc. He attacked it again and again. After the MC had slain the orc, the ghost asked him if he wasn't hurting. he probably was, since he hadn't even created a proper aura channel for it, and still used aura so haphazardly. He must have been feeling a pain that likely felt like he was going to die. He had utterly ruined his entire body, simply trying to take down just one measly orc. However, despite all that, that final move was incredibly creative, and he praised him for it, as a hunter should always use their head in battle. While the ghost was explaining this, the MC was writhing on the ground in agony. The ghost then asked the MC if he felt like he was going to die, because that's exactly what was going to happen. For starters, if it weren't for his return ability, he would never suggest this training method, because even the old man himself meditates. After taking that potion, he didn't use his own body as carelessly as the MC did. However, whenever he dies, he'll be able to return, and isn't that amazing? No matter how tough the training gets, every time he goes back in time, his body would return to normal. Since his death counter increases every time he kills himself, he would need to use a different method to prevent that from happening. Since he already understood how to use aura from the start, he'd only need 100 more deaths to fully grasp things. And just like that, the MC died again. He found himself back in that familiar empty void. But this time, the ghost was right there beside him, wondering aloud what kind of place this was. The MC explained that for the moment, this spot would be known as Purgatory. He figured the system would soon send a message about returning 24 hours in time, just as it did with the Flame Emperor and Sword Saint. However, the system suddenly announced that the conditions for his skill had been met. It would now copy a random skill from the orc. Neither of them understood a thing about this. The MC immediately started shouting, demanding to know if monsters even had skills, and the ghost chimed in, marveling at how incredibly overpowered this skill was. The ghost began to explain that this completely shattered all hunter standards. But the MC, meanwhile, stated he'd just take any skill, since it probably wasn't worth much anyway. The ghost questioned him, asking if he'd really take that skill. The MC replied that it wasn't very important which skill he chose. Again, the ghost questioned why he wouldn't pick the best option. But the MC responded that he couldn't choose, and judging by their colors, both were pretty bad. The ghost was utterly confused, saying he didn't understand how the MC couldn't see which one was better. The MC explained that their colors were the same. He could only ever see their backs, so how could he possibly tell which skill was better? However, the ghost then said he could see behind them. Hearing that, the MC became completely confused, because the skill cards always moved, so that their backs were facing him, and they stubbornly remained that way, even if he tried to twist his head for a peek. However, since the guardian spirit could fly freely, he could actually see both sides of the card. Realizing this, the MC became absolutely ecstatic and suddenly let out a shout. The MC simply told him to quickly spill what the two skills were. Card number 1 displayed the Blessing of Reproduction, and card number 2 revealed Tweak. Staring at both skill descriptions, our MC was absolutely stunned. The ghost exclaimed that Tweak was incredibly cool, but he could have had an orc skill instead. Regardless, the MC firmly stated that Tweak far surpassed the Blessing of Reproduction, so he'd definitely take it. However, the ghost desperately tried to stop our hero, yet it seemed they were both thinking the exact same thing. And still, the MC confidently chose that skill. The MC rewound time by 24 hours once more, thrilled to wake up in the very room the Merchant Guild had set up for him. Meanwhile, the ghost was bitterly complaining, believing he'd fall for that trick, but the MC told him to quit his complaining and get straight to training. Then he opened his status window, and there it was, the skill. The ghost tried to convince the MC that, perhaps, it would be better to train in the lotus position, as it'd be far less painful than fighting orcs. However, the MC didn't listen to a word he said, and once again charged toward the 3rd floor. Once more, he chugged the potion and set off towards the orc, and, as always, the world seemed to slow down for him. Suddenly, the MC halted and unleashed his Tweak skill. Hearing this, the orc became utterly bewildered. Without wasting a single moment, the MC attacked it, thus defeating the orc. The ghost immediately began to complain that the MC was absolutely using a hack, and that it didn't count as proper training. He asked if the MC had no feelings for deceiving that poor orc in such a way, without even considering its feelings. However, the MC couldn't care less about that. A week later, the MC was already on the 5th floor, facing the formidable boss of that area, the Goblin King himself. At that very moment, he activated his skill called High Society Goblin, and it utterly startled the Goblin King. However, he quickly attacked and thus finished off the boss. The MC declared that he had been the strongest enemy he'd faced that week, wishing him to rest in peace. But the ghost immediately told him to stop lying and stop being so overly emotional just because you defeated a single monster. The MC boasted he'd managed to take down this boss after using 6 coins, which meant 6 lives. The ghost quickly retorted that he was a liar, and that was a proven, undeniable fact. Furthermore, he couldn't possibly claim that battle was honorable, especially since he'd used the High Society Goblin skill, a move only high-ranking goblins could utilize. However, the MC was surprised that goblins cared about such useless things as hierarchy. Suddenly, the MC received a crucial system message, stating his existence was now much more defined, and for that reason he would level up. As a reward, he gained 2 more skill slots, and officially became an E-rank hunter. The MC was absolutely thrilled by this news. However, the ghost was wondering if those were sparks, or perhaps even drops of blood. The MC asked if that wasn't just a leveling up effect, and the ghost confirmed it was, indeed. But it wasn't simply to make him look pretty. It was a kind of hint, a clue, because it's possible to discover the true form of your aura, based on the effects that appear when you level up. For example, the Flame Emperor he had recently killed likely had a fire-based aura. Any hunter's aura takes shape after some kind of trauma, but not always from a bad memory. However, it's always based on a life-defining moment or event, and this deeply reflects in the form of their aura. It's more like an effect of one's own subconscious. From what the effect showed, the MC's aura was likely rooted in fire or blood. The MC then asked the ghost what the legendary Sword Saint's aura looked like. The ghost replied that his aura was like moonlight. When he was just a small boy, he got lost in the mountains and, not wanting to die, he climbed to the top of one of them. He said the light from the illuminated sky was absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. The moon doesn't shine with its own strength, but by reflecting the sun's light. And he wished within himself, I want to shine like the moon. Or so he thought when he was just 12 years old. He carried that thought with him ever since. But, cutting right to the chase, the ghost declared it was time to head for the 6th floor. The MC then asked if they couldn't just go straight to the 10th floor boss. The ghost scoffed if he wasn't getting way ahead of himself, especially as a novice. The MC, however, replied that wasn't it. He confidently stated that if he couldn't clear the 10th floor with 2 coins, he promised he'd call the ghost master. The ghost questioned how he'd possibly defeat the boss with only a single death. The MC, unfazed, said he didn't care, but had one major condition. The ghost needed to reveal the exact skills of the 10th floor boss. Furthermore, if the MC won, the ghost would have to call him Gong Junim, a much more polite form of address. The MC then taunted, asking if the ghost would give up, or if he was simply that weak. The ghost shot back that the MC was getting far too cocky by trying to pick a fight against the Sword Emperor, and warned the MC to be well prepared, because from that point on, he would start calling him master for the rest of his life. However, the MC remained completely unfazed, stating that he would be the one serving someone, and the two burst into laughter at each other. However, to any outsider, the MC was simply seen laughing all by himself. Upon finally reaching the 10th floor, the guards immediately told the MC he couldn't enter. When questioned why, the guard simply stated that the MC was essentially trying to commit an act of suicide by facing the boss completely alone. He even asked if the MC hadn't seen the news about the infamous Black Dragon Guild, which entered with 34 of its elite members, and still utterly failed. However, the MC simply didn't care, stating that, according to association rules, Any solo hunter could initiate a raid. The guard retorted, saying he had to keep a meticulous record of everyone who entered there, and his superiors would hold him accountable later. He would feel incredibly heavy-hearted if he allowed someone to simply kill themselves. The MC began to wonder what he'd do. He then began to tell the guard how much he appreciated his work, and that his words were truly accurate. Honestly, he genuinely wanted to commit suicide. Neither the guard nor the ghost understood what the MC was getting at. He then began to share a story. He had recently suffered the loss of his beloved, and the alchemy castle had told him he was suffering from an incurable disease, with only 6 months at most left to live. His life, he felt, was now unlivable. Even without his health, he remained a hunter, and he refused to spend the remainder of his days confined to a bed within the alchemy castle. He wanted to use his final moments to challenge a monster. Hearing these words, the soldier was deeply moved. The MC even handed him a pouch of money, explaining that it was the money he had saved for his treatment. The MC added, solemnly, that he already desired to vanish from this world. He wished to depart without leaving any trace, and this was his very last request as a hunter. The guard granted him passage, claiming he hadn't seen a thing. Even the ghost was visibly touched, jokingly asking if they were idiots filming a movie, and so they crossed the gate. Now, officially at the entrance to the 10th floor, this was a floor that the Flame Emperor himself was supposed to have cleared. However, this time, the MC would forge a legend, far surpassing the Flame Emperor's own. And with that, the MC pushed open the mansion door. Inside, several dolls were cackling amongst themselves, asking if he'd play with every single one of them. At that very moment, the MC activated his skill, and declared he would indeed play with them all. But first, let's rewind a bit to where the Black Dragon Guild, who had solidified their position as the strongest since the tower's initial opening, had, unfortunately, failed their 30th raid attempt. Reporters peppered them with questions, asking what they believed caused this devastating failure, and the guild master simply stated their skills were absolutely top-notch. Instead, they just hit a patch of seriously bad luck. But then, someone decided to stir up trouble for them. It was none other than the Flame Emperor himself, the very one who had conquered the 10th floor. Of course, in the future, this interview would famously become known as the Loser's Declaration. You might be wondering just how the Flame Emperor was the sole person to successfully clear the 10th floor. And firstly, clearing the 10th floor is actually quite straightforward. The boss was cleverly hidden somewhere within the mansion, and you just needed to find the correct doll, then destroy it, no matter how much one protected themselves. With their own aura, 10 minutes was the absolute time limit. Anyone could barely endure those scorching flames. However, this had absolutely no effect on fire-type aura users, which is exactly why he managed to clear it safely, and even had the sheer audacity to declare that luck itself was also a skill. The ghost even joked with the MC, saying that he, too, survived purely by luck. At that moment, the MC mentioned his aura wouldn't last much longer, and the ghost promptly approached him, stating that he'd last about 1 minute at most. He added, just for the record, that the old man could endure those flames for over 30 minutes, and was now actively training to extend that time to 1 full hour, before daring to challenge the boss. Unlike someone who had foolishly gone in without a plan, the ghost then questioned if the MC could really defeat that floor with just 2 coins. The MC sharply told him to be quiet, as now, after his first death, he would definitely think of something. The ghost questioned him, saying that the MC initially thought he could expand his aura without dying there. Even if he tried, there were only 2 possible ways to clear that place. First was to somehow find the right doll, a truly 1 in a million chance. Or, second, to become so incredibly proficient with his aura that it could last long enough to find the correct doll. For this reason, he would certainly be destined to lose if he only used 2 coins to attempt to clear that floor. However, the MC quickly retorted, stating that the ghost was forgetting about option 3, and because of that, they'd soon see who would truly win. After his demise, with the MC's aura likely already depleted, he randomly picked up a doll. However, the moment he touched it, it began to crumble, Seriously, did they have to do that? Shatter a doll right before his eyes? The ghost stated that no one could truly comprehend what was destined to unfold within the tower, hinting that the tower was likely under the sway of a psychopath, especially since it gave a stolen ability to trash like him. Suddenly, the MC's aura completely vanished, and he was engulfed by the flames. He obviously perished, and his envy skill activated once more, initiating the copying of the Infernal Doll's abilities. The ghost swiftly snatched the golden skill card, and declared it absolutely incredible. Its name? Infernal Fire Barrier, rank S. In essence, it conjured an infernal fire within a 2-kilometer radius. No one could possibly escape these flames without the user's explicit permission. The ghost even quipped at the MC, proclaiming that now he would truly become the king of purgatory. However, the MC was deep in thought, sensing something was gravely amiss. This skill was undoubtedly potent, yet something about it felt fundamentally wrong. Because of this gut feeling, he asked the ghost to read out the other skills. He read them one by one until he reached the very last one, and at that exact instant, he was utterly shocked. Even without hearing the skill's description, the MC declared he had found the answer he was seeking. Once again, the ghost was dumbfounded, saying that the MC had figured out what kind of skill this was. However, he should choose the golden card. It was overwhelmingly powerful. If he were to suddenly use it, a torrent of fire would erupt, obliterating everyone nearby. In his thoughts, the MC genuinely coveted this golden card. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, because among the tens of thousands of dolls, there was only one true one, and the true doll wouldn't burn, as it possessed a powerful fire aura. However, why weren't the fake skills burning either? He only had one answer for this paradox. They likely possessed a unique skill to help the summoner pinpoint targets, preventing them from burning themselves again. Our MC rewound time by 24 hours, but at this point he was merely an E-rank hunter. Due to this limitation, he'd incur a penalty for using his skill. He'd relive the trauma of the opponent, who had last killed him. Specifically, the Infernal Doll's monster's trauma was recreated beginning with a small child, desperately asking for a piece of bread, even if it was just crumbs. Yet, people always denied his request. No matter where he went, people constantly grumbled about him, and many questioned just where so many homeless children like him originated. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into an old man. He quickly began apologizing, fearing he was about to be struck. But the man simply stroked his head gently and asked if he felt no peace, noting he seemed hungry and in pain, with his body appearing to be in agony. He then asked the child to join him, claiming he was a doctor with many friends at home, for the child to play with. That, however, was what the child thought it would be. While now confined within a cage, the child asked the man when they'd finally go out to play. Feeling very hungry, the man simply told the child to exercise a little more patience, adding that only animals succumb to their base desires. Merely because he was born a beast didn't mean he had to be raised as one. He knew well that orphans like him were useless, claiming they were too young, and would only spread disease from village to village. He considered himself a good man, who felt a duty to eliminate children like them. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a grim slave auction, where these orphan children were taken and brutally sacrificed, all under the pretext of the village's good. It was more like a bloodthirsty cult, really. The people muttered that the number of sacrifices was dwindling, and so they needed to secure more children for the next ritual. The child just wondered where the kind gentleman had taken their friends, and demanded to know why they kept getting hurt. The ghost too began to wonder what exactly this strange phenomenon was. The MC theorized they were likely two spirits now, but the ghost dismissed it, claiming that wasn't important. He pressed the MC, demanding to know who they were telling to repent. The MC then replied, this was likely the origin of the 10th floor boss. The MC continued, explaining he had no idea floor bosses were actually once human. The ghost countered that, previously, not all of them were mere monsters. These bosses, he explained, are based on real-life events from various different worlds. Some are even heroes or unique life forms from other worlds. This phenomenon would become increasingly frequent, starting from the 11th floor. The MC questioned why the ghost hadn't revealed this sooner. The ghost retorted that the MC hadn't asked, also stating, this was the first time he himself had ever seen the origin of a place. He knew its origins lay in another world, but he couldn't quite figure out what had precisely transpired. Now, however, it was a completely different matter. To witness it unfolding with his own eyes, the MC wondered if such tragedies unfolded somewhere, across all worlds. Suddenly, the entire house erupted into flames. The landlord and servants, in terror, began to flee. The MC stopped them, yelling it wasn't time to run, as the children were still trapped in the basement. All of them froze in shock, wondering if anyone was even there, and the heat was growing intensely hot. In the end, they still desperately called for help from the kind gentleman. They began to question what they had done wrong. They simply didn't want to starve, and only longed to play with their friends. They simply wanted to have fun and live a happy life. And that's how the trauma of the infernal dolls concluded. The ghost fell silent for a moment, and said the situation was truly tragic. But there was nothing they could do now. The MC asked if that was truly the ghost's first thought. After witnessing all of that, the ghost confirmed he did indeed have a terrible personality. But what else could he expect? That's just how the real world operated. That boss had become nothing but a monster. And those children from the origin had been long dead. What could the MC possibly do about it? Therefore, he should just find the true doll and kill it. Then, proceed to the 11th floor, then the 20th, 30th, 40th, and the 50th. That's his next move. If he decided to climb the tower, the flame likely thought the same way. The MC said Yusuha would surely find the true doll and kill it, and he would do the same without hesitation if he had witnessed their trauma. However, the MC wouldn't be like him. The ghost asked the MC what he was going to do. Act like a child and not clear the floor, just to avoid being like him? If he wanted to defeat that floor, he had to kill the boss. The MC said that wasn't the only way to clear the floor, and told the ghost he was stupid, as everything was right under his nose. Yet he hadn't even noticed. He asked the ghost if he remembered that S-rank skill. He wanted him to choose. The ghost said he remembered, and the MC began to say, grudge, resentment, and regret, as described in the skill, referred to endless rancors. Their resentment would never be heard, and their desires never achieved. Burn everything as long as you wish for it. An infernal fire will always appear, within a 2-kilometer radius, and no one could leave this hell without your permission, no matter who they are. This was the description of the S-rank skill. The MC asked the ghost if he didn't think something was wrong. The ghost questioned what he was talking about and what was wrong with the skill. However, the MC was referring to the final part. No one could leave hell without permission, no matter who they were. The MC even asked, so how did the Black Dragon Guild manage to escape without killing the boss? There was only one answer to that. The boss probably allowed them to leave. This was a floor humanity had not yet cleared, and the boss had only one demand from its visitors in that very moment. Our MC quickly activated his skill and boldly strode right through the flames. The dolls started wondering, wasn't he burning? They even asked if our MC wanted to play with them. Our MC confirmed he absolutely did, and the game would be hide and seek. It was even a bit ironic to play this game, as it was a part of hide and seek, where the children couldn't go anywhere. However, this was the answer our MC found. So he went touching the dolls one by one, and we could see a glimpse of the children's spirits, trapped within them. The ghost realized what our MC was doing. He was appeasing their spirits, so he kept touching each of the dolls, until he reached the last one, which was trapped inside a cage. The doll asked him if he would play with her, and our MC picked it up saying it was her turn. Suddenly, the doll began to melt, and the child's spirit thanked him, saying, "Thank you very much, kind sir." This was the ending our MC chose. Thus he cleared the 10th floor, and his rewards would be given 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. The ghost asked our MC why he had that expression, as clearing a secret stage wasn't something just anyone could do, and yet he did it on his first try. However, our MC said it wasn't that. He realized the world was truly trash, both in the boss scene and in situations that happen, regardless of the world they are in. After that, an awkward silence fell. However, the ghost let out a shout, saying that kind of situation didn't suit him, and he patted our MC, saying he was impressed, and that he had cleared the floors in his own way. He added that this time, he cleared a floor with pure skill. Without any luck, fireworks began to appear in the sky, and an announcement was made. The 11th floor would open in 24 hours. People started wondering what had happened, and what those fireworks were. These fireworks, puzzling sights emerged across all 10 tower floors. That's when it hit them. Someone had probably cleared a floor. Was it the Black Dragon Guild, perhaps? But nope, they realized it wasn't them. The Black Dragon Guild was just chilling on the first floor, sipping coffee, while others were scattered across entirely different locations. Everyone was buzzing. Who cleared this floor? Of course, the ghost wouldn't miss this opportunity. He asked the MC how it felt to be a main character in this Xena game. The MC replied that it felt pretty good, almost like it wasn't even him. However, the ghost told him not to get too excited, as he'd only cleared the 10th floor. But he was the closest person to the top, and the MC knew it right then and there. Suddenly, the guard arrived, shouting at the MC and asking if he had done that, since he was the only one on that floor today. Now all his bosses were calling him, demanding to know what was happening. The MC just patted him and told him to relax. The guard asked for his name or a nickname, so he could tell his superiors. However, the MC didn't want to say, not because he was unwilling, but because he simply didn't have a nickname. The ghost said the MC did well, as it's better to train in hiding than to show off to others. But we already know what the ghost really meant. The MC then said he realized something, that the ghost now had to call him Gongjanam, and even teased him, saying he thought that he couldn't really clear a floor with 2 coins. The ghost tried to reason with him, saying they were friends, comrades, brothers. However, the MC didn't care, and said that now he must use the suffix nim if he wanted to speak with him. Soon after, rumors were already spreading throughout the tower floors. Some thought it had been the Sword Saint. The MC began to wonder if the ghost thought victory wasn't good to appreciate. He started tapping his ear, asking if his earphones were broken, with no response coming his way. For those who might be wondering, this was to ensure our MC didn't look like he was just talking to himself. The ghost agreed with the MC statement, but then questioned why the MC wasn't calling him Gongjanim or Lord Gongja. This was the last straw, and he immediately began complaining, wishing he could go back to Marcus. An hour and a half had already flown by since the MC cleared the floor. Suddenly, he heard a small sound, a simple cat meowing right at him. However, the MC already knew who this cat was, but decided to pretend ignorance. As he was playfully interacting with the kitten, several people approached him. He already knew exactly who they were, and even wondered why it took them an entire hour and a half to find him. Quickly, they stated their respective guilds, and just as one was about to introduce themselves, the MC told them to wait, as he had his own rules. First, they shouldn't reveal anything to the media until the timer reached 0. The second rule, he wanted a private place, without any customers nearby. After they cleared the customers from the shop, they would begin negotiations. The MC asked them to start giving their offers, and they all began to say the exact same thing. However, the MC knew the true reason for their desperation. The Sword Saint was a lone wolf, an isolated rank 1 belonging to no guild, an existence that made people question the very importance of guilds. If someone of his same caliber appeared, everyone would be desperate to recruit them. Suddenly, at that very moment, the cat spoke, offering 500,000 gold. That cat was none other than the master of the Merchant Union, rank 3, the Countess. She began by saying the MC was quite brave for not being surprised by a cat transforming into a woman. However, the MC calmly replied that he had seen many stranger things lately. Even dead people. An executive tried to assert himself against the Countess, dating that 500,000 gold, and the position of vice leader was too risky. Even if the MC had cleared the floor this time, they didn't know his ability. However, the executive yielded to the pressure and said he was done speaking. Countess said they should speak with their respective leaders, but those leaders would come to make the offers personally, as the current representatives were not on the same level. Quickly, everyone in the cafe disappeared, and shortly after shouting was heard. They were none other than the top rankers. Rank 5 Viper, rank 4 Inquisitor, our familiar paladin, and finally the equally important rank 2 Black Witch. At that moment Viper began to complain, saying she was crazy for wanting to pay 500,000 gold and still offer the position of vice leader of her guild. However, the Inquisitor told them to sit down and have some coffee first. The other leaders liked the idea and started ordering their preferred drinks. Once they had decided, it was the MC's turn. However, the MC realized they had planned everything, because all the guild leaders arrived after their executives left. This was no mere coincidence. They had agreed to this to confuse him. The ghost told the MC that he shouldn't be afraid. They were just trying to intimidate him. The MC knew this. He even compared the situation to the time he was burned alive. However, at this moment, he only needed to show one thing with his demeanor, and if anything truly scared him, he could simply go back in time, and things would already be resolved. The first to ask questions was the Inquisitor, stating that before the 10th floor, the MC had no achievements. However, the Countess interrupted him, saying that he already had an achievement because he won her guild's lottery. Viper wasn't thrilled with this whole situation and declared they should drop the charade and recruit him right away. The Black Witch fully agreed, adding that if he truly didn't plan to join a guild, he needed to let them know ASAP. They'd need time to prepare the media announcement for the media. But then, the MC posed a question: what if I do want to join one? She replied that if he desired to join a guild, all the guilds would instantly launch a bidding war. They'd already lost too much time on the 9th floor, but thanks to the MC, they finally had a solid reason to inform the rest of the world about the tower's true value. This was a chance to gather people from every corner of the world and motivate the struggling hunters who were stuck on the 1st floor. The MC then stated that bringing all these outsiders into the tower would deplete their food reserves in an instant. The Countess agreed with the MC, confirming that, even with her strong connections to the outside world, it wouldn't be enough to produce new products and food. The Black Witch added they needed to spur the hunters onward towards this brave new world, motivating them to explore and discover new, valuable treasures there. And for that, they needed an icon to represent this era of revolution. However, the MC hesitated because the Black Dragon Guild itself tried to kill this very icon in his past life, and he still didn't know why. Nevertheless, the MC figured he'd probably get along well with the Black Dragon leader. He then stated he understood that the guild he joined would represent the new generation of hunters, and the other guilds couldn't do a thing about it, which made him feel a little bad. So they would decide the future with a simple card game, specifically a game of poker. The MC would join the guild of whoever emerged victorious. However, if the MC won, he would ultimately join all guilds simultaneously, appearing as a normal guild member to outsiders, but receiving the same VIP treatment as the leaders. With nothing left to lose, they all agreed, since the MC wasn't seen doing anything suspicious. He then asked the ghost if he wouldn't mind stopping with the Gongjinim, and could call him that again after the game ended. In exchange, however, he wanted the ghost to reveal everyone's cards. And, obviously, upon hearing such a wonderful proposal, the ghost was absolutely ecstatic. And so, the MC teamed up with the ghost, feeding him tips throughout the game. After a while, Viper was the first to complain, accusing the MC of definitely cheating. He argued that even after 30 rounds, the MC hadn't lost a single hand. The MC coolly replied that he was simply a poker genius, and therefore, it wasn't right to accuse him without proof. Viper insisted the MC definitely wasn't rank F. However, the MC countered that he had already risen to rank E, so he was no longer a mere rank F. He then added that he'd also run out of chips, and promptly lost shortly after. The Paladin was the next to fall. The MC provoked her, challenging her to guess if he was cheating or not, but she merely sighed, replying that young people nowadays are truly difficult to deal with. As she walked towards the loser's table, Viper immediately started shouting, claiming she was giving up far too easily. She should have tried until the very end, and shouldn't have let that thief win. However, she simply replied that he shouldn't call their hero a thief. As for them possibly cheating, they all knew from the very start, and it would have been very strange if they hadn't, because how else could a rookie challenge them? In a game of chance? The MC indirectly implied he was confident enough to beat them, without revealing his true abilities, and they ultimately accepted his challenge. She also advised Viper that he should train his mind a bit more, instead of just his muscles, and that they had nothing to lose with this game. Winning would be great, but there was truly nothing to lose either. However, Viper sharply retorted, arguing that they had to protect their pride. Seriously, though, how could a rookie like him possibly defeat them? But the paladin just shrugged, stating that pride wouldn't help them progress through the tower. Shifting back to the poker game, the Black Witch expressed her delight that, at the very least, the MC seemed sensitive. She then began to recount how she originally hailed from Ukraine, or more precisely a specific town there. Due to the protracted civil wars, she lost her parents and became a wanderer, finding solo life incredibly dull. That applied both inside and outside the tower. However, the MC questioned her, asking what exactly she meant. After all, everyone who entered the tower, especially the first generation, carried a profoundly sad past. The MC was no exception, being an orphan himself. The Black Witch added that the tower was essentially her home. Here, nobody cared where you were from, be it Korea or Ukraine. Whether it was celestial arts, knowledge from China or anywhere else, none of that mattered within the tower. They could all understand each other, thanks to the tower's blessings. All food and challenges were equal, at least compared to the outside world. Things were at least a bit fairer here, because according to the witch, people outside treated the tower like a trash can. Just because many people claim something, doesn't make it true. Besides, when that sky counter hits 0, the MC's life would completely transform. She believed he would certainly handle it wisely. The MC declared he'd give them what they wanted. Plus, he loved being the center of attention. He wanted everyone to admire and respect him, nothing more. As the game progressed, the MC realized she had an advantage. He was at a disadvantage now, but he'd go all in because he was simply confident. He told the Black Witch he wanted to make one thing crystal clear. He didn't expect to be treated this way, just because he'd cleared the 10th floor, because he'd still conquer the 20th, 30th, 50th, and even the 100th floor. No matter the time it took, he was determined to conquer this tower, and the MC respected that ambition. The Black Witch possessed both immense strength and deep feelings. He also had no intention of fighting them. However, he would consider her his rival. His goal wasn't merely to see the world inside the tower, but the world beyond it. She could use his name whenever she wished to solve problems like hunger, or anything else within the tower. However, he would need her help to climb the tower. The Black Witch remained silent for a while, but then realized he was exactly like the Sword Saint. Oh, and about the game? Rest assured, the MC won. Before leaving, the MC stated he was looking forward to the equal treatment he had been promised. However, the Black Witch questioned if he could truly maintain the level of responsibility. But a hunter's responsibility was simply to climb the tower, and regarding that, the MC was very calm. The Black Witch realized the MC was incredibly confident. The MC then began to say that the 11th floor would open soon, so he had to prepare not to be left behind. But the Black Witch questioned how he would prepare, if he didn't even know what awaited them. He then gave them a hint. The theme of floors 11 to 20 was performance, and of course, he wasn't going to say where he got that information. He merely said he received this extra hint upon clearing the 10th floor. A short time later, the MC was among the crowds, where people were buzzing about who this guy was, who had just completed the 10th floor. However, they had no idea, as there was no information available online. Then the timer reached 10, and people started counting along with the countdown. Meanwhile, our MC was looking at his phone, more specifically at the search tab, where he refreshed it and bam, the information about who had cleared the 10th floor was finally released. An intense glow then appeared in the sky, and an announcement was made that from that day on, the tutorial would be ending. From that light, a silhouette began to appear. It was a beautiful woman with golden curly hair. Obviously, seeing such an image, everyone wondered if it was a goddess. However, our ghost comrade replied that it wasn't a goddess. It was just how the tower system explained the trials. Well, and for the curious, the MC asked how he knew that. However, at that very moment, someone jumped from a building and cut the so-called goddess in half. However, it was just a hologram, and the ghost replied that this was how he had discovered it wasn't a goddess in his previous life because he had done the same thing. Then, at that very moment, the old man transferred to the 10th floor, and of course, the other top rankers didn't lag behind either. While everyone was transferring to the 11th floor, the hologram in the sky was still speaking, and of course with such beauty. The MC stared with his mouth agape. The paladin arrived next to the MC, saying it was truly a shame, because the message that hologram was giving was probably from the tower's creators. To them, however, no one seemed to care. Normally they should be looking at it with admiration, because the mere existence of the tower and the abilities are already a miracle in themselves. The MC said she was more emotional than he thought. She replied that before going to the tower, she used to study music, and because of that, perhaps she had a more feminine touch than the others. However, at that very moment, looking to the side, several reporters started running towards the MC, questioning how he had managed it and what it felt like to clear the 10th floor. And of course the paladin didn't want to be present for the MC's first media debut, so she transferred to the 11th floor. The reporters started pressing the MC even more. However, he was already getting nervous, and he merely told everyone that he'd conquer the 20th floor too, so they better get ready for it. But let's shift scenes and get specific. On the 11th floor, though, it was pure chaos. The 11th floor felt less like a trial and more like a war, and naturally, witnessing such a sight would leave anyone utterly stunned. You might be wondering, what in the world is going on? Of course, this kind of madness was bound to happen, since the tutorial stage was finally over. These chaotic situations would only become more frequent. On the floors ahead, suddenly, a frantic soldier charges straight for our MC, announcing that the heroes destined to save their kingdom had finally arrived. He desperately pleads for everyone to help them immediately, for the sake of all humanity. He explains this location is a vital, open trade route, and without it, the kingdom simply wouldn't survive. That's why heroes from other worlds must aid them and bestow their blessing upon the kingdom of Egan. At that very moment, a quest was officially issued, and the objective was crystal clear. They had to protect the port, but what truly struck fear into their hearts wasn't even protecting the port itself, but the chilling mention of a demon king. However, they had no time for second thoughts. As the battle wouldn't wait for anyone, they quickly processed the urgent information, and obviously, in the midst of war, the strongest always rise to lead the charge. And after witnessing the Sword Saint's incredible performance, everyone else began pushing themselves even harder. And you might be wondering, what about our MC? Well, he remained surprisingly calm, because he was now receiving rewards for flawlessly clearing the 10th floor. His reward? Full access to all maps, from floors 11 to 20. This particular reward was just for the normal stage, mind you. Now, for conquering the 10th floor's secret stage, he received yet another incredible reward. He'd receive an exclusive NPC map, covering floors 11 through 20, and as a bonus, he could choose any item that exists between those very same floors. With all those dazzling reward windows and notifications flashing before him, RMC, absolutely ecstatic, completely skipped all the reward chatter. Now, let's talk a bit about the tower itself. More specifically, its overarching themes. Every single floor has a distinct theme, and for floors 1 to 10, the theme was naturally tutorial. The city itself was specifically designed for beginners to get accustomed to the tower. Each floor even had designated hunting areas. This was starkly different from the theme of floors 11 to 20, which focused on heroes, kings, and demons. Currently, there were only two viable ways to defeat the demon army. The first, possess enough strength to contribute and single-handedly wipe out the entire army. Or second, have the spirit of leadership to rally an army for battle. The ghost remarks that, judging by our MC's words, the first option was definitely not suited for him. And how would he even manage the second option, given he'd never led anything before? Unless it was a bunch of amateurs. The MC denies this, but he was confident he could learn to be a strong leader. At that very moment, he opens the NPC location window and immediately begins his search. He's only looking for NPCs on the 11th floor, specifically filtering for the top 100, with the absolute highest skill level. Spotting the MC's rather unusual strategy, the ghost, of course, immediately tells him not to do that. After all, he should be fighting them, not dying to them just to steal their skills. However, the MC calmly states he just wants to save time. So he only wanted NPCs with top-tier skills and leadership. And in the end, he found only 3 such individuals. And of course, to make things even more incredibly cheaty, the map conveniently showed where these people were located. The MC asserts that this game is all about skills, which is why he transformed his already impressive and incredible skills into even greater rewards, all thanks to his unique abilities. But from the ghost's perspective, this was clearly just plain old hacking. However, this was also technically part of the MC's abilities. Following the clear blue dot on the map, the MC quickly finds the very first NPC, boasting the highest skill and leadership, and it was none other than the general, the very same one who had greeted him when he first arrived on this floor. The MC quickly announces he has a rather urgent request for him, and he asks him to kill him because he possessed a secret ultimate last resort, and should his heart ever cease to beat, the goddess of war would unleash her blessing upon the battlefield. In essence, it functioned as a devastating self-destruction skill, and if they could successfully activate this blessing, victory in battle would be theirs. However, the general vehemently refused to comply. He simply couldn't bear to take the life of an ally. Yet, the MC adamantly insisted, urging him to consider the dire situation unfolding, because if the general refused to strike him down, he would tragically end his own life. He knew this was the ultimate sacrifice to aid the kingdom. For this reason, he pleaded with the general to deliver the fatal blow. He bore the crushing responsibility for the battle at the port, and instead of falling by his own hand, or succumbing to the clutches of their enemies, he wished to entrust his very life to a true general, one who risked everything to safeguard the kingdom. And naturally, hearing all these cunning words spill from the MC, the ghost was utterly dumbfounded, because the general was actually falling for it. The general began to lament, deeply troubled, regretting that he had to claim the life of such a hero, simply because, tragically, he couldn't secure victory against the Demon King. He vowed to make it swift and painless. He held the MC's name deeply in his heart and declared the MC to be a truly legendary hero. There's an old saying about someone who soars far above those who merely run, and another about a relentless hunter who shatters soldiers alongside other hunters, transforming them quite literally into swords. This utterly confusing saying was concocted by none other than our very own MC. Battle knowledge skill. This was the clever skill the MC engineered, the one that allowed him to expertly feign being a master of military arts, and thus gain the general's absolute trust. The MC is incredibly efficient thanks to his handy minimap, as well as the invaluable knowledge of having lived the same day multiple times over. However, in the end, skills alone aren't everything. That brilliant, shining sword clutched in the MC's hand is called the Holy Sword of Leah Fanta, Egan's protection. Let's delve a bit into its mysterious origin. This will become super important later. As legend tells us, a goddess herself gifted it to the Egan Empire's founder. But before he became a true legend, he simply vanished, and the Holy Sword vanished alongside him, leaving behind only a cryptic prophecy that whoever wielded this sacred blade would receive the complete trust and absolute support from all the Empire's people. Obviously, upon seeing such a powerful inscription, our MC seized the opportunity and immediately picked up the sword. The MC then started bragging to the ghost, saying it was totally worth completing the secret stage just to get this kind of reward. However, the ghost retorted that he traded his real reward for a trash item like that because the sword was merely shiny and hard. Among the many truly epic items available, he actually chose that one, but the MC argued it had super high durability and was shiny, making all NPCs, from the 11th to the 20th floor, absolutely go crazy for it. NPCs aren't just tools to hand out quests either, they're also entities that should be utilized to complete the very quests they themselves can't finish. While all the soldiers were charging forward under the MC's command, most of the hunters were left wondering why he was the army's only general. However, hearing their envious remarks, the MC became even more ecstatic, and the ghost told him to stop being so foolish, as he should only be improving his swordsmanship and aura. Yet he was simply using his aura to enhance his hearing, to listen to what others were saying about him. But cutting to the chase, they realized the eastern flank of the demon army had been annihilated, and the MC gave the order to continue advancing towards their main forces. The more they pressured them, the more likely they were to win. They absolutely decimated so many goblins along the way that they ended up encountering their leader, the boss of the 11th floor, the Emperor, of course. And to top it all off, the MC was set to make a grand entrance, personally delivering the final blow to the boss. With the boss finally down on the ground, the entire army erupted into a triumphant roar, celebrating their ultimate victory over the evil army. And, seeing their leaders crush the goblins, the remaining goblins quickly began to retreat. Since they were only retreating, and fear still gripped everyone, most of the hunters felt their resolve waver, but the heroes quickly charged at them instead, thus finishing off all the remaining monsters, officially clearing the entire floor. The tower then began tallying each participant's points. However, there were simply too many people, so it only displayed the top 10 contributors to the raid. As everyone eagerly checked the scoreboard, they all realized the MC stood proudly in first place. Looking closer at the name on the screen, they realized it was the very same person who had completed the notoriously difficult 10th floor, and they began to question among themselves, could this be some kind of secret master? However, the ghost declared he was no master at all. He was just a trickster shamelessly abusing hacks. The MC questioned if the ghost had finally admitted that this was, in fact, just a game of skills. However, the ghost adamantly refused, and the MC thoughtfully noted that the ghost truly valued technique above mere skills. For this very reason, the MC promised to intensely practice his swordsmanship before ever reaching the 90th floor, and for that, the ghost should stop grumbling about the MC only relying on hacks. He further added that he didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to learn from the legendary Sword Emperor, and in fact, the ghost should actually be begging him to teach him swordsmanship techniques. Hearing these bold words, the ghost became incredibly excited. However, abruptly interrupting their conversation, the general approached the MC directly, profusely thanking him, as their victory had been achieved thanks to him. The MC humbly stated it was nothing, and thanks to everyone's hard work. However, the general commented that his worries had, in fact, been for nothing. For a long time, there had been a prophecy that one day, the demonic army was coming for them, but there was no need to fear. Heroes from another world would also be summoned. He'd been pretty skeptical about this prophecy. Would these heroes truly fight with all their might, for a world that wasn't even theirs? But seeing everyone's dedication, though, it seemed his worries were totally unfounded, and that's why he wanted to thank them properly. Even though they were from different worlds, the act of shaking hands still held the same meaning. Was it because no matter which world they were in, humans still had two hands? And so the two shook hands. The system finished analyzing the floor rewards. The first reward was for the raid's top contributors. All 10 contributors would get early access to the 12th floor, and until all 10 received their rewards, everyone else would be prohibited from accessing the floor. In the last scene, before the MC ascended to the 12th floor, the general told him he was leaving the Empire's fate in his hands. While being transported to the 12th floor, the ghost asked the MC if he'd be alright, with the Sword Saint being there with him. The MC told him not to worry, as the worst that could happen was him getting killed. Thus, the MC arrived on the 12th floor, more specifically at the palace of the Egan Empire. Suddenly, the Inquisitor approached the MC and praised him for his stellar performance. On the 11th floor, the Inquisitor asked if the sword he used was the reward from the 11th floor, and the MC confirmed that it was. The Inquisitor added that he was seriously impressed by the efficiency with which the MC used the things at his disposal, and the MC felt a bit embarrassed. However, at that very moment, the Sword Saint tried to attack him, but the Inquisitor barely intercepted him. The Inquisitor questioned the Sword Saint about why he was doing that, but the Sword Saint was not in the mood for conversation. He simply told him to get out of the way, or he'd face the same fate, warning him to be quick, or he'd lose both his arms in the process. The Inquisitor declared this quite a nuisance, and if he allowed the Sword Saint to kill RMC, the Great Five Guild's reputation would be shattered. He then asked why the Sword Saint pursued him, but the Sword Saint claimed no obligation to tell. The Inquisitor, however, stated that, since the Sword Saint showed no intention of backing down, he would have to resort to force. In that very moment, both Viper and the Paladin launched an assault on the Sword Saint, but he effortlessly defended himself. Viper roared out, demanding how he could be so strong and healthy, even at his old age. The Paladin sharply told him to be silent, as they needed to focus on the fight, because standing before them was none other than the number 1 ranked individual. At that very moment, the Inquisitor asked the Countess to hand over just 10,000 gold. She replied she'd gladly lend it to him, but with a whopping 15% interest, payable in up to 3 installments. However, the Inquisitor declared he didn't want a loan. He was asking her to give him the money. She questioned in disbelief if he thought her money was some kind of charity fund, but the Inquisitor merely retorted that her money was inherently dirty, and if she donated it to the temple, she could happily go to paradise. Not wanting to argue against that, a bag of coins began to rain down on the Inquisitor. He then activated his ability, more specifically, a powerful buff, and all the coins around him instantly vanished. The Inquisitor declared that both Viper and the Paladin would be completely transformed, and even if the Sword Saint was number 1, he would still face immense difficulty. Against the 3 of them, however, there were actually 4, as the Black which would also be joining them. This was because the day before, RMC had made an official agreement. With all 5 great guilds now on the scene, our hunter, Kim Gongja, had joined all 5 guilds, holding a status equivalent to a master. So, if the Sword Saint pointed his sword at him, it would be like pointing his blade at all of them. But RMC already knew this from the start, and in fact he'd already planned it all. He asked the ghost, if he didn't remember their previous words, that there were 2 ways to fight a strong opponent. One was to possess enough strength to defeat an entire army alone, and the other was to raise and command your own army. An isolated hunter is useless against a hunter in a powerful alliance. It's a completely overwhelming disadvantage. RMC had a plan from the beginning, so he approached the Sword Saint and asked if they could talk. He claimed he was utterly shocked by what had happened and didn't understand the reason for the attack, as this was his very first time seeing him. Furthermore, RMC was a huge fan of the glorious Sword Saint. Of course, the Sword Saint didn't believe him, likely still thinking RMC was an assassin, sent by the Black Dragon, who had killed 4,093 people. In other words, a complete conspiracy in his eyes. The Sword Saint then declared that the outside world and Babylon weren't so different, because ever since he entered the tower, everyone had pressured him every single day to join a guild, yet he had firmly rejected all those offers. The reason was that he wanted to show everyone that, in this tower, it was possible to reach the top on one's own, without bloodline, solitude, or affiliations. Unlike the outside world, which was tainted with useless things, he stated that a single person could become the best, with a sword, and he wanted to give hope to the people. However, instead, what had they been doing? They had all become stones that stagnated the world. Viper then loudly declared that he hadn't assisted with the raids on the 5th, 7th, or 9th floors either. The Countess chimed in, stating, if they'd utilized his outside influence, the tower's food shortage wouldn't be so severe, and its society might have been stabilized more safely. Finally, the Black Witch sharply retorted that if he truly was the number 1 ranker, then he ought to shoulder his responsibilities, as befitting his top position. However, the Sword Saint merely snapped, shut up, and questioned if they were even adults, constantly whining like children, or if he was, by any chance, their grandfather. If they had such nonsense to spout, they should go talk to their swords instead. Hearing this, the MC began to question them. Why were they still squabbling, even with only 10 people present? Even the NPCs on the 11th floor had rallied together to save their nation, yet as hunters, they should be focused on clearing the 10th floor. instead of pointing fingers and bickering, holding on to petty grudges. Wouldn't it be better to concentrate on their objectives? If this continued, they'd be worse than the NPCs themselves. All of them were begging for their help. Even if he was perhaps just a hologram conjured by the tower, they still claimed their nation stood on the brink of collapse. How could they, as summoned heroes, put the empire second? Because if you solve problems others cannot, then you truly are a hero. For this reason, they should be focusing on clearing the remaining floors, just as they did with the 11th. The paladin was the first to sheath her weapon, nodding in agreement with the MC's words. Even if she didn't fully grasp why the Sword Saint had attacked, it was glaringly clear that this was no time for them to be fighting each other, and so she'd make a small sacrifice. She then revealed to everyone that she possessed a lie detection ability, and it was no exaggeration to say that this very ability was precisely what earned her the prestigious position of vice captain of the civil militia. Now, if the MC and the Sword Saint would only trust her words, she'd make sure their statements were validated. The MC realized this was the perfect opportunity, so he declared that he would believe her, and the Sword Saint said the same, as out of all of them she was the only one who had never once harmed another human being. She then declared that they could begin making their statements. The first question came from the Sword Saint, asking if the MC had assassinated more than 4,000 people. The MC confirmed that he had, and at that very moment, the Sword Saint began to loudly declare that he was a mass murderer who had deceived them. However, the paladin firmly stated that it was a lie. In other words, he hadn't killed more than 4,000 people at all. The Sword Saint began to get confused and break out in a cold sweat, and he declared that this discrepancy was because he was an elite assassin. The MC confirmed that he was, but of course that was a lie. The Sword Saint began to say that he thought the paladin would mediate the questions without lying, yet she herself had asked if they trusted her from the beginning, or was he perhaps going back on his word? The Sword Saint cried out that it wasn't possible, that he hadn't killed anyone, but the MC stated that he had killed, and it had been only one person, and that person had absolutely deserved it, and if he hadn't killed that one person he would have become a serial killer himself. After all these declarations, everything the MC had said was true. Even the ghost was embarrassed, saying that he had told the old man not to rely solely on things like mere abilities. Then the MC approached the Sword Saint, saying that, turns out, there was a massive misunderstanding, and naturally he was relieved that it was merely a simple mix-up. However, if the guild leaders hadn't stepped in, he probably would have perished. The MC felt he deserved something from the Sword Saint, perhaps an apology for starters. The paladin readily agreed with the MC, given the Sword Saint was undeniably in the wrong. The Sword Saint began to falter, his words catching. How would he choose to act? Despite her pure reputation, the paladin was still part of the 5 great guilds. Would he lie to save face, or reveal his true ability to justify himself? He could simply silence the MC by ending his life, just as the Flame Emperor had done moments ago. Often, when people find themselves in the wrong, they resort to blaming or distrusting others, much like the insidious Flame Emperor, who revealed his true evil by trying to silence the MC. For this very reason, the Sword Saint's true character would now be revealed by the choice he was about to make. He then apologized. Admitting his fault, he confessed to thinking carelessly, leading to presumptuous actions on his part that nearly caused him to kill someone for no reason at all. Up until this very moment, he had always based another's death on his own judgment, believing anyone who deserved to leave the world should perish as quickly as possible. The MC noted that instead of doubting the paladin, making excuses with his overwhelming ability, or even killing the MC outright to silence him, the Sword Saint chose instead to accept his guilt, and for that he unhesitatingly begged a mere rookie, Hunter, for forgiveness. And the phrases that resonated in the MC's mind were, "I'm sorry for being wrong. From now on, I would never kill anyone because of my ability. I want to live. Please forgive me." And every single word rang true. Witnessing such profound sincerity from the Sword Saint, the MC had just one request. He asked, if the Sword Saint could do something for him, could, in fact, teach him the art of swordsmanship. To be more precise, he needed a sparring partner. He already had a teacher, but no one to duel against, and he wished the Sword Saint could be that partner. But he quickly corrected himself. In truth, he genuinely wanted to forgive him, without expecting anything in return. But he'd only feel embarrassed, making him seem superior, when, in reality, he wasn't even that impressive. For the MC, just having the Sword Saint as a sparring partner would be enough, since their swords had already crossed. He still felt somewhat awkward, having to apologize to someone as if he were superior. For this very reason, then, he wanted the Sword Saint to teach him his best
swordsmanship technique.
Hearing everything the MC had declared, the paladin affirmed that everything he said was true. Witnessing all of this, the Inquisitor was the first to rejoice, exclaiming that he had never seen such a sincere apology in his entire life, calling it almost a divine miracle. But the Countess immediately began to complain, asking them not to ruin the happy ending, especially since her money had made sure this whole thing wasn't for naught. Still, no one paid attention to her. The Sword Saint then began to declare how he could have so wrongly judged such a kind person. So wrongly indeed. He said that if the MC wanted a sparring partner, it would be his absolute pleasure. He would be ready whenever the MC wished. He even said the MC could call him Grandpa Marcus, and started spouting a lot of nonsense, saying he wanted the MC to meet his granddaughter, or perhaps even marry her. However, the MC remained calm. The Sword Saint's expression quickly changed, asking if the MC wasn't interested in his granddaughter. Gong Zhou corrected himself, saying it wasn't that, he simply wasn't interested in dating anyone. A commotion of shouts erupted, and the ghost began to say that, as he had mentioned before, the old man was very annoying. So annoying that he never listened to others, and it wouldn't be surprising if he ended up earning a title called God of Annoyance. The MC declared in his thoughts that he wished he hadn't discovered that. But just then, the system made a startling announcement. The MC had conquered the 11th floor, clinching first place. From this moment on, he would receive the completion rewards, and because he finished first, his reward would be delivered ahead of everyone else. He'd already learned about the completion conditions, 4 floors 12 through 20 before returning, but he was curious about this specific reward. What exactly would it be? A window materialized before the MC. In a nutshell, the MC could choose one of the Empire's prestigious positions, gaining corresponding skills and attributes. The decision he made right now would define his entire journey up to the 20th floor. As the MC had mentioned earlier, from the 11th to the 20th floor, the overarching theme was the staging of heroes, and the Demon King. Hunters would take on roles within the Egan Empire, acquiring new skills and attributes, and the top contributors from previous floors earned the exclusive privilege of choosing these special positions before anyone else. The MC already had a position in mind, but he wanted to check out the Demon King's reward first. The objective was crystal clear and dangerously simple. He had to eliminate all of the top 10, excluding himself. If he succeeded, the Demon King's authority would instantly warp the MC straight to the 99th floor. Seeing this option, the MC was utterly stunned. Which path should he choose now? Obviously, the ghost immediately warned him it was a trap, and the MC knew it because there was no way the Flame Emperor wouldn't have picked this reward. In his previous life, instead of reaching the 99th floor, he had stopped at the 40th floor. Therefore, this reward could only be a malicious trap. He probably chose this reward, realized it was a trap, and then returned to the past. However, it was undeniably tempting. What if he did go to the 99th floor? But the ghost vehemently urged the MC not to do it, claiming he'd spoken with someone who had experienced the 99th floor and failed. This option was one of the absolute worst traps. The MC wondered aloud if the floor's boss was truly that powerful. The ghost replied that wasn't quite right, or rather, there was no boss at all. It was something far more sinister. Anyway, he'd warned him as a true friend, and though he hated to admit it, the MC was performing exceptionally. He would eventually clear the 99th floor. Then Gongja declared he'd do things the right way. He'd stick to the safest route possible, even completely ignoring any rewards. He just wanted to see how things would truly unfold. Right then, he announced to the others that a reward window had popped up for him. The Black Witch grumbled she was utterly bored because this whole thing was dragging on, and the MC declared he wouldn't select any reward. The Paladin immediately questioned why the MC had done that, but at that very moment the Sword Saint stated he understood why the MC had made such a choice. However, he still wondered if ignoring the rewards was truly necessary. Nevertheless, the MC simply stated he regretted nothing. Then, the Sword Saint chose the goddess's reward, and his designated position would be Chief of the Egan Empire Knights. Immediately, several knights materialized around him. Next up to receive a reward was the Inquisitor. He mused it all seemed like a game of cops and robbers, but for everyone to truly grasp what he meant, he'd show them. Everyone was stunned. It truly was a game of cops and robbers, the Inquisitor explained. They should call the goddess's allies cops, and those who sided with the Demon King robbers. It seemed siding with the robbers would definitely have its disadvantages, as the Paladin would soon discover. He added that the MC's choice wasn't all that great, but he would respond in kind. So, he chose the position of Grand General of the Empire. Viper ended up choosing the Chief of the Royal Bodyguard position. The Paladin chose Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Black Witch chose the Chancellor's position. Lastly, the Countess chose Minister of Finance. Thus, everyone had chosen their respective positions. At that very moment, the system began revealing who claimed the rewards. One person, however, hadn't claimed anything. 8 received the goddess's blessing, while 1 got the Demon King's boon. Naturally, upon seeing this shocking notification, utter chaos immediately erupted. The Black Witch then furiously declared that, as the master of the Black Dragon Guild, whoever had chosen the Demon King's reward would suffer the most agonizing death imaginable. She then ordered the Paladin to commence interrogating everyone present right away. The first person interrogated was, ironically, the least likely suspect. She questioned him if the MC had chosen the Demon King's reward, but he denied it, and of course he was telling the truth. So, she interrogated them one by one, leader after leader, until she reached the very last person, who was the Black Witch herself. And it wasn't even her. Everyone started to wonder, how could this be? If it wasn't any of the 10 present, then who was it? The Paladin quickly told them not to panic, but the Inquisitor, at that very moment, stated that it had taken them over 10 long years to forge themselves into the 5 great guilds and learn to cooperate with one another. In other words, it was nearly impossible to trust anyone who wasn't from one of the 5 great guilds, and they certainly didn't have another 10 years to build trust with the other individuals present. The Paladin tried desperately to stop the Inquisitor, arguing that efficiency wasn't what truly mattered now. However, he had already activated his skill, and Viper was relentlessly advancing right alongside them. So they began to kill them off one by one, to get to the very last of them, who was, predictably, also slain. The system itself then issued a grim warning. None of the 3 were agents of the Demon King. The Inquisitor grimly declared that they were now in an incredibly dire situation, as their 10-year connection was on the verge of being shattered. The Paladin then furiously declared she had warned him to wait, but just as the Inquisitor was about to speak, his arm was brutally severed, or rather, caught, in the furious crossfire between the Sword Saint and Viper. The Paladin then stated she would now trust the MC's judgment, simply because he was the only person who had refused the rewards entirely. He was certainly the only one who couldn't possibly be the traitor. Witnessing such utter madness unfold before him, the MC yearned to ask the ghost if everyone he ever attracted was a total psychopath. However, the ghost simply stated that the MC hadn't given up the reward. He knew this would happen all along. Yet, the MC mentioned a growing tension among the top rankers, presuming a massive fight would erupt if a traitor were exposed. For this very reason, he'd given up the rewards, but he never imagined it would escalate to this level of chaos. So, the MC approached the Paladin and inquired, "Could you tell me a bit about the Inquisitor?" She replied that he had always been that way, especially since they first entered the tower. Religion was a huge problem back then, and the various factions were constantly warring with each other. It was precisely at that point when the Inquisitor appeared and massacred everyone. The MC remembered that, in his past life, the religious groups had, in fact, reached a peaceful agreement, but it was probably just the media covering for them. The Inquisitor then confessed he regretted his judgment, and knew that what was unfolding was a direct consequence of his actions. But to halt all this fighting, he needed the MC to implore the Sword Saint to cease the battle. The MC tried to capture the Sword Saint's attention, suggesting they resolve this conflict through dialogue. He was asking in the name of his granddaughter, adding that if she ever entered the tower, he would surely meet her. Thus, he couldn't ignore the words of his future great-grandson. The Sword Saint declared he still hadn't forgiven them, and wouldn't stop this fight just because he heard the MC. However, he realized that once they crossed swords, he could kill them at any moment. So once they found the traitor, he would absolutely kill him immediately. The MC continued, saying he could kill him later, then began to implore everyone to calm down, because, as long as they didn't know who the traitor was, they might never uncover them. However, this wasn't the most crucial detail. They could still resolve this crisis, without ever finding the culprit. The Paladin questioned the MC on how that was possible. After all, whoever chose the Demon King's reward aimed to eliminate all of them. But the MC urged them to look closer at the quest details themselves. According to him, the Demon King's core was on the 20th floor, and that's precisely why they shouldn't focus on the traitor. The traitor would probably be consumed by fear, or perhaps the system itself had forcibly created one to achieve its own objectives. If they got rid of him, the rewards would also vanish. So it was a very simple and easy problem to solve. They just needed to climb the tower and shatter the Demon King's core. When the MC finally opened the door, the sound of rain filled the air. But this wasn't ordinary rain. It seemed to be similar to blood. The soldiers, seeing this crimson downpour, began to sink into despair. No one understood what was unfolding. However, the MC calmly walked among them and broke the glass. That rain was the direct result of the Demon King's manifestation. At that instant he began to speak, questioning if the Empire truly believed they could defeat him by sending mere mortals from another world against him. They could even send more if they wished, but they were still just humans, therefore flawed beings, and those who don't see humans as humans shall be swallowed by their own wickedness. The system gave them the mission, and in summary, they had to stop the Demon King or make him retreat, or taking advantage of his weakened form. Now I ask you, how on earth was that a weakened form? Faced with the daunting mission objective, and such a monstrous foe before them, they began to seriously wonder if completing the mission was truly possible. The MC quickly told them to calm down. He explained that the tower never gave missions they couldn't complete, and they weren't just ordinary hunters either. For example, Viper was the chief of the Royal Guard, so he needed to trust them because this stage couldn't be cleared with just the hunter's powers. That's why he had to treat the NPCs as if they were real, and guide them strategically into battle. As commanders, they had to act like commanders. Since the Paladin was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they needed to find the Emperor, because an army without its leader nearby would have its morale utterly crushed. As for the Inquisitor, the MC didn't particularly like him, but it wasn't the time for conflict. Unlike the MC, the Inquisitor said he liked him much more now. However, the MC simply stated that the soldiers were right in front of the castle walls, so the Inquisitor should control them on his own. And no matter what happened, he had to defend the castle walls, because if their defenses fell, the stage would be instantly over. The Inquisitor declared he would protect them with his own life. Thus, everyone went to their respective positions, and, since the top 10 had already received their rewards, the other hunters were able to enter the floor. Cutting to another scene, the Black Witch approached the MC, and he questioned how she had reached him so quickly. She replied that it was her unique skill, called teleportation, which allowed her to teleport anywhere within her field of vision. Obviously, such an overpowered skill simply had to be copied, and even the ghost agreed that the MC could use his hack to steal this ability. However, continuing the conversation, the MC questioned what she was doing there, instead of going to the castle walls. She replied that she obviously came to take him with her. Because the MC wielded a sword, all the NPCs on the 11th floor couldn't help but admire him whether they liked it or not. They desperately needed to boost the army's morale. That's why the person the soldiers needed most right now wasn't her, but the MC himself. Suddenly, she extended her hand toward the MC, stating he needed to verbally consent to teleport with her. This was, she explained, a restriction of her skill. The MC asked if it was truly alright for her to reveal her skill's restriction, as it could easily be used as a trump card, but she simply replied that she was currently the Empire's Chancellor, and there was nothing strange about a Chancellor using her trump cards to protect her nation. So the MC consented, and they were instantly teleported to the castle wall. Seeing the soldiers' desperate state, the MC realized something crucial. NPCs were distinct beings from real people, and even if they were just illusions, their fear was undeniably real. The Black Witch told the MC to pay close attention to what she was about to do, as she couldn't simply retreat now, after only showing her malevolent side, nor had she become the master of the Black Dragon Guild for nothing. At that very moment, she commanded the soldiers' attention, and began to declare that they must gather their strength, for they were the Empire's one true wall. Looking at her, the soldiers began to feel a genuine ray of hope. She continued, saying that as long as they stood firm, the Empire would not fall. Suddenly, she grabbed the MC's arm and dramatically raised it. At that very moment, the holy sword began to shine, and the torrential rain, for a brief moment, stopped falling. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Do you remember this? The MC was killed by the general on the 11th floor, and since he was now E-ranked, he would receive a penalty for using the skill. No one knew why, when, or how it happened. However, when he appeared, the red rain began to fall, and blood-red rain fell, covering the ground, and with every nation that fell, humanity's territory began to shrink, and humanity's history grew shorter and shorter. Each time the Empire's territory vanished, only the rain fell, relentless and unending, an incessant rain, resembling blood itself, and this was the root of everyone's despair. Royal historians solemnly dipped their ornate quills. Accepting their fate, they began to write, and thus humanity was extinguished by its own hand. The master of nightmares, king of all demonic creatures, historians named him the Demon King. When that intense glow appeared above the castle walls, people began to feel a ray of hope, believing the goddess herself was protecting them. But that was wrong. It wasn't such a mighty power, and the rain only stopped where the light of the holy sword reached. However, sometimes even small things are enough, and for humans who had nothing, this was anything but small. It was already enough to rekindle their strength. Initially, the reason there were no NPCs in the royal chamber was because each of the dignitaries had abandoned the Empire, and it was probably for this reason that the tower chose the Empire as its stage, just like the abandoned children in the mansion. On the 10th floor, at that very moment, the Black Witch finished her speech and questioned the MC why he was looking at her that way. Was her Ukrainian speech really that bad for him? She said her old country was full of communists, and while she didn't like them much, they were great at making speeches, so she picked up a few things here and there. And the MC didn't understand what she meant by that, but it was probably a joke. She asked the MC what he was going to do now, as they needed to protect the castle walls. Well, the Black Witch's S-rank ability was called teleportation, so he could simply teleport near the Demon King immediately, but they would instantly be surrounded by monsters. So the MC told her they needed to create a situation where he would be in isolated combat against the Demon King, and therefore, while the NPCs were resisting, they should gather the hunters, because at least with their help, they shouldn't be massacred. Returning to the previous topic, he asked her to transport him directly to the Demon King. She questioned if he was perhaps trying to commit suicide. Well, it was fair for her to justify herself and have those doubts. However, the MC planned to win, as he also had an ace up his sleeve, the black which merely said, she hoped, his sword was sharp enough to pierce the boss. At that moment the Demon King began to speak, saying that the goddess enjoyed fun games, but wasn't it pathetic to be called a final combat light? What good would it be for those who wouldn't even live to see tomorrow? Since he wanted so much to show his own light, he would give them a taste of his light. In that instant the Demon King attacked, defeating several soldiers instantly, while others were gravely wounded. Amidst this attack one of them ended up being killed. The black which remembered that both the Sword Saint, the Inquisitor, and Viper should be on their way with their troops, and the Paladin was probably looking for the Emperor, as the MC had requested, so the only person remaining was the Countess. In the end she wasn't the traitor either. However, this was concerning, as the Countess was the only one who had connections from the tower to the outside world. But the black which said they had no time for lamenting, because they should focus on what was before them. Looking at the map, the MC realized that the demonic army had changed formation, and were probably attempting a charge. In that instant, they teleported to the front line of battle. Arriving there, the ghost wanted to tell the MC something, that from that moment on a new training would begin, and he needed to endure for at least a minimum of 30 seconds. To win that war, he knew he had to become the people's ultimate hope. He just needed to show them, no matter how long it took, that he could hold off the monsters all by himself. No one becomes a hero by simply living 30 years, but when everyone desperately needs 30 seconds, giving them those crucial moments is what truly forges a hero. That's precisely why he had to become one. The ghost wanted to teach the MC a few critical lessons once he reached the 20th floor. But first it was time for a little practice. He should pivot his back foot, plant his front foot firmly on the ground, and calmly gaze forward. He noticed two goblins standing directly in front of him, and the ghost added that in any fight, what truly matters isn't an absolute second, but rather a relative second. That's why he should use his sword to blind them, and snatch that precious second away. In that very moment, the MC's sword moved faster than that single second, and in that instant, what everyone truly needed was a real hero. So, the MC swiftly cut down one foe after another. He was so incredibly fast that before one goblin's head even hit the ground, he was already slaying the next. This was the true symphony of the sword, his movements flowing like a powerful melody. A low note prepared the ground for a high note, and he seamlessly connected one with the other. His sword was a continuous, unstoppable flow, and since the MC was a novice, he absolutely needed to claim that 1 second no matter what. That's why he couldn't afford to lose control of time. After killing one, he immediately had to find the next target. He had to live every single second to the fullest, and he wouldn't truly be living if he merely let time flow, because one only truly lives when dedicating something precious to time itself. All this frenetic killing he had just done had only lasted a mere 10 seconds. In that instant, the MC began to question something profound. Why did the tower grant an X-rank ability to someone like him? It wouldn't be a problem if it were given to a great saint, or even just a normal, average person. But among everyone, why was it handed to a psychopath? Or perhaps the tower deemed it an insurmountable challenge for anyone but the Flame Emperor himself. Did one truly need to become like him to reach the top? But our MC wouldn't stand for that. He'd clear the 20th floor, in the Flame Emperor's stead, the 30th, the 50th, and even the 100th. He would prove to everyone that killing him was no mistake. Just then, our MC leveled up to rank D. As he advanced fiercely towards the monsters, the Sword Saint moved right alongside him, annihilating all the goblins in their path. He tried to say something to our MC, but his words were completely unintelligible. However, he paused and repeated himself, declaring the attack had been nothing short of fantastic. He then introduced himself as Marcus Callenberry. This marked the second time a rank 1 hunter had revealed their name to our MC. However, these were different names and different people entirely, and this is precisely why he could now do what he could never have accomplished in the past: proudly declare his own name to others. Thus, the rank 1 hunter Sword Saint, chief of the Egan Empire Knights, re-entered the fray. At that very moment, even more people arrived. They were the knights led by the Inquisitor, and another one of them immediately joined the battle. But then, our MC noticed everything around him had fallen utterly silent. Only one thought consumed his mind: to move forward. He was completely focused on the battle and nothing else. Even Viper, who was diligently following him, noticed his absolute concentration. Then, the only thing he said was his name, Liao Fan, and he declared he would protect our MC, as he was the rising star. At that very moment, the Demon King began to speak, asking if they truly believed they had any time. The goddess was incredibly weak, and now who would they rely on? Perhaps their own existence? And if so, he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. When he attacked, the Black Witch stepped forward, and bravely repelled his attacks with her mystical mirror, diminishing their force, while Viper and the Sword Saint successfully managed to halt the assault. Just then, the Black Witch called out to our hero, pleading for him to take her hand. But he vividly remembered something crucial, that everything unfolding would soon simply vanish, as no one would recall a single thing that had occurred. Just because they wouldn't remember it all, didn't mean these events would truly disappear. This is how someone who perished on the first floor, and a spirit who fell on the 99th floor, managed to return to that very spot. Nothing would have truly been resolved. However, he would emerge a little stronger, and manage to do things just a little better. At that critical moment, they stood before the Demon King, who emphatically declared he'd made it crystal clear. There was a treacherous traitor within their ranks, yet they desperately clung to the trust they had, as if stitching together mere scraps of fabric. But mere scraps could never become a magnificent dress. In that exact instant, our hero released the Black Witch's hand, and, in his mind, he offered a silent apology. Perhaps, they wouldn't remember the exact events of today, but it would ultimately serve a much greater good. Well, now it was finally time for the second round. At this crucial moment, our hero had yet another thought. Why would the Tower of all things, after bestowing such immense power upon someone like Yusuha, grant such an incredible opportunity to someone utterly useless like him? Perhaps the tower was deeply disappointed with the attitudes so boldly displayed by the hunters? Perhaps the Flame Emperor used all his strength to clear the 10th floor, and perhaps the tower didn't truly consider that a disgrace. Each and every floor held a secret mission, and the 12th floor was absolutely no exception. The Demon King possessed 3 potent abilities that immediately caught our hero's attention, but he already knew precisely which one he would seize. The ghost then questioned if he was genuinely going to take that specific one, and our hero replied it would, at the very least, be useful, until they reached the dreaded 20th floor. The ghost naturally didn't understand a thing, but our hero undoubtedly had a cunning plan brewing. Then, our hero asked the ghost if he could just answer one thing. Did he know what the old man did every single day? The ghost immediately replied, yes, he meticulously plans the entire day, from the moment he wakes up, right up until he goes to sleep. The MC asks him to explain his full routine, since he'd need it for a certain task. After choosing his skill card, and now that he held a D rank, he ended up witnessing the Demon King's trauma. However, that nightmare is a story for another day. The MC went back 24 hours in time, reliving everything all over again. While the 11th floor wouldn't be a problem, on the 12th, where the Demon King appears, they'd all be embroiled in a deadly fight. The Black Witch questioned if the MC was alright, as he seemed quite strange. However, he just said he was feeling a little emotional, reflecting on being surrounded by amazing people, like them. Then, he boldly declared that he knew the situation on the 11th floor, and not just that, but its mission too. Hearing this, they immediately asked if he would share that information. The MC affirmed it was possible. However, there was one significant condition. There would be a moment when he would ask them for a favor, and they should heed that request. He couldn't say what it was yet, and it wasn't anything that involved someone's life or asking for money, and if they thought it was an impossible request, then they were free to reject it. The Inquisitor was the first to agree to the condition, and the Countess said that, from the moment he stated they could refuse the request, she accepted his terms completely. The MC, hearing their responses, knew the initial step was complete, and with that, the 11th floor became significantly easier to clear. At that moment, the MC caught the Paladin's attention, and asked if she could take a walk with him, as he had something important to ask her. it would be quick 30 minutes at most. As they walked, everyone was talking about who cleared the 10th floor, but this was no longer important to the MC, because the old man was hot on his heels. The ghost warned the MC not to look back, since the old man possessed near-perfect stealth. Even if he tried, he wouldn't be able to spot him. But the MC had a crucial realization. In his previous attempt, it would have been too late to try and resolve things with the Sword Saint. He realized this on the 12th floor. He absolutely had to resolve this misunderstanding before ascending further up the tower. This was because the Sword Saint had an incredibly complicated relationship with the guild masters, and if he pointed his sword at the MC would automatically become an enemy of all guild masters. Then what if a traitor was added to the mix? The paladin questioned the MC, how would that turn out? Asking where they were headed, he simply replied that he had a shop he wanted to show her. But in reality, what the MC had been doing all along was subtly provoking the Sword Saint. He'd been deliberately luring him, using crucial information from the ghost, and the Sword Saint began following him. As soon as he spotted him, of course, the paladin knew nothing of this scheme. The MC then started talking about the shop he was bringing her to, managed by an unknown yet incredibly skilled pharmacist, who would surely become famous in the future if she just received some recognition. That's why he wanted her help with the business. She immediately questioned if this was true, and the MC realized she'd activated her ability. He simply stated he was trying to get her help, and was certain that this would likely be perceived as true by her unique ability. A little later, they finally arrived at the shop. The girl then asked who the person next to the MC was. He simply replied, she's the vice captain of the civil militia, or perhaps better known as the paladin. The girl instantly became desperate, since the MC had brought someone so important to a humble shop like hers, and quickly knelt. Believing it was some kind of drug bust, she immediately declared that she had never once touched any kind of drug, or created any harmful medicine. The paladin had likely activated her ability again, and was utterly bewildered because every word was true. The MC then approached the girl, telling her to settle down and relax, since he was the one who'd brought her here. The girl questioned why he'd done such a thing, but the MC explained that despite her immense talent, she had no work, and for that very reason, he wanted to introduce her to the paladin, so she could get some sample potions. Hearing these words, she became absolutely thrilled, exclaiming that the MC was an absolute angel. However, at that very moment, another customer unexpectedly arrived, and the first thing the old man declared was this. With the sole exception of the MC, he wanted both girls to immediately leave, as he desired a private conversation with him. The paladin questioned if the Sword Saint wasn't being overly aggressive. However, the Sword Saint commanded her to leave at once. Nevertheless, the paladin added that if he truly lost his memory, due to age, his reputation wasn't what it once was. She also boldly declared that the MC had just joined all 5 great guilds, and if she suffered any attack, it would be a direct declaration of war against them. She continued by explaining that she'd received several complaints about some human hunts the Sword Saint had carried out, and the civil militia hadn't had time to intervene in his personal execution of justice. However, the story changes if it happens right in front of her. The old man questioned if she truly thought she could stop him, and she boldly replied that she couldn't, but she would fight him nonetheless, and would even die if it came to that point. If she were to die by his hands, he would end up becoming the notorious murderer who killed an innocent person. Now, this was a weakness MC Gongja discovered during his past life. The Sword Saint was surprisingly vulnerable to innocent people. That's why the MC brought the only guild leader who had never killed anyone, and by the Sword Saint's own moral standards, the paladin's kill count almost made her a living saint. Another key player was also present, and with both of them standing by, their combined presence felt like a cheat code because, while they lacked the sheer power to confront the Sword Saint, good people like them were the only ones who could truly stop him. In that exact moment, the Sword Saint sheathed his sword, and just like that, the second step was complete. The MC then called out to the Sword Saint, telling him he wanted to meet in the northern field. He declared he'd go alone and, if the old man wished to truly understand the kind of person he really was, he should appear there tomorrow. The girl questioned the paladin if the Sword Saint was indeed known as a demonic assassin. She clarified it wasn't common knowledge. However, among the leaders of the 5 guilds, at least, they apparently knew something about it. The Sword Saint, it seemed, had lost his daughter and son-in-law to a heinous assassin, yet the specifics were unknown, as the old man rarely spoke of it, and for that, he harbored a burning rage against all assassins. Well, the paladin then snapped back to reality, realizing she'd lost the thread of their conversation, and inquired about the price of their potions, because if they were overly expensive, the civil militia simply couldn't afford them, since they operated on a tight budget. Come the very next day, everyone was buzzing with anticipation for the 11th floor's opening, and the atmosphere mirrored the events of his past life, with only a few key differences. The Sword Saint observed that the MC had indeed gone alone before questioning if he felt confident enough to face him solo, or if he was simply proud of his skills. After all the murders he'd committed, the ghost inquired if Gongja was doing all right, and he admitted his heart was beating a bit fast. The MC revealed to the Sword Saint that he knew exactly why he so desperately wanted to kill him, claiming the reason was his skill, detective's eye. The old man demanded how he knew that, but the MC urged him to trust what he was about to say. Earning someone's trust was an incredibly difficult task, because everyone possessed their own stubbornness, and the Sword Saint's was tied to his skill. The MC was about to try and sway the Sword Saint, to deny the entire life he had lived. Now this was incredibly difficult, but he would have to bet his very life on it. Then the MC revealed to the Sword Saint that he was, in fact, a prophet or something very similar to one. And thanks to this knowledge, he discovered that the Sword Saint possessed the skill, detective's eye. If he hadn't said anything, the Sword Saint would try to kill him, just as he finished asking why he deserved to die. And then, the MC would tell him that, according to his skill, the number on his head was 4093. To prove this, the Sword Saint asked the MC to guess how many fingers he had on his hands. But Gongja already knew he would do that, and in fact he had expected it. At that very moment he killed himself, and returned 24 hours into the past. He said he would try to prove it to him. He affirmed, stating that guessing how many fingers he had on his hands wouldn't be difficult for a true prophet. Therefore he should trust what he was saying, as killing him there would be child's play. However, without his help, completing the 12th floor would be impossible. However, the old man said that he probably had a mind-reading ability. The MC killed himself again, knowing that wasn't enough. He knew it wouldn't be easy to persuade anyone, especially an old man, who had become a master of his craft. But it was all right, as he could test him as many times as he wanted. No matter how long it took, he would eventually persuade him, since his death was longer than his life. Then the MC arrived at his answer, saying that he didn't need the Sword Saint to spare him forever. He would need 5 days, and within those 5 days, the Sword Saint could observe him on his own, and judge with his own eyes whether he deserved to die or not. It didn't seem like the Sword Saint believed his words, yet Gongja had an ace up his sleeve. He said that the Sword Saint from a distant future told him that he would prove he was a true prophet. His only reply was, Sword Emperor. He then elaborated, admitting he didn't know whose nickname it was, but his future self had instructed him that he only needed to utter that name to him, and that would be sufficient once more. The Sword Saint, however, questioned if he truly only wanted 5 days. If that were the case, he would pursue him for the next 5 days, observing him closely at all times, analyzing his every word and behavior. Only after that would he personally judge whether the MC deserved to live or die. The MC thanked him from the bottom of his heart, realizing what he had truly achieved. He had struck a deal with the guild leaders, and, at least for now, the Sword Saint trusted him. Thus, he had met all the necessary conditions to prevent unnecessary deaths. Upon arriving on the 12th floor, the beginning felt eerily similar to last time. However, something was profoundly different. All the leaders were far more united, and as a direct result, their subordinates were more battle-ready than ever. The fight was proceeding efficiently and safely. The ghost then asked the MC if he was truly okay with this, since he wouldn't even be noticed this way, adding that Gongja was quite the attention seeker. If he kept standing still like that, he wouldn't get any attention at all. However, the MC calmly replied that it wasn't bad either. Meanwhile, as the MC spoke with the ghost, someone was watching. Gongja quickly turned around, demanding, "What are you doing here?" The Sword Saint simply replied that he was observing, because, as he had stated before, he would be watching him for the next 5 days. The MC then questioned if he truly planned to watch him 24 hours a day. The Sword Saint coolly replied that was his full intention. And just as the MC was about to point out that, if he didn't join the battle, he wouldn't get any contributions, the Sword Saint instantly annihilated a horde of monsters, stating he wouldn't forget to wield his sword. When the MC tried to approach the Black Witch, her subordinate immediately stopped him. The Black Witch said she was a bit busy, and asked if he could summarize everything quickly. He wanted to explain everything in just 30 seconds. The MC revealed that his reward from the 10th floor was a minimap capable of showing both allies and enemies across the battlefield. She quickly approached him, saying he should have mentioned that sooner, and demanded to know where the boss was, as they were rapidly running out of time. She asked for his verbal consent to use his teleport ability to teleport directly to the boss, and just like that, they arrived at the front line. With a second teleport, he was already positioned right on top of the boss. The MC leaped, splitting it clean in half. From then on, everything unfolded exactly the same way. As in the previous cycle, the goblins began to retreat, and the hunters mowed them down. However, one crucial thing had changed. The Black Witch was absolutely delighted. They had managed to defeat the boss so quickly, and probably fewer than 30 people had died. Seeing this, the MC was utterly shocked. Perhaps, the reason she seemed so sensitive in the last cycle was because so many hunters had died at the very beginning, and now she was celebrating because the casualties were so few. Gangja noted that she was a very straightforward person, as she became happy or sad, depending solely on the number of people who died. The MC told her to relax. She was getting too excited, but she replied that no previous floor had ever been cleared, with so few deaths. That's why she was so proud. She added that he could have simply monopolized the reward from the previous floor, and if he hadn't shared the information, many more deaths could have occurred. That's why she was so happy that someone like him would become a new hero. The MC noted that being idolized or envied by normal people was great, but it was nothing compared to receiving true recognition from these people. In his mind, perhaps they couldn't claim to be the best, but they were the ones who had every right to say they tried their absolute hardest. The Sword Saint and the Black Dragon Master were undeniably people who were giving their all in their lives. He wanted to live a life. He was recognized by these people and felt compelled to protect them. The MC didn't want them falling into the Demon King's clutches, and for that reason, he wouldn't disrespect these hard-working people. Unlike the Flame Emperor, he wouldn't just stand by and watch, or resort to deceptive schemes. He wanted to truly recognize them, and be sincerely recognized in return. Even if it seemed an impossible dream, that's how he chose to live. At that very moment, the Black Witch concluded that, if they continued at this pace, reaching the 20th floor would be incredibly easy. As she'd predicted, they'd lose at least 5,000 people on that floor. However, her calculations were wrong, because if the MC left them alone, they'd suffer a great loss on the 12th floor. More specifically, they'd lose the only person capable of communicating with the outside world. And if that happened, they'd lose 50,000 people, or even 500,000. That's why the MC would carry them. When the Inquisitor began to approach, Gongja asked them to wait a moment, then declared he had something to say to everyone. As he said this, the Sword Saint merely observed, and the MC was clearly pleased by it. He reminded them of the promise he had made to them, and now asked them to hear his request. He asked for 5 days. They should do absolutely nothing for exactly 5 days. And if they did, he promised to clear all floors, from the 11th to the 20th. Within those 5 days, the Black Witch questioned the MC, "What do you mean? Wait 5 days? The MC said that was exactly what she'd heard, but she stated it was impossible, adding that they hadn't really taken long to clear the 11th floor. He had also cleared the 10th floor alone. Wasn't he being too overconfident? But the MC pleaded, saying that he had indeed cleared the 10th floor alone, yet he had shared the rewards and benefits he received, all derived from his intel on the 11th floor. This included the boss's precise location. This wasn't just a personal win for him, it benefited everyone involved. Because of this, he earned the right to request a favor. His favor, he asked them to wait for 5 days, regardless of whether he successfully cleared the 20th floor or not. That was his sole request from them. Meanwhile, the MC was locked in an internal struggle, a battle between himself and the Demon King. He realized the boss seemed somewhat desperate, because the hunters weren't fighting among themselves. The Demon King kept insisting he wanted to give the MC a reward, and that the MC could refuse if he didn't want it. However, the Inquisitor declared it was a very simple problem. The MC had shared crucial information on how to clear the 11th floor, and the only thing he asked in return was for them to listen to his requests and agree to them provided they weren't impossible. Staying put for 5 days, doing nothing wasn't simple, especially since the media would cause an uproar. But it was definitely not an impossible request. For that reason he approved. The Black Witch agreed, saying it truly wasn't impossible. The Inquisitor added, "A promise is a promise, so they should keep it." The Black Witch conceded, and soon after the other leaders also agreed. Now as for the Sword Saint, he stated he had never agreed to that promise. His only promise to the MC was to watch over him for the next 5 days. Therefore, he had no reason to listen to his requests. So if the MC was heading to the 20th floor, he would follow just as he had promised. The MC intended to kill the Demon King, but it wouldn't be a problem if the old man was by his side. The MC then bid farewell to everyone, saying he'd see them in 5 days. However, when he opened the gate, he realized everyone around him was frozen. The MC thought the reason was because he hadn't accepted the quest yet, or rather he simply hadn't picked a side. Take, for example, the 11th floor. They received the quest the moment they stepped in. So that should be the normal quest progression, right? But they had been in limbo for ages, at the beginning of the 12th floor. And why on earth did it take an absolute eternity before they finally received the reward? And the quest? Well, the quest only started once. Everyone had chosen their positions, which meant if they didn't choose a side, the quest wouldn't start. Plain and simple. The demonic army's invasion wouldn't even happen, and the Empire's army wouldn't be against them either. And now, hypothetically speaking, what would happen if the Demon King died in that state? Or more precisely, what if our MC killed the boss, even before the quest even began? Simple. No one could choose the Demon King's reward. Thus, there would be no traitor, and the Demon King would be annihilated before he could do anything at all. Shortly after that, the Demon King himself appeared, and demanded how our MC had such audacity. He should be following the steps correctly, and choosing a side he wanted to defend. However, our MC had already made a decision. He wanted to kill him even before the quest had begun. Thus, no hunter or Empire citizen would die. In other words, that was a happy ending, without any sacrifice. At that moment, the Demon King grew even more furious, asking if the MC truly believed he could stop him alone, without the help of the goddess or the Empire. However, our MC didn't need any help, because in a world completely frozen in time, raising his sword like the hands of a clock, the 5 days he had mentioned earlier would stretch into an eternity. Now, for the curious among you out there, let's delve a bit into the Demon King's trauma. It was a rainy day when it first opened its eyes, and the first thing it did was attack a simple frog, and take its body for itself. Rain fell that day, but that entity simply wanted to live a little longer. But let's return to the battle. My little grasshoppers, Gongja ended up being killed. He marked his hand for every death. As each death occurred, the ghost declared that the Demon King's sword skills were utterly unremarkable. He merely swung his sword forcefully, back and forth. This meant our MC could dodge the attack, as long as he knew its trajectory, but he was still far too weak. Our MC was trapped in a temporal prison. Even if he managed to dodge the initial attack, in the next cycle, he would inevitably die from the subsequent one. our MC began to wonder, if he had progressed through the mission normally, how many soldiers would have died on the chaotic battlefield? For every fallen soldier, at least 20 years of life would be unlived and lost. 10 deaths meant 200 years. 100 meant 2,000 years. To reclaim all that lost time, our MC decided against choosing any position. To complete this mission, he had to prepare himself for an eternity of struggle. For some, that might be extremely exhausting, and perhaps even considered hell. But as our MC stated, a hero must slay a demon king. And now that he had become a hero, that was his sacred duty. He told the demon king he was the Empire's sword, and his sword could be considered a clock hand. To grant that world another second, he had to brandish it once more. He was simply a sword gaining another second. Yet the world trapped him in its 1 second. For him to live once more, for the tides to rise and touch the heavens, it was necessary to start with a single drop. For him to live in an eternity, he would have to live each second at a time. And so, he would live his life his own way. Gradually, results began to show. In one cycle, 40 people had died. In another, fewer than 30, and even as few as 20. Our MC was happy that his struggle against eternity was finally yielding results, so much so that the Demon King himself asked why he was smiling. To the Demon King, our MC was simply a madman who would soon die. However, he stated that no one would understand him. Yet, Gongja would never give up, and truly, why would he? Because his sword today was swifter than yesterday's, and would become even swifter by tomorrow. And why? Simply because he was alive. Then, the glorious day arrived. No one died, and with it, his desire to live just a little longer grew. However, this battle against the Demon King wasn't over yet. He could dodge most attacks easily, but there was always that one, the strongest attack. This time, however, he would give his absolute utmost to defend against it. At that very moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and the Demon King's attack simply ceased. The Black Witch approached our MC, and said she was too impatient to just stand by, after waiting for him for 5 whole days, which is why she followed him to see what he would do. The MC replied that he was simply playing the hero, and was having a very good feeling indeed. The Black Witch remarked that it was indeed a good feeling, as the most delicious prey is always the stolen one. The Demon King stated they were truly confident, and the MC apologized, as he had said he'd face him alone. But upon reflecting on tradition, heroes always team up to defeat the villain, so he was merely following tradition. At that very moment, the Demon King activated his subunit, and numerous monsters began to resurface. The Black Witch asked the Sword Saint to help them, since he'd just been standing there watching them battle, but they probably wouldn't be able to defeat so many monsters, so they should just get out of there. However, the MC said that everything was fine, and in that very instant, he activated the Demon King's very same ability. Let's rewind a bit to the Demon King's trauma. He was growing larger and larger, and each time he gained a new body, he also gained a new joy, the joy of slaughter. Obviously, he went after the girl with an incessant bloodlust, wondering where that aroma, that captivating scent was coming from. Each time he devoured his prey, it was as if he truly possessed them. He swallowed them whole, even their memories, and they became his own. Just then, the girl's father arrived, calling out her name, Stelly, telling her she shouldn't be running around, because her body was weak. The doctor had said she was sick, and shouldn't go out. However, the girl replied she thought she was cured. Indeed, that was the Demon King's first name. Turning back to the MC, he had activated his skill, and several skeletons began to appear. The MC began to explain that, at first, when he died to the Demon King, other skills he possessed caught his attention. For example, a technique to strengthen his aura would be great, or if he could summon lightning like the Demon King. But after thinking for a bit, he realized it had to be something different, a skill that summons those he had killed as monsters. Now comes the question, how many people has the MC killed? The ghost began to say that, counting the Flame Emperor and himself, it would be 2. Well, that would be a good thought. However, why does the Sword Saint's kill count show as if he had killed 4,000 people? In other words, there's another way to calculate the number of kills in the tower. And now, knowing that, how many people do you think the MC has killed? Or rather, those skulls standing before him were actually him. The Black Witch was surprised by the MC's skill, and said she understood why he had cleared the 10th floor alone, and asked them for that favor. However, the one most surprised by the situation was the Demon King, as he was seeing his own skill used against himself. The MC stated he wasn't keen on explaining how he achieved this. Hearing these words, the Demon King became furious. At that very moment, the MC called the Sword Saint's attention and urged him to fight alongside his skeletal army, because that was their only way to win. With the Black Witch's support, she could halt his onslaught, even if just for a fleeting moment. The MC then commanded his skeletons to charge. He plunged headfirst into a brutal battle. It was truly a fight to the death, because besides the Demon King, the Sword Saint, the MC, and the Black Witch, everyone else there was already a corpse, even if they lost their heads mid-battle. Witnessing this macabre scene, the Demon King began to ponder how this was even possible. A person from another world was wielding the exact same skill as him, and someone who had never truly lived in this world, with no malicious hatred for it. Why did he dare block his path? However, the MC declared it didn't matter where he originated from. The crucial point was that he was here now. Even if he didn't believe that was sufficient qualification, the boss shouldn't even think about messing with him, because the tower had recognized his rightful qualifications. From this day forward, his new title would be the King of Death. And here we are again, to unravel a bit more about this enigmatic Demon King. She never aged, her beauty perfectly preserved, day after captivating day. An intoxicating aroma wafted from her body, leaving people utterly mesmerized. They started calling her the Saint of the Frontier, and it was said she could cure any affliction. And people had absolute faith in her, desperately yearning to receive her blessing. Of course, everyone hung onto her every word, but even after residing for so long within a human body, she was still irresistibly drawn to the sweet, alluring scent of human beings. Even if it was just a tiny baby wrapped in rags, it smelled incredibly delicious to her. Happiness, a fleeting joy in that world. As she devoured the baby's flesh and bones, she absorbed the child's memories. To her, of course, she believed she was saving these children. And the most horrific part was that even the parents themselves couldn't comprehend what was truly transpiring, and thanked her from the depths of their hearts. Or rather, they thanked the Saint of the Frontier. Many people hailed her as a miracle worker, the true savior of the sick. She was their genuine deliverer. However, this phenomenon soon led to unforeseen consequences. Farmers and agricultural workers from neighboring lands, constantly subjected to abuse, began fleeing to the frontiers in search of this saint of salvation. Infuriated, the nobles dispatched all their soldiers, claiming she was a witch seducing their men away. Thus, they vowed to burn her village to the ground. Witnessing the horror unfold before her eyes, she was utterly devastated. The soldiers were slaughtering everyone she had ever saved. In that very instant, she declared that humans who couldn't recognize each other as fellow beings deserved to be devoured by their own malice. Pivoting to a different battle, the MC still couldn't evade the final attack. It was his constant demise. The MC's time reversal clock ability explicitly stated that its user retained their memories and skills. When traveling back in time, these skills were an integral part of what was preserved. This is precisely why the Sword Emperor, or Ghost, could share his memories with the MC, even after their temporal reset. This was because abilities were maintained exactly as they were at the precise moment of death, meaning even cooldowns were preserved. He spent day after day reviving and perishing, constantly battling the same relentless monsters. Every single time he reached the Demon King's final attack, the MC barely clung to life, but this time, having already died over 7 times, he finally managed to activate his 100 Ghosts ability, once again granting him a slight edge in the grueling battle. However, even with direct attacks from the MC, the Demon King proved incredibly resilient. The Ghost remarked that the MC was truly impressive, as he could repeat the summoning as many times as he desired. So, he advised the MC to hide for a week, then kill himself to reset time once more. He then added that, since the MC commanded several skeleton monsters, basically zombies, instead of being called the King of Death, he was more like the Zombie King. Despite all their efforts, the MC ended up dying. but there he was again, facing the Demon King. However, in this cycle, the Black Witch activated her strongest ability, attacking the Demon King with all her might. Of course, it dealt significant damage. However, the battle wasn't over yet, and since the MC knew the Demon King's movements, he was commanding both the Sword Saint and the Black Witch. The battle was unfolding perfectly and safely, almost like a premonition. Once again, the Demon King received a full-force attack, point-blank range. However, this attack revealed a bit of human skin, and the boss felt endangered, so the Demon King decided to retreat, and of course, seeing that was disappointing. The MC was in shock because after so many deaths, the only thing he managed to do was make him retreat. However, the system created a secret quest, and it wasn't just one, it had recreated all quests, from the 11th floor to the 20th. The secret quest the MC had received was called Warrior of the Still World, and its objective was simple. He would have to create a world without any victims. These people wouldn't know what he did, so he wouldn't receive recognition from those he saved. The system asked if he wanted to accept that quest. Since everything aligned for him, he obviously accepted. The system began searching for the Demon King's existence on the 12th floor, but he was no longer there. This caused an alteration in the timeline. That was the first time the MC had seen something like that, and even the ghost replied that he had never witnessed it either. However, looking back, they noticed the castle walls had changed, as the Empire's flags were gone. To get a better look, they went to the castle walls. The city, which had been shrouded in chaos and morbidity, suddenly seemed to burst with life. Then, the MC understood what that timeline alteration meant. It meant history had changed. If originally, the Empire had been attacked by the Demon King, it didn't matter if they won or lost. The attack itself vanished from existence. In this world, the Demon King's assault simply ceased to be. Without anyone knowing, or even paying attention, history itself had changed because of our MC. The city that once knew blood like rain was now bathed in the light of a joyful sunrise. Of course, this was incredibly gratifying. Just then, a shout echoed, questioning what the MC and the Black Witch were doing up so high. Were they enemies? The person shouting was the very same general who had received our MC on the 11th floor. The MC stated he knew him, knew his name, yet the general didn't recognize the MC at all. The fact he was shouting at him, as if to a complete stranger, meant he remembered nothing of what had transpired. At that very moment, the MC burst into laughter. He laughed loudly, a truly maniacal cackle. Then, infusing his voice with powerful aura, he declared that he had protected it all. He had protected the Empire, and kept his promise without any shame. For hundreds of days, the MC held the conviction that he wanted no more victims. And now, after hundreds of days, he had finally defeated the Demon King, and was damn proud of it. In the past, he'd lived like trash, envying others, laughing at them all, spending his days drinking just to seem cool. However, he had frozen those emotions and given up on his life. But today, he could stand confidently before the Black Witch, the Sword Saint, and even the entire world. Above all, he was proud of himself, because he had fulfilled the promise he made. In that very moment, the MC, he shouted to the general, telling him to take good care of the Empire. From now on, he should protect it alone. The ghost, seeing the MC shouting as if he were crazy, couldn't stop laughing himself. The MC told him to be quiet. Today was his day. Then he turned to the Black Witch, stating it was time to ascend to the 13th floor. But she just scoffed at him, saying that truly, none of the strongest hunters were actually normal. As they prepared to teleport, the Sword Saint declared that the very first entry was always guaranteed to the rank 1, so the MC could command the transfer for all of them. Of course, that was a huge honor for the MC. Upon their arrival on the 13th floor, the Demon King was already waiting for them. The MC immediately prepared for battle. However, the ghost noticed something was seriously wrong. It seemed the Demon King was significantly weaker than before. Was it because he'd suffered that blow from the witch? He was obviously injured, but it wasn't a physical injury. It was almost as if his level had drastically dropped. Compared to when he was on the 12th floor, he was like an SSS rank Goblin King. But now, he seemed like a common Goblin King, who had lost his SSS rank status. His strength was similar to that of the Goblin King. The MC faced back on the 5th floor. This was incredibly strange because normally, bosses get progressively stronger. As you ascend the tower, did the Black Witch's attack have some level decreasing effect? At that moment the tower tried to calculate the rewards for completing the 12th floor, but the system erred. The rewards would be delivered when the MC reached the 19th floor. For now, he would only receive the smallest of rewards. All maps from the 11th to the 20th floor would be opened. In short, it was an entire world map. Seeing that, the MC instantly understood why the Demon King was acting so strangely. Because the history of the Demon King's attack from the previous floor had completely vanished, and even things like shelters and refugees had utterly disappeared. Following this line of thought, where would the refugees come from now? Had they come from the Empire, or perhaps from the entire continent itself? The shelters and refugees where these people had stayed completely vanished as a consequence. It wasn't just the Empire's history that had changed, but that of the entire continent itself. For those who might have missed it, the MC revealed, it boiled down to this: he had returned to the time before the Demon King's devastating attacks. The MC explained to the ghost that his level had indeed decreased. He elaborated that there were voices hunters heard when they leveled up, signifying their growth. But for the phrase existence was more defined. It wasn't just for poetic flair. Perhaps the Demon King was a monster who had evolved by slaughtering many people, but his murders and hunts had all come to naught. Thus, his evolution was erased. That's precisely why that moment presented the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Suddenly, the Demon King began summoning his soldiers. The Sword Saint and the Black Witch, along with the MC, bravely fought against them. At that very instant, the MC proposed a bet to the ghost, asking him how many times he thought the MC would die before finally reaching the 19th floor. The ghost replied, it would take at least 100 deaths, but the MC countered, choosing 99. The ghost declared that was unfair, so, if he truly wanted to win this bet, he wouldn't offer any more help. After establishing those terms, it was let the games begin. In the very first cycle, the MC inquired if the Black Witch could do anything else against the zombies, and she said she was doing her absolute best, because she was the only one with area of effect damage, and asked if the MC couldn't utilize his monster summoning ability, like last time. However, he replied that he still needed 3 more coins to activate his ability. She didn't quite grasp it. The MC then instructed the Sword Saint to open the sarcophagus ahead, claiming something was inside. The Sword Saint questioned why he should comply, but the MC simply stated he was a prophet, so he should simply believe him. However, when the Sword Saint finally opened it, the MC ended up dying. In the very next cycle, he asked him to retrieve the axe from within the sarcophagus, but the Sword Saint sharply retorted, claiming he'd used a sword his entire life and shouldn't use any other weapon. But the MC clarified that the axe possessed a special area of effect power, perfect for quickly eliminating the zombies. Just as the MC was about to emphasize that they needed to trust his words, he perished once more, starting a new cycle. The zombies were no longer an issue, but then, a new monster emerged, a colossal cyclopean zombie. The Sword Saint vowed to swiftly deal with it, only to meet his end once more. In the next cycle, the Sword Saint repeated the same claim, but the MC intervened, and instructed the Black Witch to target its massive eye, dead center in its face. Her excitement immediately flared, eager to burst it, but just then, they died, starting the subsequent cycle. The MC could activate his ability once more, and declared he would handle the massive monster with his army of the undead. But he made a crucial request of the Black Witch. She mustn't aim for its eye. She was absolutely shocked as the giant's eye seemed to be practically begging for a shot. It was almost a glowing target, practically begging for a hit. She wanted to protest further, but the Sword Saint ordered her to follow his command, since the MC claimed the mantle of a prophet. Thus, the Black Witch reluctantly declared she would hold back her power as much as possible to avoid striking that eye. Shortly after, they managed to defeat the colossal zombie, forcing the Demon King to retreat back to the 14th floor just like before. the narrative began to truly shift. Now, it was time to clear the upper floors, and to avoid the tedious hit and rewind loop, they repeated the process, floor by floor, 15th, 16th, and 17th. And thus, the Demon King's narrative was steadily regressing. It reached a point where he could barely be called a true Demon King. Then the MC approached him, stating he could finally see into his eyes, because after all this time, he could truly see deep within him, the Demon King and the warrior battling him. He couldn't even make eye contact before a tragedy. Therefore, this time he had to fight with all his might. If he ran away again, how much weaker would he become next time? With all the strength he now possessed, the Demon King wouldn't be able to win. The Demon King began to question what he was even talking about, as he knew nothing of what had happened. At that very moment, the MC called him by his first name, which was Stelly. The MC had warned him that he should fight with everything he had, otherwise his time would be longer than his story. Well, let's finally conclude what the Demon King's trauma was about. People screamed that they had to burn the witch's nest, and everyone she had cared for would be treated as cursed monsters. For that reason, no one would leave alive. And why now? Because humans were burning each other? They said their majesties had ordered them killed. Had they sought an excuse to kill people? Even beings of other races supported this. But who were they? What gave them the right to burn other people? What had they done? They only wanted to care for their children and families and live a peaceful life. All those people who had treated her kindly were killed in the process. Those sick people who received her help were not spared. Why on earth did this happen? At that very moment, Stelly began to eat their ashes. Then, she began to declare that they were all born as humans, and knew the beauty of life. Why, even knowing the pain of shedding a tear, did they still do that? Seeing such a situation, how could she not call humans monsters? Just because of their judgment, they would be human, while those she saved would be considered monsters. Were they the only ones who deserved to live in that world? If that were the case, they should prove it to her. She cursed them all, because their wickedness made her this way. Thus the rain fell, so that no more villages could ever be burned. At that moment, the ghost tells the MC to wake up, because this isn't his hell to begin with. Returning to the intense battle on the 19th floor, the MC relentlessly battled the Demon King, forcing him into a steady retreat. His body was visibly shrinking, the water clinging to him began to dissipate, and even blood started to seep from him. Then the MC commanded him to retreat. He should return to his base on the 20th floor, which was the Demon King's own castle, as this was his preordained destiny. Unable to dispute this truth, he retreated. Thus, the intense battle on the 19th floor concluded. The MC humbly requested permission, if he could personally deliver the final blow to the Demon King. The Black Witch agreed, since she had already broken her promise to wait 5 days. The Sword Saint also agreed, as 5 days had passed since he began observing him. Once he completed the 20th floor, he should meet him. The MC thanked both of them, and proceeded to the 20th floor. Upon his arrival, only a small, diminished body lay before him. At that very moment, the system was calculating the rewards Gongchao would receive, and his powers were being readjusted. As a reward, he received the limited powers of an apostle. With this, he could strengthen any of his abilities that weren't already rank X. It was unknown why or who had built the tower. However, now, the MC could begin to guess what kind of entity the tower truly was. It was like a guardian of his decisions, making the MC recall the crucial choice he had made. Then, he declared to the Demon King that her end had finally come. But she retorted that the village was hers, and he shouldn't dare destroy her paradise. In her mind, she still remembered those searing burn marks, and all those destructive flames. She questioned if the MC was truly going there, to burn her paradise to the ground. This was the lowest stage of the world, with the weakest boss of all. The MC didn't even bother to dodge her attacks. The situation had now drastically changed on the 12th floor. The Demon King launched an assault, with the MC barely holding their ground. But now, who was truly attacking, and who was defending had completely reversed. The Demon King shrieked for the MC to die, but he simply retorted. Such a word held no meaning for one such as him. In that instant, he cleaved the Demon King in half, then pressed his relentless attack. declaring she had grown increasingly weaker. With each brutal strike, the Demon King's power waned, until her very title was violently stripped away, leaving her a mere normal human once more. The MC confirmed she had indeed grown much weaker, and she pleaded with him not to approach. But Gongja simply stated that, if she truly wished him not to approach, she should use a blade, not just her words. Otherwise, he would relentlessly press onward. Suddenly, she declared she was justified in all her actions. However, the MC countered that she was mistaken, and as he had previously stated, the MC was an outsider, a foreigner from another world. The king, the emperor, and all their military forces had united to raise her village, and no one on that entire continent was absolved of that responsibility. But the MC bore no responsibility for it. He was a complete, uninvolved outsider. As a hunter, he was truly free from that burden. Yet now, she claimed she had done nothing wrong? Estelle was likely just as terrified as she felt now. She screamed for her father, desperately pleading for help. And what did he do to a child like her then? He utterly consumed her, then posed as a benevolent savior to all, which is precisely why people trusted her. She had hidden the truth, swallowed a child, and completely assumed Estelle's form, remaining silent, fearing she'd be misunderstood, and terrified of being labeled a monster. However, she shrieked back that she simply didn't know, claiming no memory or knowledge of humans, and thus didn't understand what that truly meant. The MC asked, confirming if she was saying she did it merely because she didn't know, and she confirmed it, stating if she had known, she would have never done such a thing. But the MC retorted, this is precisely how humans acted, like the kings she killed while she was the Demon King. Perhaps she should have given them the same excuse. Of course, some likely lied, just trying to get away with it. And yet, how could she even be sure they were all the same? Did those soldiers truly act on their own when they attacked the village? And couldn't the people who'd fled, after losing their territory, use the same "I didn't know" excuse? In this world, the only justice the MC recognized was retribution. And if he still believed that what she swallowed, and later expelled, was still human, then, to be fair to them, she should go through the same thing he did. At that very moment, the MC claimed his reward. He already knew which skill he wanted to evolve. He could evolve an SS rank skill to SSS rank. But the MC didn't just want to evolve the skill. He wanted to alter it. He only wanted to change one part, that the dead he revived would not inherit their memories and past lives. That's why he wanted the summoned beings to retain their memories only when he wished. This was a reasonable request, as he wasn't asking for a cooldown reduction or anything like that. The tower accepted these conditions. After that, it was time to kill the Demon King. If she didn't like the word kill, she should just think the MC was swallowing her, just as she had done with others, just as she did with Estelle and the other sick people. He would save her the same way she saved others. The MC was relieved she was still human, because if not, how could she use her ghost summoning skill? Then she tried to attack the MC, but he easily dodged. The ghost commented her posture was all clumsy. She was simply running and swinging her sword, and not even looking forward, which couldn't even be considered swordsmanship. That's why the MC should end this quickly. Then the Demon King fell to her knees, and the MC recalled what the Demon King had said. He who sows death will, in the end, meet death. However, as Gongja was about to deliver the final blow, the ghost halted his hand, warning him not to kill her just yet, as he seemed far too certain of his decision. Let's say, the MC was convinced she wasn't a monster anymore, but now truly human just like him. However, since she was an NPC, could his skill even summon her? What if the tower didn't view her as human, and he had mistakenly killed her? Could he live with that immense burden on his soul? But the MC declared, NPCs are people too. The ghost countered, saying perhaps that wasn't how the tower saw things. So the MC called out to the tower, demanding if his skill could apply to NPCs, or only to hunters like himself. However, his question was rejected, and this matter was beyond the tower's direct authority. It recognized his inquiry as an official matter, and therefore, the tower would request a higher conference. with the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives. The 6 constellations of 10,000 lives. The MC questions what this all means, utterly bewildered by the turn of events, as he was apparently taken to the director's chamber. You're asking far too many questions. My friend, you are asking far too many questions. This is going to end badly. Then, several mysterious butterflies begin to surround him. He opens his eyes, seeing where he is, and then remembers. It's the very same ability selection room. So he demands, why me? And the system confirms the participants. The constellation, author of all operas, is participating, along with the lady who walks in the mirage, the moon who contemplates blindness, and the one who created legislations. Zhangja thinks he can't see anything, but he can definitely feel something. And the god who dances from the void also appears. He notices incredibly oppressive presences there, and the tower confirms that the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives are indeed participating, and the issue of the tower's temporary apostle, the king of death, is being presented. The tower asks, so, if the 100 ghost reincarnation ability can apply to NPCs, and if they agree it does, they have to confirm. If they disagree, they must decline. And then, all these constellations start conversing among themselves in their own secret language. The MC, seeing this, starts to panic. Suddenly, they reach a consensus, and Ganja suddenly remembers the languages of all beings in the tower are translated so he can understand them. But these guys are different. They're not beings of the tower. These are beings who can't even be compared to the Demon King. They might even be the very creators of this tower. Then the tower declares that the vote on the current issue is beginning, and the 6th constellation, the author of all operas, votes against. The 5th and 4th vote in favor. The 3rd votes against the MC, and the 2nd simply abstains. So that's 2 votes against, 2 in favor, and 1 abstention. The beings who have the ultimate authority to decide on his reincarnation ability end up not reaching a conclusion after the vote, and he questions why, until he realizes one of them hasn't even voted yet, a being who didn't need to show up there, because he was already there from the very beginning, the being who knew absolutely everything, the Tower Master. And Gangja argues, he thinks voting in favor is absolutely the right thing to do, because if NPCs aren't included in the ability, then how did the Demon King manage to summon so many monsters? And all the people of the Empire killed by the Demon King were NPCs. Of course, he knows they're worried. They're worried he'll start killing NPCs randomly just to use them as pets. But he's sure he's more than sufficiently demonstrated the kind of person he truly is. And he's not the type of person who would ever do that. He even vows he won't live that way in the future. And so, the tower states he did quite well, but also warns it's complicated, urging the King of Death to speak from his heart, not just his head. And with that, he declares the Demon King his personal prey, and absolutely his to claim, so no one dares lay a finger on him. With that, the first constellation, Master of 1,000 Lives, casts their vote in favor. The vote wraps up with 3 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. NPCs are now included in the King of Death's reincarnation ability, and the King of Death's temporary apostle authority is revoked. The conference ends with the tower once again wishing him good fortune. Then, upon his return, the Emperor incessantly calls out to him, asking if he's hurt. He wonders why he doesn't ask the tower that. Then he calls out again, asking if he's listening. The MC replies that it feels like he just blinked, yet an eternity has passed simultaneously. So he turns to the Sword Emperor, asking if he saw or heard anything. He reveals the tower summoned him to the Void World, something about 10,000 lives, or a constellation he's not quite sure. He says that then, a being like the Tower Master appeared and laughed, asking if he knows nothing. The Emperor, clearly clueless, doesn't know what's going on, apologizing profusely. He thinks he provoked the MC too much, practically turning him into a zombie. He promises to provoke him with moderation from now on, telling him to go back to his usual self. Gongja is stunned the Emperor doesn't know, and even the legend who reached the 99th floor of the Otherworld's tower, is unaware of this. He questions who he just met, but then thinks he needs to stay calm, because even though he still doesn't know many things, he is now certain of some crucial ones. Meanwhile, Stelly continues to plead with him to wait, and the MC declares that he will now deliver the final blow to his prey. Once he reaches the 100th floor, he will know everything. The Emperor then asks if he'll truly kill her. Doubts arose, if consulting the tower first wouldn't be wiser. But Gongzhou assures them it's fine, for he's already found his answer. With that, he invokes the 100 ghosts, commanding her to awaken, and she erupts from the earth, submitting to his will. He orders the creature to stand, noting its appearance remains unchanged. Yet, it is merely a newborn existence, for those who brought forth life in that world always bore sacred responsibilities. He declares Stelly is just a name she stole, not one she was ever entitled to claim. And so, the first of these duties, he announces, is to bestow upon her a name. Thus he dubs her Kuro. He proclaims that from this moment on, this shall be her name. He then commands her to pledge allegiance as his new master. This was the being once known as Stelly, the saint of the frontier, and the autumn rain demon king. The one who deserved no name has finally claimed her own. And so, Kuro accepts his decree, affirming her complete obedience to his every command. Finally, the final day of the 5-day promise concludes, and one of the kings has fallen. The Emperor then confesses his confusion, urging the MC to reflect on his actions towards her. He questions if he should even be angry with him. He also wonders why she chose to bow her head in silence. And regarding another matter, if he wishes to know why Kuro obeyed him. Without hesitation, the MC replies because she knows. He adds that the Emperor will also know very soon. With that, the tower begins its hunt for the Demon King's existence. On the 20th floor, but he's nowhere to be found. The Demon King's confirmed absence, and the alteration of the timeline unfolds there. And at this sight, she begins to weep, seeing that everyone has returned to life. But that same commander marches into view there, with all his troops. He orders them to halt directly in front of the village. And so, the Demon King collapses to the ground, calling out to the MC. He states he will hold no grudge, and will not seek revenge. He vows to do anything the MC asks. He claims to care about nothing else, but desperately pleads for his village's salvation. The Emperor then finally comprehends the true meaning of being a true master, to also protect one's subjects. So he apologizes for his misunderstanding, but Gongja points out that the Emperor also lost the bet, telling him to accept it as a consequence. General Sarbaste then orders his troops to halt, demanding to know who dares block his path. The MC replies that he's actually the one who wants to ask, questioning why they've come to a place like this. Sarbaste declares it's the will of His Majesty. The Emperor, as he heard a witch, has been harming the good citizens of this region. Even monsters fell into the witch's trap, succumbing to darkness. How could they stand idly by? But Gongja simply questions, so what? Sarbaste then says everything will be purified with sacred fire, and the MC states he knows exactly who these people are. Then another man declares that His Holiness ordered them to punish heretics who dared use a saint's name in vain. The Lord of the Forest requested their presence. The jewel was also given to them by the Sage of the Mermaids. Gongja then realizes these are the temple paladins he saved from the 13th floor, along with the forest elves. From the 14th floor, the waterfall mages from the 15th floor, the volcano warriors from the 16th floor, the armed merchant company from the 17th floor, the nomads from the 18th floor, and soldiers from small countries from the 19th floor. All the people he saved are here now. Sarbaste asks again, demanding to know who dares interfere with his mission. The MC recalls the hero's secret mission from his frozen world, thinking of those heroes. It was said that the continent's humans wouldn't notice their justice and devotion, but justice is still justice, and devotion, after all, is still devotion. The mission itself. He's asked if he'd choose to remain a hero, even in a world completely frozen over. The MC confronts General Sarbaste, questioning whether he just said he arrived by imperial decree. But Sarbaste absolutely detests the way Gongja speaks to him. Not at all. After all, he's acting under a direct imperial decree. but the MC then declares that Sarbaste is a truly ridiculous person, because he clings to the imperial mandate, presuming no one else could possibly understand the emperor's decreed situation as well as he does. Sarbaste says he doesn't know what this boy is talking about, questioning how he dares to utter such insolence, and asks if he was sent by the witch who lives nearby. However, Gongja reveals that Sarbaste is a man who aims to defeat the already decided first prince, to ensure the third prince ascends to the highest position. And as for insolence, Sarbaste can indeed call him insolent, but the MC says that's what he discovered when he peered into the general's trauma. Sarbaste doesn't even know this, but the MC still holds a wealth of information. He says Sarbaste shouldn't continue living like this, urging him to think of all the grace His Majesty granted him, and the possibility of someone who would likely spend their entire life pulling nets at the port, becoming an imperial guard, and then a general then tells him to see with his own eyes, raising that sword, shining brightly in front of everyone. The MC states that the emissary, sent by the powerful founder, Liaphanta Agam, now stands before all of them. The MC turns to Sarbaste, declaring that he is fully aware of the chaos in the imperial family, recognizes the truly evil conduct of the terrible first prince, and also knows that Sarbaste has sided with the third prince. It was purely out of loyalty to the empire, and his claim that Sarbaste had gone mad with power was merely a test of his true nature. The MC then asks if this saddens Sarbaste. Sarvash questions how he could possibly be sad, as he did all of this to test his loyalty, but he admits he was a fool, unable to overcome his eager anticipation, wondering how he could commit such a grave sin. The MC continues to manipulate the NPC, stating there's nothing to be sad about here, asking why he's still looking down, all while the MC stares down from his horse. Sarvash then jumps down, kneeling before Gongja, declaring he is deeply honored. Everyone present begins to bow to the MC, hailing him as the founder's emissary, and all of them idolize Gongja. Then, the emperor remarks, he thought the MC was only good at spouting nonsense, but apparently he also has a talent for lies. The MC questions if he's only just realized that now. The MC then offers him some advice, because when wielding his sword, it's not just true skill that matters. Faith, trust, and self-confidence are particularly crucial, and it's the same with lying. If you want to deceive your opponent, you need to deceive yourself first, telling him to remember that well. Because a truly good liar is a very confident person. And while Gongja brandishes that sword, the people of the empire are utterly mesmerized, but the others remain somewhat skeptical. And the MC thinks, as expected, the Holy Sword's effect is limited to the Egan Empire. At this, Sarbaste continues, speaking to the MC with polished respect, asking if he may pose a question, and Gongja tells him to go right ahead. Sarbaste states they came here to subdue the witch, but questions how the emissary ended up here. And the MC thinks to himself, I must remember this, because a good liar is a very confident person. He then tells the men that he has already defeated the witch, telling them to look, and they see Estelle. They note that she is the witch of the frontier, stating they've definitely seen that woman before, and she is absolutely the witch, ordering her to be burned. Gongja then tells Kuro to approach him, instructing her to kneel before the crowd, and incredibly, she walks over and obeys the MC's command. He then tells her to lower her head, and place her hands on the ground, finally resting her forehead there, and just like that, she completely prostrates herself. This is happening even against her will. Gongja then orders her to push off with her feet, and perform a front flip, something she clearly doesn't understand. But he asks if she didn't hear him clearly, and she replies that she did hear, doing exactly as the MC commands. So now he orders her to do jumping jacks, and she absolutely despises it, yet she actually does what he asks. He continues his bizarre requests, piling on more ridiculous demands for Kuro, telling her to spread her arms wide, then jump 20 times and do 10 squats. When she's finished, he demands 10 push-ups, and tells her to hold a plank position for 20 seconds as well, and she cries out that she can't do anything more, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Then Gongja asks if they understand now, saying that, as they can clearly see, The witch has already been thoroughly subjugated by him, and now, no matter what happens, she cannot possibly disobey his orders. It's impossible for her to continue threatening the empire, so they can relax, and they think that, if that's what the emissary is truly saying, then it's fine. But one of the soldiers tells them to wait, asking what on earth he's doing, because they came here to subjugate the witch. But then Sarbasti states that, according to the emissary, she has already been subjugated. However, the other questions how he can possibly believe that, because, to begin with, the only evidence that boy has of being the founder's emissary is a mere sword, but Sarbasti doesn't like him, calling it a mere sword at all, asking if he is doubting the empire's authority, questioning if he's doubting that this sword represents the very will of the goddess. But the Pope's man retorts that His Holiness, the Pope, gave him a direct order, but soon arguments break out. It seems they're trying to prioritize the Pope's will, putting it above the founder's own. The MC distinctly recalls similar scenes of people fighting fiercely right before his eyes. He then realizes, he finally understands why Kuro divided the hunters. But as the bickering continues, with no end in sight, the lizard man impatiently tells them to move aside. From his perspective, the current problem is actually quite simple. He needs to confirm if the young man is truly the founder's emissary, if the woman is truly a witch, and if the emissary has indeed subjugated said witch. As long as these three uncertainties are confirmed, the issue can be resolved. They then ask Gongjo how he intends to confirm these crucial points. The lizard man reveals that the object in his hand is the soul orb, granted to him by the emperor of the mermaid people. If a single drop of blood is placed on this orb, it's possible to discern whether the owner of that blood possesses a good or evil soul. So they urge him to step forward, because if that woman truly is the witch, and he is truly the founder's emissary, he must accept the orb's test. Considering the MC has, shall we say, roughly 5,000 homicides under his belt, it might just reveal he's not exactly a good person. Just a wild guess, though. The lizard man elaborates further on the soul orb, explaining that, when the blood of a good soul touches it, the orb emits light, but if the blood of an evil soul touches the orb, it will turn black. He reiterates that if the woman is indeed the witch, and he is indeed the founder's envoy, they must accept this test. All the good and bad deeds they've committed, the orb will prove everything. And so, Gangja realizes, it's similar to the paladin's lie detector, and the sword saint's detective vision. The lizard man confirms, yes, these folks are quite skilled at crafting such items. He tells Gangja he can try to resist all he wants, but warns there's no use regretting it later, because lying before the orb is utterly useless. Therefore, they'll begin by verifying the woman's soul. And with a decisive cut, he makes his move. He collects the blood and flings it onto the orb. They immediately notice an exceedingly evil soul within. They question just how many wicked deeds and murders she's committed. She is truly a cursed being, they declare. They're convinced she's none other than the Demon King. Then, he announces it's the turn of the self-proclaimed founder's emissary, asking if the MC is ready. The MC confidently replies, I always am. The lizard man scoffs, lying is useless. He orders the MC to present his hand. The moment his blood touches the orb, it shines with such pure brilliance, almost blinding everyone with its intense light. Everyone gasps, questioning, what on earth is this? Someone points out the drop of water, given by the current queen. They demand, why is such a powerful beam of light erupting from the orb? The lizard man then asks, what on earth is his soul? How is this even possible? He wonders how many lives the MC has saved. Noting, this person is light itself. Everyone assumes he is the light, asking, can't you see how bright his soul is? The Pope's subordinate states he knows nothing of this. But the lizard man asks why he doesn't know, inquiring, is it perhaps invisible? To the leader of the paladins, he replies, it's not that. I just don't understand what you mean by the light. The lizard man then declares, this is precisely why I don't bother speaking with mere
inferior humans.
No one with such a soul could possibly lie to us. And this man is the founder's emissary. No, he even thinks he must be the goddess's apostle. And the MC proudly affirms to them, I am indeed the goddess's apostle. They exclaim, by all appearances, he is the light, a shimmering brilliance. and the sword also shines, the very sword Emperor Egwim or someone similar once wielded. They then ask, where did he come from? Everyone continues to fall for Gongja's elaborate lie, except for the Pope's subordinate. Even if he is the founder's emissary, he ponders, and light itself, why was he blocking our path? He asks, have you all already forgotten? Stating we must burn that place to the ground, and that His Holiness, the Pope, wasn't just fixated on the witch, but also on her devoted heretic followers. They can't let them escape divine punishment. The Demon King then snaps to get the MC's attention, demanding he take action, and the Demon King declares, if you're truly an apostle of the goddess, you must lead us to deliver divine punishment. Gongjo then mulls over these words, because the best lies are crafted from 90% truth, and just 10% falsehood. The MC then sternly warns the temple's holy knights to be careful with their words, stating it's not their place to decide how divine punishment should be applied. He's the one who decides it. He's already gathered all the world's evil, and divine punishment is already underway. He declares he'll show them. He then unleashes a multitude of skeletons, and they scream, these are demons. What are these horrible things? They cry out. He states that this is his duty, asking, how could this witch be the only evil in this world? Declaring that each of these phantoms he's gathered are evildoers with actions as wicked as the witches. They're shocked that all these monsters are what he has gathered. He explains that the goddess gave an order to punish all evil that corrupted the world in her name, and his mission is to subjugate all evil in the world, leading all demons straight to hell. And what they're seeing now is his hell. The lizard man is utterly moved, because the goddess's apostle was doing all this alone, without them even knowing, and Gongjo agrees with him. He thinks that no one even recognized the apostle, asking how he, a mere human, managed to go through this hell alone. The MC simply states, this is my duty, stating that there's no longer any need for them to punish the witch or her minions. They will suffer forever in his shadow. He is their hell, and they all swallow the lie that the apostle had been saving them all this time, without their knowledge, even if it's not entirely a lie. Gongja readily agrees. The emperor states he has nothing left to teach him, telling him to proceed, declaring that his instructor here is nothing more than a mere child, utterly incapable of handling a scoundrel like him. The MC thinks that's quite a modest assessment from him, retorting that he doesn't have much to learn from such a wicked personality. He then confidently proclaims everyone can see now that this is truly the goddess's will. Her divine retribution awaits, assuming they certainly don't intend to defy the strict will imposed by the goddess. But then, the Pope's knight questions him again, asking if those atrocious demons are truly imprisoned. He clarifies what he means is this: if those demons were to ever escape back into the world, the ensuing damage would be absolutely immense. The MC is asked if he wants to confirm that he personally imprisoned those horrific creatures. He calls one of them forward, and the knight asks the MC what he intends to do with that skeleton. The MC replies that he wants to clear their doubts, ordering the skeleton to retrieve its memories. Then the former Flame Emperor appears, speaking to the MC and cursing him, demanding what kind of problem the MC has with him, to transform him into something like this. He ferociously declares he wouldn't be satisfied, even if the MC burned in boiling water, vowing to kill him, calling him every terrible name, asking how he dared to commit such an act, and stating that no matter what, he will truly wipe out the MC's entire lineage. The MC then states that, as they can all plainly see, this man is a wrongdoer, just as evil as the witch. But he goes further, arguing that he is arguably an even worse monster than the witch, for the witch was born a monster, but this man committed atrocious crimes. Despite being human, everyone is utterly surprised, as the Flame Emperor continues to curse everyone around him, asking if they've all lost their minds. Then, the MC simply orders him to dance, and the Emperor actually complies with every single thing he asks. Everyone is utterly astonished by the MC, giving them such unbelievable orders. Our MC declares the demons can never defy his commands, then asks if they're still worried about anything. The leader of the Pope's Knights kneels before our MC. He asks if they can at least have the honor of knowing his name. Our MC then introduces himself to everyone, and they all agree to follow his commands. Thus, he completes the normal stage, the secret mission hero of the frozen world, and even the boss stage. Our MC simply gained an even more overpowered ability. He acquired a servant and, incredibly, gained the ability to constantly mess with the idiotic Flame Emperor, all through sheer manipulation. He manipulated everyone the entire time, used hacks, but still delivered on his promise. The system announces that the completing party consisted of only one individual, the King of Death. Reward calculation is complete, and rewards will be distributed within 24 hours of his entry into the 21st floor. The Emperor thinks it's insane that our MC would complete the boss stage this way, and then just Our MC thinks it doesn't matter if he's crazy or not. He completed all floors up to the 20th, exactly as he wished. No hunter died, no one from the empire or continent perished, and he even managed to save that little girl. The 20th floor would likely have been completed on its own, even if he had done nothing at all, because the fire and the village's disappearance also constituted a form of conclusion. As long as there's an appropriate conclusion, the tower doesn't care if it's a happy ending or not. Otherwise, Yasoha wouldn't have been able to clear up to the 40th floor. Therefore, this isn't the world predetermined by the tower, nor is it an ending that appeared, because there was no other choice. He thinks that, on that day, the rains did not fall from the heavens, and the flames did not lick the ground. He believes this is the ending he chose. The Emperor questions if this thing is truly part of the ending our MC chose. With that thing dancing behind him, the Flame Emperor then questions why the MC isn't stopping it. But the MC finds it absolutely beautiful, while the Emperor simply tells the boy to go to hell. Meanwhile, a public announcement rings out. The 20th floor has been cleared. The announcement echoes, repeating itself. The MC grumbles, what a pain, no internet around. The Emperor asks if the MC hadn't decided not to care about others' responses. However, with a damn cynical look, the MC questions when he ever said such a thing. The Emperor asks if the MC didn't say it was more important to gain recognition from specific individuals, like the Black Witch or Old Man Marcos, rather than the general public. The MC then asks, doesn't the Emperor know that the more, the merrier? He states he'll gain recognition from all of them. The Emperor then thinks the MC is far too greedy, wondering how anyone could be like that. Just then, the witch arrives, grabbing the MC and pulling him into a hug, calling him crazy, truly crazy, a disturbed individual, not even 20 yet, declaring him absolutely insane. The MC tells the witch that it hurts. While Marcos watches their interaction, she was even more surprised, realizing he had, indeed, cleared the 20th floor in just 5 days. Calling him crazy, she says, he probably didn't know how many people were going insane in the tower. Just look, she urges. She mentions she quickly went to the first floor and took pictures of those, and now she has several news articles about everything he had done. On her phone, she says there were so many articles, she couldn't even photograph them all, but she stressed that he needed to understand. It wasn't just the tower like this, but the outside world too. The headlines might vary, but they were all about him, where he was from, what kind of life he lived, and how he instantly became a ranker. But then the MC asked her to wait a moment, asking if she took all those photos herself, to which she replied, of course. So he asked, does that mean you just showed me the article you were writing? She had actually teleported to the first floor, then meticulously searched through all those articles one by one, taking screenshots of every single one. She confirmed that when he put it that way, yes, she absolutely did. And this person, being the second-ranked hunter and the highest authority figure, did all that, making the MC wonder if she was an angel. She then said, just to be safe, that he really shouldn't read the comments. Envious people had bombarded the comment sections, even though what he did was absolutely incredible and achieved without any casualties. You shouldn't pay attention to them. But the Emperor, seeing how incredibly naive the boy was, asked if he truly considered people angels, just because they treated him a little nicely. The MC thought that if she wasn't an angel, perhaps she must be a goddess instead, and the Emperor thought that guy is absolutely insane. Then she told him to look at something else, saying he had actually made it to the front page, and this was the first time anything like this had ever happened in the tower's history. She couldn't believe he went from unranked to third place all at once. The MC then became incredibly excited. She then told him he would have to pay a bit more attention to his actions from now on. The MC questioned, "What do you mean by actions?" She explained, he had currently joined all 5 major guilds, even though he was actually independent, and if a hunter was third in rank, he should have a title on the level of a guild master. While it was true, he was in all 5 major guilds simultaneously, being a regular guild member didn't suit him anymore. The MC then thought about becoming a guild master, but she said that if he preferred to be a lone wolf, destroying everything in his path like an old man, she wouldn't force him. Hearing that, the MC asked, "Are we talking about them?" But the girl said to put that aside. She wanted to know who those people were. The MC explained that they were soldiers, who had gathered from all parts of the continent, and said it was a long story, but after defeating the Demon King, an unexpected event occurred. These NPCs suddenly invaded the 20th floor, at least that's what he thought. Using a clever skill and an item's effect, he masterfully tricked them into believing he was the Empire's founder's emissary, and they totally fell for it. She then noted he seemed quite talented at lying, but the MC countered, saying thanks to his efforts, he managed to clear the floor without shedding a single drop of blood. She quickly clarified that she wasn't trying to speak ill of him. In fact, she was quite happy because, thanks to him, they could now negotiate with that continent too. This meant no more terrible trades with those greedy old folks from the outside world. They were so annoyed, those damn people always used food to drive down prices, and wanted to see if they could keep doing that in the future. Marco stated that trades between the tower and the outside world were fundamentally unfair, whether it was capital, resources, or technology, as the outside world had far greater abundance than the tower, so she thought food was always the problem. The MC then mused that when he first met her, he thought she was an unfriendly person, and this must mean they've grown closer. He then turned to the Black Witch, asking if she was saying that the hunters would start negotiating with that continent. She replied, "Naturally, that's the case." So the MC offered to lend her his name. In this world, he is the founder's emissary and the goddess's apostle, and if he makes them believe that they are all apostles of the goddess too, it will be much easier to conduct business. She expressed great gratitude for the offer, but then asked if he truly expected to lend his name for free, inquiring what he desired in return. The MC then spoke about the 20th floor, and she questioned if he was referring to the entire floor. He confirmed it, stating that, to be more precise, he would like all the land on the 20th floor to fall under his sway. In return, he'll ask for nothing for clearing floors 11 through 19, and they can split the profits from negotiations with the continent just like all the other hunters. She admits this is an extraordinary offer. However, it's not something she can decide on her own. They'll need to discuss it with the other guildmasters. But she asks if he truly wants this spot, since it clearly doesn't seem to hold much value. It's tiny and doesn't look great for agriculture. But then she remembers to ask something she's wanted to for a long time, inquiring what the heck that guy dancing behind them is, and he simply says she saw nothing. "Brother, I had completely forgotten about that guy. Seriously, I'd completely forgotten," and I chuckled a bit at his predicament. And so they teleport to the first floor. She asks if it's alright for them to meet in the same cafeteria as they did before. The MC says it doesn't matter to him. For everyone else, only 5 days have passed, but for him it's the first time. He's been there in hundreds of days, so he feels nostalgic. She asks what's wrong, and the MC says it's finally sinking in, that he's cleared the floor. She tells him that it'll probably sink in much more soon, because, as she mentioned, everyone in the tower is going absolutely wild about him, telling him he'd better prepare himself. And when they finally leave, everyone immediately starts snapping pictures of the MC, becoming utterly euphoric, because the Death King has finally emerged. Everyone starts frantically taking photos of him, alongside the Sword Saint and the Black Witch, and the MC starts getting genuinely spooked by the situation. Then reporters shout that rumors claim he cleared the 20th floor all by himself, asking if it's true, and telling him to look at the photo. but then he questions what kind of relationship he has with the Black Witch. At this, she quietly warns him not to say a word, explaining that he has zero experience dealing with the press. She then asks if he plans to be the mysterious type, or a popular, beloved star. He questions what exactly she's rambling about. She explains she's discussing his entire concept. Does he want to pursue a mysterious, elusive persona, or would he prefer to be a popular star? She clarifies that once a concept is defined, it's incredibly difficult to change it, and he needs to give her an answer now. Oh, and by the way, she adds, popular stars are like massive movie celebrities. He'll need to create all new social media accounts. You'll also require a secretary for image management. And she states, the Black Dragon Guild will handle all this workforce, and his security as well. Marco then declares he hates dealing with all this crap, so he's leaving. The MC asks what he should do if he chooses the mysterious concept instead. She replies it's simple, telling him to simply maintain a good poker face. She states that any social media activity is strictly forbidden, and magazine appearances, broadcasts, and private streams are also completely prohibited. At most, he should give 2 interviews per year with reporters, whom she approves beforehand. The MC questions, is that all? She retorts he doesn't know how truly difficult it can be, explaining that attention itself is a powerful drug, and the most addictive kind there is. If only 10 people paid attention to someone, that person would feel incredibly happy. But when you reach the position the MC is in now, anything he says will generate instant reactions from tens of thousands of people, and not many can resist that potent drug. Marco interjects, that's useless. She agrees but adds it's a damn good feeling. Then she asks what the Death King truly wants to do. The MC declares what he truly wants is recognition. And even though he's not entirely sure, receiving attention is different from receiving recognition. He elaborates that receiving attention from the people around him is enough, whether it's thousands or millions. What he wants to receive from the rest of the world isn't mere attention, but genuine recognition. When she considers, she doesn't think those 2 things are all that different, but she'll accept his answer anyway, saying she's happy he's such a person. So the MC asks her how to maintain a perfect poker face, and she says she'll share a secret with him, instructing him to recall some truly terrible memories. In her case, when she was in the outside world, her father died in a brutal civil war. She was fleeing alongside her father, and the soldiers probably weren't even chasing them. And her father yelled at her to just keep going, without ever looking back. So she truly ran, never once looking back. She heard gunshots but still kept running. It's not that she hates the fact she fled, because she was just a child back then. But she still wonders why she didn't look back, when it would have been such an easy thing to do. And whenever she needs to be completely expressionless, she remembers those harrowing moments. She recalls her heart pounding incredibly fast. She can create truly expressionless faces very well. She asks if the MC also has 1 or 2 such memories, and he remembers, when he was brutally killed by the Flame Emperor. Looking at him, she confirms that he does, saying he'll get used to it soon, and so the MC moves on. Arriving at the bustling cafeteria with everyone, the Inquisitor immediately welcomes him. He's utterly surprised that the boy actually managed to clear the 20th floor in just 5 days, stating that this is truly the greatest achievement since the tower's very emergence. He says he respects him immensely, adding that he'll stop calling him Kim Ganja, and will call him the Death King from now on. The Paladin says that, to be honest, she thought the 3 of them, Black Witch, Sword Saint, and Death King, would all fail the death raid. But he went and cleared the 20th floor all by himself. She asks if he has any secret tricks. He should definitely tell her, and the MC says it's just about living a good life. Then she thinks that advice is super practical anyway. The MC says it's good to see them after all this time. Asking how they are, the Countess questions him, talking about so long when only 5 days have passed. He says that, at first, they remained in the throne room, just as they'd promised. But after a short while, the Empire's NPCs began moving around. The MC believes that was when he defeated the Demon King. on the 12th floor, and so, the Inquisitor explains, the NPCs thought they were invaders, trespassing within the Imperial Palace, and the Empire's knights, and elite soldiers came to apprehend them. The MC admits that really gave him chills, but Viper insists that Guy has several tricks up his sleeve. The MC first surrendered to them, and then he escaped from prison, with Viper exclaiming he's amazing, but the Inquisitor claims it wasn't even that fun. After all, how could they have known? There was a secret passage in the dungeons, beneath the prison, he asks. He says it felt like he'd returned to his childhood days. As they continue discussing it, the witch mentions that she knows. They all had incredible lives in the outside world. She reveals that the Countess was born in a very poor village in India, and Viper's parents were gang leaders. The Paladin, too, faced hardships in Venezuela. She then agrees that they were all trash when they were in the outside world. She then states that this isn't something they should be discussing here, and points out that even the King of Death is now one of them. She continues, saying they probably don't know, but the King of Death made decisive contributions to their completion of the tower, and they didn't lose a single hunter in that raid. Even on the 11th floor, where numerous hunters fought together, they managed to emerge without any casualties. She declares that she wants to transform this man into the hero who will represent their tower. She explains that the Countess has revealed too much of her wealth. The Inquisitor has killed too many people, and the Paladin hates receiving public attention. As for Viper, she simply states that he is too ugly. The MC is left speechless. He's deep in thought. Oh my god, what's happening? He just completely roasted that guy out of nowhere. As for the Sword Saint, everyone already knows him. He's an old man, absolutely obsessed with the blade. And as for herself, she often has to operate behind the scenes, so it can't be her either. On the other hand, the public still has no established impression of the King of Death. The Inquisitor admits it's true. They're already established, older personalities, so their presence has indeed lost its initial impact. They continue to print magazines with updates on hunters' activities, but sales in the outside world are significantly declining. He then approaches the MC, remarking that Gangja is a bit short, but assures him it's fine. He adds that, as they can see from his own example, photos can easily cover such details. He states he's just asking to be sure, but questions if the MC is currently dating anyone. The MC replies, no. He then says, this means the MC doesn't have to worry about scandals, which is even better. He explains that he's been analyzing them closely, and the King of Death has a very mystical aura when he smiles. Therefore, he'll choose the mysterious concept. However, he laments that the MC has never dated before, stating that they need a scandal. With that, they begin organizing everything. Gangja becomes utterly awkward. He tries to speak with the witch, mentioning her earlier comment about the mysterious concept, and says he didn't think they would need a designer. She replies that it's just for today, using her charm to convince the MC, telling him that the whole world wants to know about him. He explains that first, they'll take a photo and show it to everyone, adorning the MC, and placing him in front of a white background for the shoot. At this, the Emperor begins to laugh at him. The MC declares he's absolutely done with this. Hunters, he states, must climb the tower fearlessly. Who cares about media, he demands, or image-obsessed photo shoots? He argues that these useless distractions have consumed their minds, and they collectively haven't even cleared the 10th floor in years. Surprisingly, however, they quite enjoy his outburst, commenting on how great his speech was, and immediately start discussing the article they'll write about him. But the MC reminds them it was she who spoke about the 20th floor. He then states he'll grant them the rights to all floors, from the 11th to the 19th. Therefore, they must ensure the 20th floor is his. Meanwhile, Gangja is absolutely desperate, as they're completely disregarding his opinion. Marcos tells him to just give up, explaining the same thing happened to him when he became the top one. He adds that this was something they wanted to show the outside world. He adds they're living an honorable life, and that this situation is somewhat of an inferiority complex. He states they abandoned everything in the outside world and came to the tower, What's so pathetic about that? He challenges. He then urges him to leave, saying it'll never end if he stays there. With that, the two run off and the witch calls out to the MC, telling him they'll have a press conference tomorrow, and to return early if he can. She warns he can't be seen by others, so if he wants to escape, he should use the rooftop, telling the boy to be careful. Following her advice, the MC climbs to the top of a tower with Marcos. However, a paladin soldier arrives and speaks to the MC, who then asks if the soldier can leave him alone for 5 minutes. As she looks to the side, the witch notices the MC is the king of death, and the MC confirms it. She exclaims that it's her first time seeing him in person, and that it's incredible. She pulls something out of her bag. She claims it's the only paper she has, and asks if he'd bless it with his autograph. He then wonders what his name actually is. He replies that he's never truly been given a nickname. She then asks if she can also snag an autograph. From the King of Death, who then states that he's never given an autograph in his life. She declares this is literally her life's biggest dream. The Sword Saint's autograph is simply his name, written elegantly in cursive or something similar, and the King of Death does exactly the same. The witch then leaves, absolutely overjoyed, claiming she'll honor it as if it were a family inheritance. After her departure, the MC speaks with the Sword Saint, Marcos. However, the MC begins by stating that it must appear as if Marcos has killed an enormous number of people. He continues, saying if Marcos looks in the mirror, he will also see a mass murderer who has ended many lives. It's obvious Marcos won't punish himself for that, because he has a clear standard for punishing others, to punish those who have truly harmed many. The MC then adds that he also has clear standards, which is why he did what he did, and his standard, it's to punish those who have hurt countless people. The MC tells the Sword Saint that they are following the exact same path. However, Marcos tells the MC that he doesn't need to try and justify himself.
Marcos explains
that the MC is different from the other hunters, and all the other high-rankers, who are essentially like children, and suffered greatly in the outside world. Marcos then speaks about himself, saying he is different. He never lacked for anything and lived a good life, but then he began to truly wonder if his success truly stemmed from his own abilities, questioning if everything he achieved was simply because he was born into a good family. Marcos thinks it cannot be, and even though he was born into a good family, he obviously took immense pride in his achievements. But he wanted to prove his pride was not merely an illusion. The MC realizes that Marcos went to the tower. That's why Marcos then declares he must have unconsciously let his guard down. A skill card is then displayed to the MC. Marcos admits he was utterly foolish. He had chosen to trust only his eyes and his hands, but before he even realized it, he was relying on things called skills. Marcos then says he'll ask the MC one last time, has he ever taken an innocent life? The MC replies that this is exactly why. He said Marcos didn't need to justify himself, stating that lies only serve to deceive the mind. He then reminds Marcos about the tower, telling him to answer with his heart, not just his mind. Marcos then firmly says no, affirming he has never done such a thing, and he never will in the future. With that, Marcos completely denies his own skill, stating he truly believes in his eyes. He says he fought incredibly hard over the last 5 days, thanking the MC profusely for enduring the stubbornness of that old man, referring, of course, to himself. He adds that it might be late to say it, but being with the MC from the 12th to the 19th floor was a truly pleasant experience. Marcos then tells the MC to rest well today, because as soon as tomorrow's press conference ends, the 21st floor will finally open. He looks forward to seeing him on the next floor. With that, Marcos takes his leave. The MC wonders if the Sword Saint just recognized him, and the Emperor confirms it certainly seems so. The MC then collapses to the ground from all the pressure, thinking it's finally over. He's ecstatic that the 21st floor is also his, and the guild masters will handle the press. He thinks everything is truly over. But then the Emperor asks, "What do you mean? As if you've cleared the 50th floor or something?" But then the goddess of protection speaks to the boy, saying she's deeply impressed by his achievements, and she recognizes every single one. She deems him worthy enough to be considered her apostle, and Gongjo questions, what does that even mean? so she allows him to use her name in the future. And he continues to question, still not understanding a single thing. Then the goddess of protection asks him to look down, requesting he look just a little more to the left. He sees the sword, remembering the words once spoken, that the goddess of protection had expended her final power. And he suddenly realizes, the goddess was the sword, and she confirms his question. Later, on a breaking news report, the presenter declares that what they're watching now is an unbelievable video, and he urges viewers to take a very close look at the footage they just received from the broadcaster. He then asks, are you seeing the Black Witch holding hands with that other hunter? They presume it's none other than the King of Death. Just then, the MC absolutely obliterates the 11th floor boss with a single, devastating attack. He then remarks that if that video isn't faked, it means the King of Death actually defeated the 11th floor boss in one go. But he also points out that until now, no one had ever managed to defeat a boss with a single, decisive attack. As he's about to move on to the next video, Gongja suddenly turns off the TV. The emperor demands, why did you turn off the TV? I was just having a blast. And the MC replies, because I'm so utterly embarrassed. I feel like I'm going to die. The emperor deadpans, why don't you just kill yourself then? You won't die anyway. The MC grumbles, I don't want to. Then he adds, it's annoying. Change the channel. He complains, all the channels are talking about me. The goddess of protection then points out that this is because your achievement is truly extraordinary. Fame, after all, is a price heroes must pay. The goddess of protection then kindly recommends that he simply get used to it. But the MC protests, I was so exhausted yesterday. I couldn't even speak properly. He then asks the goddess, aren't you overestimating me a little too much? And she gently replies, you are the light. The goddess of protection clearly remembers the day you climbed the empire's castle and delivered that passionate speech. The MC blushes crimson, telling her, stop it. I only did it because I was completely hyped up. And she smiles, saying, I will entrust the empire to you from now on. And in that regard, her trust is quite compelling. He quickly tells her to cut it out, wondering if this sword is actually some sort of obsessed fangirl. She then states she's thrilled to serve a second master like him, and our MC actually wonders if anyone has ever praised him this much in his entire life, leaving him totally flustered. Gangja retorts that she was the one who started it. The goddess, feeling threatened by him, gets tucked away inside his clothes and actually falls silent. The MC, of course, thinks she's finally shut up. He even believes he gave her a good polishing. He then asks if she's really a constellation, but questions why she's inside a sword. He asks if she's been possessing this sword from the beginning, explaining that constellations are basically administrators of each tower stage, as he's seen cases where monsters became constellations after some time. But an item turning into a constellation? That's just too much. But she simply shakes her head. She says it's convenient to simply understand that a constellation is something that represents the world. She reveals that originally, she was a holy spirit, revered as a god. However, the founder of the empire, Leofanta Igum, divided her into 5 swords and sealed her away. And our MC is the wielder of the first holy sword, Idol. He's surprised that's the sword's name. The first is idol, the second is piety, the third is prayer, the fourth is sacrifice, and the fifth is salvation. She says if the MC gathers all 5 sister swords, she can regain her original powers. The MC realizes that, in short, she's just a fragment of the sword, meaning she needs to obtain the other 4 to receive her full powers. He finds this quite interesting and asks where the other sister swords are, but she says nothing, so the MC asks again, stating he's asking where her sisters are, but she still remains silent. The MC then wonders if she just doesn't know, and she just exercises her right to remain silent, leading him to realize she genuinely doesn't know. She then argues that she can sense the presence of the others if they are nearby, but the MC then says he's not in a hurry to find them. Anyway, she possesses 1/5 of these original powers, so the MC asks what she can do. She replies that she can gain absolute support from the citizens of the Agam Empire. The MC says he knows that better than anyone, asking if there's anything else, and so she shines, posting that she's confident in emitting light. The MC says he's seen enough to know that very well. his eyes tearing up from the flashbang, right in his face, asking what else she can do besides gaining people's support and shining. She says she's very confident in manipulating monsters, adding that she's also confident in manipulating humans, but that's not as productive. Suddenly someone knocks on the door, asking about all the noise, and if something is happening. The MC says everything is fine. Then the witch asks if he's sure. She says the press conference starts in 5 minutes, and once it's over, the 21st floor will be opened. After they properly answer the reporters, they will proceed there, and the MC agrees. He thinks his response was quite lively, and asks him not to be late. As the MC leaves, he speaks to the sword again, scolding it for doing nothing useful besides shining. She says she's protesting against his unfair opinions, and the MC says that from now on he'll call her Sparkle, stating she doesn't deserve names like Goddess of Protection or Holy Sword. The sword, even though it's a sword, is shocked by this. The MC says that for starters, she couldn't even protect her own nation, and also that she's very noisy. He's already losing his mind because of the Sword Emperor, so he's gonna start going crazy. From now on she shouldn't speak to him unless it's absolutely necessary, so she remains silent, not even responding. He threatens her that he wouldn't make her be returned to the Aegeum Empire, asking if she understood. She replies, keeping her words to an absolute minimum. At the press conference, with just 1 hour and 31 minutes remaining, they begin by thanking everyone for coming. Gong Joa, witnessing the massive crowd of fans, realizes the Black Witch commands overwhelming popularity. But the witch bypasses the fan interaction, cutting straight to the chase. She declares that, as everyone is aware, they have successfully cleared all floors, from the 11th right up to the 20th. And, as widely reported by various media outlets, this was truly an incredible feat. They had been pondering how to deliver such fantastic news, but it seems they didn't have to worry, because others spread it perfectly for them. They're grateful their public relations expenses were cut down, but she emphasizes, there's one thing that made them truly proud this time, and it's not about the successful raid on the 10th floor, which they had anticipated for so long, finally coming to fruition, nor is it about them clearing the 20th floor at unimaginable speed. She's talking about 0 deaths. No deaths were reported, and of all things, this is what makes her happiest. Asking everyone to look down for a moment, she tells them to observe the ground of Babylon Square, where they are currently standing. As they can see, a name is engraved on each stone. These are the names of the brave warriors who have perished. So far, the names of veterans who dedicated their lives to clearing the tower. When they attacked the 2nd and 3rd floors, many names were engraved on that very ground. She is truly happy to be able to say this in front of all these people, because on this day, no new name will be engraved in this square. Everyone erupts in applause for the Black Witch. She then announces that they will now begin the QA session, with the eager reporters, with 1 minute allocated for each question. The MC thinks he doesn't need to get involved in this, believing that staying aligned with the right people is crucial as she continues to answer all the questions. The MC just desperately wants the interview to end, so he can finally advance to the 21st floor. Suddenly, reporter John Evans from the Babylon Daily steps up. He's got a direct question, specifically for the King of Death, the newly crowned top 3 ranked hunter. Gonjo himself, he's absolutely stunned to realize the question is for him. Evans explains there's been a lot of buzz lately, about the King of Death's meteoric rise in the rankings, and one particular rumor has really been picking up steam. It suggests that Alicia, that prodigious rookie, whom the major guilds have been extensively training, for a long time, is somehow involved. If this is true, it would mean the King of Death is just a hero, deliberately manufactured by the major guilds. Specifically, he's heard the King of Death, will receive absolute, unchallenged rights over the 20th floor. There's also widespread concern that the major guilds, might be secretly uniting, to monopolize floors 11 through 20. The witch, observing all this, tells the MC Evans is clearly trying to provoke him. She assures him not to worry, as she'll handle it, but the MC declines. He states that such individuals will always pop up, and he needs to assert his position once and for all. She tries to argue back, but he insists it's fine. He claims he has a way to shut this down completely. The MC is clearly stepping up to the challenge. She agrees but warns him not to lose control. And blurt out anything reckless, while most mistakes can be covered up. If he speaks too much nonsense. Even she won't be able to contain the media circus. He states that, no one in this world is as humble as he is. He reminds her that she knows he is, after all, a prophet. He then calmly greets everyone, introducing himself as the Hunter, nicknamed the King of Death. He expresses his pleasure in meeting them all, before directly asking about Evans. But as Evans responds, Gonjo finds his gaze unsettling. He realizes, there's only one way to address an expression like that. He states that, in his opinion, these are merely concerns, stemming from Evans's own glaring shortcomings, and he truly believes he'll definitely be nothing like the infamous Flame Emperor. He reiterates that, in his opinion, these are simply baseless concerns, stemming from Evans's own shortcomings. He admits he doesn't possess the same charisma or experience as the Black Witch, but he knows one thing others don't: how to conduct interviews even with the world's most reckless hunter. He recalls the Flame Emperor cursing everyone, claiming they only cleared the 20th floor. Thanks to his greatness, the Emperor had exerted himself immensely to conquer the tower, asserting that everything he acquired there was naturally his. If he didn't claim the items for himself, then who would? He even asked if they should go to the reporter's father. The MC explains that this was the infamous reporter's father incident. From back then, even though the Black Witch had attempted to intervene and whisper a fire had already been ignited that couldn't be extinguished, all sorts of insults were hurled at him, and the recording of that disastrous scene spread across every TV station. The MC realizes that to be the best, one simply needs to do the opposite of what the worst did. So, he states that while he's aware public opinion is ecstatic because of him, he finds it all a bit exaggerated. He explains that, if it weren't for the help of the Black Witch and the Sword Saint, he would never have been able to clear the 20th floor alone. He adds that, of course, he also did his best to complete it without any casualties, but he doesn't believe that can be considered his sacrifice. He simply feels it was the right thing to do, both as a hunter and as a human. Therefore, he has no intention of claiming those rights. That's why he delegated all floors, from the 11th to the 19th, to the guild leaders. The 20th floor, he declares, will become a sort of greenbelt, a sanctuary for the tower residents who once resided there. To live, he'd be perfectly content, just being the administrator for his floor. He then declares his statement finished to Evans, and asks if he has any more questions. Evans, utterly exasperated, just mumbles no and sits back down. The MC, meanwhile, keeps going to recount all the appalling actions the Flame Emperor committed. He then thanks everyone present, stating he'll answer any further questions. He'll answer them right away. Suddenly, everyone erupts with questions, and Gongja begins praising the lessons he learned from the MC's brilliant strategies, calling them absolutely incredible, and declaring the MC will always be his guiding star. He starts with the newspaper, ready to continue, but alas, time is running short. The witch acknowledges she understands. Everyone's eager to know more about their new hero, but regrettably time is simply too short. They'll conclude their break for the day here, to refocus on completing the tower. She asks everyone to keep following along, with immense interest and unwavering support. And this time around, they also did their utmost to complete the raid, with 0 deaths. However, another person boldly speaks up to the witch, saying they have just one last question. What exactly is the relationship between you and the Death King? She then gives a mysterious, knowing gaze, and begins to speak about their relationship, stating it's something more than friendship, like battle companions, for instance. But then the reporters probe further. Are they more than friends? Yet she firmly reiterates, it's a more than friendship, a like battle companions kind of relationship, hoping her words won't be misunderstood. The press conference finally comes to an end there, with one last thank you for the immense interest and support from all who attended. Still, they continue to fire off questions, but then she urges the MC to make a quick exit. The press questions if they're truly making their escape. After such a hot topic emerges, she replies she's a girl, who loves binging K-dramas, and you've got to stir up some drama to leave a lasting impression. The MC realizes she truly is the guild leader, who reigns over the tower. Backstage, she tells him he was absolutely perfect, grabbing his hand and saying, his humble attitude was truly an incredible bonus factor. People like heroes, but they like heroes who bow their heads. In humility even more, the balance of his actions was perfect, and she had no idea. He had such a talent for dealing with the press, asking what on earth he'd been doing all this time, to only appear now. Well, it's complicated, isn't it? Just doing the opposite of what that guy did is an example of what not to do. She then tells him that, if there's anything else he wants, he just needs to tell her. Money, fame, powers, a lover, she will give him anything he desires in the tower. The MC says it's fine, but asks what she meant by more than friends and battle companions, as she completely surprised him. She replies that it was nothing, and she just intentionally created a smokescreen, so the media will be looking for a scandal. That doesn't even exist. It's safer to keep their attention focused on the two of them. The MC asks if that's true, and she tells him not to worry, as she's been dealing with the press for years. He can completely trust her on this matter. At that moment, the countdown begins, until once again that hologram appears, stating that those who wish to ascend must say yes. The Emperor then tells the zombie not to lower its guard. The MC wonders if this wasn't supposed to be a time for celebration, with everyone in a festive mood, as the 21st floor will be a completely different stage. The angel states that they could have stayed on the tower's first floor forever, as it offered refuge to those who fled. In exchange for giving up the challenges, they could have chosen a simple life, but all of them decided to conquer floors 10 to 20 and witness the tower's true end. In that case, the correct course of action is to fulfill their will, and so they begin to be teleported. Everyone wonders what's happening, as there wasn't even a warning about a transfer. They then realize this is a forced transfer, and she states, those determined to climb the tower, those willing to receive a new name, and become tower warriors. From now on, only the chosen warriors will carry this noble duty. They are then transported to a vast library, where a young boy welcomes the tower-climbing warriors, saying he's been patiently waiting for a day that felt like 3 years ago. Welcome to the great library of all things, he states. Life begins and ends with meetings and partings. Isn't the true meaning of life all about meeting new people? Waiting is like a spice that sweetens life. Gongja looks at him and realizes it's the librarian, Bangusuki, who welcomes everyone. The librarian says that once again, he wants to express his respect. Welcome to the great library of all things. Everyone wonders what kind of place this is. Meanwhile, a guy appears, having been taking a bath, completely naked. Bangu comments that it seems the librarian, referring to himself, didn't show much consideration, placing a book right on top of the guy. The MC thinks, thank goodness that embarrassment is over. Then the witch asks, who are you, and what kind of place is this? He replies he's an extra, who manages this slightly larger than normal library, and says that compared to her, he's an almost insignificant existence. He tells her to treat him as if he holds no importance. However, she questions this slightly larger than normal library. Given the sheer immensity of this place, they reckon, judging by what they see, it's essentially a world made of libraries. Bangu seems to enjoy this definition, then turns to Gongja, clearly surprised he's the king of death. He urges him not to be so wary, since he merely wished to welcome him, and in his eyes, they're all like heroes straight out of epic sagas. This surprises Viper, as Bangu summons a book to his hand, explaining that reading books is his beloved hobby. However, the tomes collected in his library are anything but ordinary writings. These are tales that recount the histories of the worlds, from which the tower was constructed, and he understands they're curious as to why, out of countless warriors, they were the chosen ones. The reason is simple, because in their world, they are the sole characters who bear a true name. The 302 people gathered here are all warriors who bear a distinct title. A wave of surprise washes over them, that only hunters with titles were summoned, questioning what happened to the others. The witch then asks if he's implying they will be the only ones to assault the tower. Bangu reassures them not to worry, as they defended the Aegean Empire, with only 3 people and 300 people, is 100 times that number, so they'll be able to pass through the stages. He prepared without much difficulty. However, the MC asks the librarian to get straight to the point, knowing he's excited to finally meet living people, but they want to continue climbing the tower as soon as possible. He says he understands, but he got so carried away that he didn't even give them their mission yet. However, he's not one to explain things merely with words, so he brings forth several books, asking what kind of project best suits them. He says the apocalypse he picked up is just so boring, and its destruction happened in a very peaceful way, suggesting another one is much better. He says he'll warn them in advance, and this is just a preview of what's to come, so they shouldn't be too surprised. And so, they are whisked away to a different world, and Bangu says that, as he also mentioned, the archives gathered in his library aren't common books or novels. Their scale is a bit grander than normal. This is the great library of all things, as its name suggests, contains records from various worlds. This is the world they attacked, and that other one is where they will stay. These books are given various names. Some call them epic stories, others call them chronicles, and some call them annals or sagas. However, there's another expression he prefers, apocalypse. Their apocalypse is still being serialized, and after a long prologue, you could say that's where the fun of reading begins. But not all apocalypses are being serialized. Like their world, that world begins to go extinct. And Bangu says, there are still some apocalypses that were cancelled. This isn't the only world like that either. He says there are several others. If the cause of that apocalypse's cancellation was stones, the cause of that one's cancellation was water. He thinks what is happening is a tragedy, because the characters of that apocalypse were alive, just like them. However, before they reached a proper end, before they could achieve an epic finale, everything ended for unfair reasons. And although he calls it a cancelled serialization, for them it was simply destruction. Everyone there starts to vomit from what they just saw. The Emperor thinks there's no reason for them to be vomiting, as they've already seen far worse things than ordinary humans could withstand. Then, Bangu says the missions he will give them are simple. They must choose 8 series from the cancelled apocalypses. He says he wants them to finish reading the cancelled apocalypses. He wants them to continue reading the tales of the destroyed world. He says they will enter the 8 books of the apocalypse and save these apocalypses from their cancellation crisis. Gongja observes him intently, deep in thought. Bangu then announces the mission he's about to bestow upon them. Their task, to rebuild a shattered world. The mission's true difficulty, however, remains undefined. The goal? To realize that just as countless worlds exist, countless destructions have also occurred. The librarian constellation, Bangu, explains this further. He describes these as cancelled serializations. Bangu, the librarian, now seeks to save worlds that were unjustly terminated. He wants them to have a fighting chance. He wants their stories to continue once more. First, they must select one of these apocalyptic scenarios. If they successfully save that world, it will count as their new 22nd floor. But if the mission ends in failure, the 22nd floor will remain locked. At this point, Bangu eagerly urges them to make their choice. However, once the trial officially begins, everyone suddenly feels a wave of nausea. Bangu tells them to clean up their own vomit. Isn't that just basic common sense? He asks. He insists the library's hygiene can only be maintained if everyone contributes. Then, he summons several peculiar bookmarks. Everyone stares, finding this incredibly strange. Bangu explains these are servant bookmarks, and they will attend to the group until they clear the 30th floor. The witch immediately asks if they're monsters. Bangu replies she can think whatever she likes. They just need to know a few crucial things while they're here. First, never touch any book without his direct permission. Every single book represents the fruit of his efforts, his blood and sweat. These are the only apocalypses in the entire universe. Suddenly, someone shouts at him to screw off. He claims Bangu's spouting nonsense and warns, "Look, that's clearly the final boss." He asks if they're ready to attack Bangu now. Then he turns to the others, ordering them to grab their weapons. "We just need to kill that guy," he declares, to reach the 30th floor. But Bangu simply stares at him, an amused glint in his eye. The man retorts, if even the king of death cleared the 20th floor alone, then all of us together can easily defeat this little punk. Everyone stares at the MC, wondering if there's anything he can't do. Then, that guy starts addressing the 5 great guilds, telling them they'd better cool it. He declares he didn't appreciate the fact that they monopolized all the raids and floors from the 11th floor onward, and then dragged the rookie along with them, just to make it seem like he was the great hero of everything. Isn't that right? He challenges. The witch demands to know who he thinks he's talking to, but Gongja tells her to chill out, holding her back, but she retorts, I can't just do that, because if we let people like that go unpunished, everything will just go well for them. But the MC points out that everything happening here is being broadcast live, and you don't even understand that, he exclaims. Indeed, everyone is truly watching down below. Gongja explains that in his past life, he also watched the raid on the 30th floor, right there in the plaza. He explains they're broadcasting everything via holograms in the central plaza, and a constellation even said that they're nothing more than characters, and of course, there are spectators watching these characters. So, if she acts poorly here, it will be stored in everyone's memory forever, and she finally realizes that, in fact, the most important thing here is how they conclude this stage. The MC agrees, they're already in the series, called the Great Library. Then, the system speaks to Gongja, announcing, the reward for completing the 20th floor will be given. The reward for the normal stage is the blessing of the goddess of beauty falling upon him. He can observe the approval of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor, and the reward for the hidden stage, the blessing of the goddess of vitality falling upon the boy, and he becomes increasingly excited. It is said that he can observe the minds of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. Our protagonist quickly realizes this was exactly what he needed right now. He wastes no time testing it on the witch. Using his newly acquired character window, he's instantly privy to all her secrets, even peering into her innermost thoughts. She's actually contemplating that if everything they're doing is broadcast live to all of Babylon, they'll have to act like upstanding figures in the future, and completing the stage is a secondary objective, as she strategizes the wisest path forward. However, she notices the MC staring a bit too long, and asks what's wrong or what just happened, but he just says it's nothing. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor is just cackling behind him, and the witch even tries to keep talking to the MC, but the Sword Emperor simply can't stop laughing, because he read in her profile that she dreams of a prince on a white horse even at her age, and tells the MC to get a white horse and ride it. However, the MC uses the status window on that madman, seeing everything he has to reveal, and his stats are certainly no better, and he's shocked that it works on him too. What's even more shocking is that one of his favorite characters is his own mother. The Emperor then asks if he's lost his mind, stating that he's not someone who would just die, telling him to turn that off now and erase it from his brain, questioning if he's doubting him because he'll kill him. However, the MC doesn't care what he's saying and tells him to stop talking nonsense until the 30th floor, saying it's better to bow his head to him, otherwise he'll open his character window whenever he wants, and warns him that one day he'll make him pay for it. And as for the other fools, he proposes they finish off Bangu by attacking him. But then Marcus calls all of them idiots, asking if they've forgotten that those constellations only showed them worlds that were perishing, and if it wanted to, that constellation could have just thrown them into one of those dying worlds. And even so, he questions if they want to fight against such a being. He states that if their madness was to attempt group self-sacrifice, he wouldn't stop them, making everyone pause and think. But the one who spearheaded this whole movement boldly tells everyone not to be afraid, because the King of Death himself completed the 10th and 20th floors all by himself. And that's how the plan's masterminds emerged. He claims that the 5 great guilds are orchestrating this entire thing, emphatically stating that if they don't want to remain their slaves forever, then they must attack. But then, Bangu asks if he's finished manipulating them now, and that guy, unfazed, calls them wretched brats, saying that 50 of them are more than enough to finish off Bangu. But Bangu simply apologizes, saying that clichés aren't really his thing, and then calls on them to end it all. invoking a sea of horrifying monsters, sending a bunch of tentacles upon those guys, and pulling everyone into one of his special stories. And Bangu says that, in that special apocalypse, humanity was extinct, with only one sorcerer left. And the sorcerer, he kind of turned into more of a tentacle monster than a human, after facing so many brutal adversities. And this is one of his all-time favorite main characters. And maybe he's in 9th place or something similar. And he says that this sorcerer is basically an expert in sealing magic, wondering if he should call it a client-owner relationship. And in exchange for the materials he occasionally gives him, the sorcerer is always willing to accept his requests. And what comes back from inside are the bookmarks, and they are dropped right there. And Bangu says that the sorcerer's hobby is to make the things he creates, wear servant outfits, and Bangu doesn't even blame him, wondering what else he could possibly do, since all of humanity, with the exception of himself, was extinct, and it would have been stranger if he had remained sane. The witch is completely shocked, and Bangu says he thinks it's better this way, since they took care of some useless extras. He then asks if they are now ready to become the main characters, and everyone quietly starts reading, still seated, and the Inquisitor thinks it was boring, since 50 people were already eliminated at the beginning. But some sacrifices are always needed to move forward. He told them not to forget their sacrifices, and to work even harder to defeat the tower. He encouraged everyone to cheer up, saying they were lucky to have only lost 50 people, not 100, which left everyone shocked. He then asked if they weren't going to drink anything, as the tea the marker was serving was delicious. But then, the MC told the Inquisitor to shut up for a moment, explaining that the more he spoke, the lower their morale dropped, since it was a big problem. The Inquisitor happily agreed to stay quiet. Gongja then addressed everyone, saying he knew they must understand that constellations shouldn't be attacked so desperately, and for now, they could only silently follow the mission given by the librarian. He thought to himself that he was now 3rd in the rankings, the 3rd strongest hunter there, with the right to speak, and he had to get used to receiving attention. He told everyone that the fact they were proceeding with the mission didn't mean they were at a disadvantage, telling them all to take a look at the mission window. Everyone looked at it. He said the most important part was the last one, asking if they knew what that meant, because depending on the type of world they saved, the reward would change. If they saved a world full of diamonds, then that world would become their 22nd world. And diamonds were just an example. But what if the world was full of food, water, and other types of resources, and the yield was high enough? Then they could solve the food problem in the tower, without needing the outside world. He then picked up a book, and as soon as he opened it he was shocked. But Viper asked if nothing had happened. Bangu said that was exactly it, and as long as he didn't activate his powers, these apocalypses were just old books. Naturally, there were forbidden books so dangerous, you couldn't even touch them. The MC asked if everyone finally got it. He told them to go read some books over there, because they needed to find the best world to conquer, one that would bring them the most benefits. So, among the many apocalypse worlds, serving as the stage for the 20th floor, one was the Tales of Summoning Academy. It was supposedly a historic magic academy, a typical academy where friendships, competitions, love, and envy all coexisted. This apocalypse could have just been a normal academy, if not for the World Destruction Rank artifact, sealed away in the academy's basement. The reason for the apocalypse: the evil lady lost her fiancé, the first prince, to a high school girl who'd been reincarnated twice. She then snapped and turned wicked, releasing the king of great demons, and causing the world's destruction. So, in summary, the story goes like this. A guy approached a girl, claiming his other half was there, and her name was Sylvia, talking to him, but then, someone just blew up the academy, and out of nowhere, a demon appeared, which was incredibly unlucky, and thus the world was destroyed. The MC noted that romance ended so quickly that those present weren't even too angry, but anyone would be annoyed. He explained that each book had different difficulties and contents, and among them, they had to choose the ones they could complete, and that would bring them the most benefit. He then wondered what if this were the real world, and no one paid much attention to him. The Emperor told the MC they were acting like this because he was speaking too formally, asking if he still didn't understand how difficult it was to make those idiotic hunters listen. He was now dealing with 250 hunters, and to make them all listen, he needed to be more informal. Each time he leveled up, he heard his presence become more defined. He questioned if the boy understood its meaning. The boy declared his pride had grown stronger. Gongja found that quite curious. The emperor then elaborated, stating that the higher a hunter's level, the greater their pride becomes, and those guys would never obey him. But then suddenly, the MC paused for a moment, then sprang into action. He addressed them sternly, explaining hundreds of apocalypse books lay before them, and asking how he was supposed to read them all by himself. He ordered them to start reading immediately. He explained they would divide into groups. Those who'd read novels or romances would head to the left, and those unfamiliar with novels or romances would go to the right. He added that anyone who'd read books before should further divide into groups based on their favorite genres. And surprisingly, everyone followed his instructions, heading towards mystery, romance, and other categories. But he noticed the division wasn't very good. He questioned if no one else would join the historical
genre, wondering
why there were so many people in the other groups, and so they began to read. The MC stated that they would now divide the apocalypse books into genre-based groups, telling them to read them all together. He instructed them to read the books and decide if they were a success or a failure. But then the Inquisitor asked to speak, and Gongja gave him the floor. He questioned how they would know what constituted a failure. The MC said he would give them an example of a failure. The book's title was Surviving the Volcano, and its introduction stated that the world had been devastated by a nuclear war, but humanity's vitality was incredible, and even on the ground where the nuclear war exploded, the MC and his beloved survived. After surviving against all odds, the main couple swore they would be the new Adam and Eve. But then the Inquisitor, believing they would become a new Adam and Eve, he wonders if that isn't both romantic and beautiful. However, the reason for its suspension was simple. It was all because the main couple, you see, spent their last night within an active volcano zone, and thus humanity was utterly extinguished. He explains there's no point in saving that world either, since a nuclear war has already devastated it. So what exactly will they do if they end up with a world brimming with radiation? On the 22nd floor, the Inquisitor finally understands what he's trying to convey. The MC explains that, for instance, the Flame Emperor ventured to the 29th floor, specifically targeting worlds filled with lava or volcanoes. This was because he was completely immune to fire, and if he had been lucky, it's possible he might have obtained the tower's fabled 8 treasures. But he didn't even consider other people. He asks if they grasp it now, because it doesn't matter if the story is boring, or if the protagonist died from a tumor. They shouldn't care about any of that. What matters is that they read everything thoroughly, and decide if saving that specific world will actually benefit all of them. But then, someone calls out to him, and Gangja finds him quite strange. So he speaks to the witch, asking if this isn't the mystery group. She says she knows, but then he gets puzzled because her character window had clearly stated she liked romances. He questions if she likes mystery stories, then, and she says of course, claiming that she is an intelligent woman. But he thinks no way, wondering if she doesn't want people to know she likes romances, because now that he thinks about it, there are very few hunters in the romance group. And on the other hand, the martial arts group is absolutely full of male hunters. These people are pretending to be something they're not. Even in a situation like this, the Emperor says, "I told you so," because high-level hunters feed on their own pride. He asks if he didn't see those 50 suicidal idiots from earlier, since they were all completely wild. That's when the MC addresses the Black Witch, telling her that no matter how hard she tries to hide it, but she doesn't quite grasp what he's getting at. He explains that he always thought she was quite the romantic type, always believing her to be so he was a bit surprised to not see her in the romance group. She questions if he's asking if she looks like someone who suits romance, and he says yes, explaining that's why he found it so strange not seeing her in the romance group. She then expertly seizes this opportunity, and the perfect opening Gongja gave her, saying that if he's saying it, there's no way to disagree. She states she's never read romance before, but wonders if she should take this opportunity to try a new challenge. The Inquisitor then said the MC did very well, because when the Black Witch sits down somewhere, she doesn't get up so easily. However, Gongja then asked the Inquisitor if he also read mystery stories, and he replied that he knew Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. But then he opened that crazy guy's character window and had to admit that this guy was truly not right. In the head, he was actually thinking everything he was saying, and even his affection for the MC was only half. And he noticed that this didn't add up, wondering how this guy could say exactly what he was thinking. So the Inquisitor asked what his problem was, but Gongja replied that from now on, he was part of the fairy tale group. He added that the Inquisitor was the only one in that group. He would have to review all the books of that genre by himself. The Inquisitor then felt a huge sense of responsibility, telling him not to worry, because he would read them all very thoroughly. And the MC thought that, among several hundreds of apocalypses, there wasn't a single fairy tale. So how could a story be considered a fairy tale? If the world were to truly end, he quickly realized how hard it would be to manage everyone. He couldn't fathom how 111 out of 250 people could lie about their favorite genre, because those people were absolutely bonkers. Next, he moved on to the final person on his list, pulling up Viper's character window. As he scanned through all the details listed there, the MC was utterly shocked, because basically, this guy would totally subscribe to his channel. Upon seeing this, he then realized that the tower's 6th-ranked individual, guild leader Shang Mu, was thinking that the story he was reading was absolute garbage. He wondered what kind of martial artist group this even was. The quality of what he was reading was so terrible, his eyes practically wanted to fall out. He wondered if this wasn't a truly absurd lack of consideration for the readers. Then he noticed Gongja staring intensely, asking what was wrong, and saying he was busy reading a book. And the MC realized that this guy was the emperor of light novels. He quickly said it was nothing, telling Viper he could continue reading. After a while, no one else could read anymore. Then the witch spoke to the MC, saying she totally understood how that constellation felt. Gongja didn't understand what she meant. She explained that this apocalypse was suspended, right in the middle of the story's climax. She said that the moment the male lead tried to confess to the female lead, a meteor fell, and when they finally kissed, aliens appeared, and it was total chaos. She wondered why on earth there was an alien invasion. In a historical romance story, she added that it was like a perfect meal, but it felt like something strange appeared when she cut the pork leg at the height of the feast. However, the MC was shocked by her very detailed description, asking if she could please not talk about that while he was eating. She then said she was very sorry. She started by apologizing for being so insensitive, but she just had to tell him how she truly felt. He then reminded her that all of this was being broadcast live, asking if she was really okay with saying all that. Still, her annoyance didn't falter. But then, in a surprising move, she leaned in close to the MC's ear to whisper something, making him drop his sandwich in utter shock. Bangu then declared it seemed they were finally understanding all the pain he had gone through, because, you see, all 683 of those apocalypse books he had granted them access to in his grand library were actually considered magical grimoires that possessed a very particular destructive power, and these books were so incredibly captivating that readers couldn't help but fall in love with them. But he said that was it. Even though they were so incredible, they all ended up making readers utterly sad, because all those magical grimoires had a crappy, cancelled ending. So, the witch then asked if he had given them these books on purpose, so they would suffer as much as he did. Bangu then said she could think that if she wanted, confirming that was exactly it. He hoped they would all get stuck in that hell of cancelled series, and he wanted them to fall into eternal suffering, to writhe in pain, telling them suffer. And everyone was utterly shocked that he had made them read cancelled stories on purpose, calling him a real devil. But then the alchemy master calls out to the MC, and he asks if she also received a title. She replies that it also happened purely by chance, and even though it was just a plain title, like alchemist, she still got one. The MC then asks if she already received the title of alchemy master. It's incredible, and wondering how she managed to get such a title so quickly, but she says there's nothing incredible about it, stating that she's not just being humble. A few days ago she heard a sound, saying that the item she produced helped save the world, and that's how she received her title. Asking if the MC was as bewildered as she was, Gongja realizes it was all thanks to the elixir she'd concocted just for him. She acknowledges he's helped her immensely, but insists she's not the amazing one. No, he is, declaring it an honor to meet someone like him, who rocketed to third place in the rankings in such a shockingly short time. The MC just says he got lucky, but the girl reassures him, if he ever needs anything at all, he just has to let her know. She promises to do absolutely everything in her power to help. Right then, an announcement blares. The martial arts group has finally wrapped up their readings, and the romance group is also officially done. As for the mystery group, they finished right alongside the sci-fi group. The MC states that now, each group must present their top recommendations. The Inquisitor pipes up, saying his fairy tale group will be recommending that book, and though it's the only one he has, Gongja is utterly bewildered to see that thing. The book is titled Me and Our Scapegoat. The introduction states that humanity in this world had successfully forged a utopia, but a peculiar power was essential to maintain it. The crucial power source, it turned out, was the agonizing screams of an innocent child, and despite how horrific it was, for the perfect bliss of 17 million people, an innocent child had to endure, thanks to meticulously crafted torture methods and highly efficient treatments. Approximately 5 years' worth of screams were extracted from each child, which was chillingly considered efficient. The reason for this system's eventual suspension was that 118,000 years had passed since the utopia's inception, and eventually all innocent children were used up, leading to the demise of the utopia that had lost its vital power source. The MC notes that he'll simply have to clear that apocalypse, no matter its difficulty or reward. Meanwhile, the martial arts group enthusiastically recommends that masterpiece, titled Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. The story begins in the Murim, a world where martial arts are revered. They once faced a heavenly demon, who arrived, aiming to unite the Murim. A demonic cult rose around him, prompting opposing forces to rise. Both sides clashed fiercely for control, or they would have, if not for a super epidemic's sudden emergence. The reason for this halt was an unknown plague that swept the world, killing the heavenly demon, wiping out the demonic cult, and decimating all other factions too. Marcos then explains that the reason he's recommending Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon is quite simple. In this world, there's a figure known as the Heavenly Demon, and it's the Murim world, where all the strongest martial arts are collected. Therefore, a grand library, or something similar, must have been constructed to house a great, secret treasure and martial arts scriptures. These scriptures contain the secrets of skills that are martial arts themselves. In other words, if they save this world, they'll gain access to a library filled with the world's best skills. This is a golden opportunity for their hunters to grow stronger. Everyone gets excited. Gongja thinks the Murim world must be packed with masters, and if he dies to any of them, he wonders if an A-rank skill will appear even if he just chooses any master. The Sword Emperor wonders why his mind is racing, questioning if he's truly afraid. People might actually think he's a zombie, but then he realizes the world he wants to destroy has just reappeared, though it'll be difficult to do so with his current strength. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor is poking around, and Berlinho in turn sends a signal to the MC, who is surprised by this. Berlinho says her sister's sword is very close. Gongja is surprised, and when he looks forward, he sees Chronicles of the Celestial Demon in Marco's hand. Berlinho confirms she feels her sister's presence in the book the Sword Saint is holding. After this, the MC heads to the bathroom, telling the Sword Saint that before they head to Murim, He plans to die at least once. The Sword Saint doesn't quite grasp what the boy means. Gongja explains that Lifanta Aegeum was the very first emperor of that empire, and also responsible for transforming the goddess of protection into Berlinio. He doesn't know what kind of person Aegeum was, but he could travel between worlds. He then asks the Sword Saint if she was ever in the world of the Aegeum Empire, but states that the other sword is in the Murim world. This means Aegeum had the ability to travel between worlds. He was able to create an entire empire, and was strong enough to seal a constellation. It's not a good idea for the MC to jump headfirst into the Murim world in his current state, as he's not invincible. The MC thinks that, in fact, lately he's been a bit nervous. He was worried that his confidence would easily turn into arrogance if he became too relaxed. He mentions that he reached third place in the hunter rankings and defeated the Demon King almost single-handedly. Now all anyone talks about in the city are stories about him. He's even giving orders to other titled hunters. He's afraid of letting his guard down if he makes a mistake, just as the former number 1 ranked hunter was killed by him for being off guard. This could happen again. He says he needs to know what kind of person Aegeum was before entering the chronicles of the celestial demon, especially since he currently has no information. The Emperor thinks this plan isn't bad, but questions what exactly the MC has in mind for preparations, saying there's no way to know anything about this guy. However, Gongja says he's wrong. Even though she's in the form of a sword now, she asks the goddess of protection, and despite being divided into 5 parts, she is, without a doubt, a constellation. But now he's plagued by a chilling doubt. What if he stabs himself with that sword? Would it count as self-sacrifice or outright murder? He tells himself the chances are 50-50, and it's totally worth a try. Miss Berlinio pleads with him to reconsider, but the MC asks why. She vehemently states that it's shameful for her to expose her past, and that she wishes to maintain her privacy. But Gangja retorts there's no such thing as privacy. Between them, he's also showing his entire life being broadcast live, 24/7. That should be fair. She begs him to stop, but the MC goes ahead. It is stated that death has met the conditions for skill activation. The Death Goddess's skills are currently sealed and cannot be acquired, and since he is a rank D hunter, a penalty will be applied due to his skill. The intermediate penalty is the realm of Petra. In another corner, an angel is speaking with a man, telling him his long journey has finally come to an end. The angel affirms that they knew he could do it, and the man agrees. The MC wonders if this man is Lefanta Aegeum. The man himself says it feels like only yesterday. He was brought back by the sudden summoning, but in a short time, he became the emperor of the entire unified continent. The Sword Emperor is surprised by what the man is saying. Just by looking at the silver-haired man, he can tell he is the constellation killer. Gongjo then asks if the Sword Emperor knows him, and also asks what is a constellation killer. The Sword Emperor says that's his title, and that bastard received this title because he went around seeking out and eliminating constellations. The tower is connected to various worlds, and from the 50th floor, he will have to compete with hunters from other worlds. This guy remained on the 50th floor, without climbing the tower further. Whenever a new constellation appeared, he would immediately track it down and kill it. So the MC asks, is Lefanta also a hunter? The Emperor confirms that he is. He wondered, what kind of world a madman like him was born into, and never imagined he'd uncover such an ancient connection in a place like this. But then, Gongja asks what the true relationship between the two was. The Saintess then speaks to Lefanta, saying she can finally feel a sense of relief once more, as he too was merely a common human who knew nothing. At first, the Emperor admits they had a truly intense fight, and he has to confess that Lefanta was indeed strong, but not quite strong enough to actually defeat him. She then turns to Lefanta, asking him what exactly he plans to do, now that he's grown stronger than even her, since there are no more gods or demons to obstruct his path. He then addresses the constellation, stating that neither gods nor demons are truly constellations. The world belongs to humans, not constellations. That's why he finds it strange for her to suddenly unleash her aura now. He declares he won't kill her, as she has aided him up until this point. He then begins to shatter her, raising his hand over the girl, saying he will tear and seal away her very existence, so she'll never be able to recover her powers ever again. She is then utterly broken by him, and he says he's sorry, but this is the only way. The trauma reproduction is successfully completed, and the system confirms if his ego was still fully maintained, and the penalty is then finalized. He then admits he doesn't understand what he just saw, asking Berlieno why her former master sealed her away. She replies that she doesn't know either, saying that Le Fanta, as she remembers him, was a reclusive but remarkably just man. She states she has no idea why he sealed her, abandoning the empire he himself had founded. The emperor then says he's already told him, because the higher a hunter's level gets, the crazier they become, advising him not to try to comprehend madmen, because if he stares into the abyss for too long, he might just fall into it too. He just needs to become strong just like him, to kill all those bastards, whether they're the Constellation Killer or whoever else they may be. The MC says he will consider this advantageous, simply for having seen his face, and he thinks the Constellation Killer will act hostilely, as soon as he sees him especially, given he's carrying a fragment of the constellation he sealed. So, back on the 21st floor, he believes the hunters picked the 22nd floor, after reviewing all the apocalypses, because the Sword Saint himself recommended it. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was chosen without difficulty. Bangu then asks if they chose martial arts as their first genre, and says it's not a bad choice, even though it's not a Murim world they're familiar with. It also contains martial arts, and many strong individuals. Depending on how they guide the story, they might even gain a miraculous encounter, and the value of martial arts is immeasurable. It's possible they could even acquire some skills, just by speaking with them. Everything there is high risk and high reward, which speaks volumes about how strong the enemies in that world are. And of course, if they enter the apocalypse and end up dying there, they will truly die. It will also be impossible to leave the apocalypse until they achieve a complete ending for it. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon has a player limit of 2 to 4 people. Then he asks, who will be part of the apocalypse's character roster? And everyone looks at the MC, and he affirms that he will, and Marco says he will too, because they can't leave out the person who recommended the apocalypse. And Gongcha immediately realizes that the soul of that martial arts fanatic will be burning with excitement, and Bangu says the minimum number of people has been met, but they can still bring 2 more characters with them. However, Marco states there's another reason why he recommended that apocalypse, and he explains the reasons for its suspension. He explains that the last line of the apocalypse stated that the celestial demon suddenly died due to an unidentified epidemic, and every other force vanished right along with them. And as they can clearly see, an epidemic completely annihilated that world. That's why they desperately need a hunter with an unparalleled understanding of diseases. And there's no one understands disease better than him, the king of medicine. He asks what they think about him joining their ranks. But then the emperor dismisses that idea, pointing out that the man owns Marcus's favorite pharmacy. The emperor then declares he'll handle the vast majority of the fights, and if that's somehow not enough, the king of death will step in. So, once the king of medicine conquers the disease problem, this apocalypse will be ripe for the 3 of them to claim. He asks if Gongja has anything to add. Gongja replies that he certainly does. He states there's someone else he'd like to bring, and he points to the master alchemist. She's absolutely stunned that he's talking about her. He confirms it, and the girl tells Gongja that it's only been a week since she earned her title. She says she's far too weak, utterly useless for this. However, Gongja insists she is the most competent doctor and pharmacist he knows. She can't even fathom what he's saying. And Gongja reminds her that, as she herself stated before, she would do anything to help him. So he tells her that, if she wasn't just saying that lightly, he asks what she thinks about actually helping him. And he says she just needs to pay the price for having gained her title at his expense. The girl finds it utterly impossible to refuse him then. They're then all surprised that all 4 slots have already been filled, but they question who on earth that woman could be, and Marcus recognizes her as the girl he saw that one time, and the girl is utterly terrified. but he tells her she doesn't need to be afraid, as the issue between him and Gongja has already been resolved. Yet the girl still looks a bit shaken. But he turns to Gongja, saying that the place they're headed is incredibly dangerous. After all, that's precisely what the constellation warned, explaining that dying in the apocalypse world means dying in the real world too. The MC even confirms his words. He declares she's the best alchemist he's ever met. The Sword Emperor ponders this, thinking the king of medicine makes good elixirs, but not the best. Now that they have this girl, there's no longer a need for him. Marcus then considers Gongja's words about her being the best alchemist he knows. The MC then reads his mind, thinking this is the recommendation of a very talented young man, so she must be special. But there's always someone more talented out there. He then asks his version of the Sword Emperor, saying, "You have been speaking the truth for a long time," and he suggests they should seize this opportunity to forge a connection between the MC, the alchemist, and the king of medicine. Gongja is utterly shocked by his thoughts, perhaps because the Sword Emperor didn't say anything, due to the relationship they had built. Yet he's still exactly the same. Gongja realizes that the Sword Emperor, and probably his current version, is underestimating the alchemist, just as they did the last time they saw her. Then the old man is surprised, asking, "What do you mean, the best the MC knows?" He scoffs, "That's why you're all novices," declaring it's hilarious to see him think he's crossed a mountain when he's only stepped over a pebble. The MC gets fed up when the old man starts talking, saying he hates this situation because he has to feel like this young woman is his rival. Meanwhile, the alchemist looks a bit uncomfortable. The old man starts, saying it must be because they are dating, but Marcus speaks to the Medicine King, asking him to understand, because the Death King is an incredible man. It's just that he has little life experience. But then the Medicine King questions, "Isn't experience the most important thing?" Saying the MC doesn't even know that, and just pretends to know everything, declaring his shame for Marcus. He's behaving exactly as he did when he raked in nearly $1 billion in Silicon Valley at 20 years old, with that same terrible attitude. So Marcus tells the old man to cool off, and the MC notices everything spiraling downwards, realizing there's a man here who can truly embarrass the Sword Saint. And so, the Medicine King orders him to control his temper, telling Marcus that he was forced to silently endure everything that kid said, all because of him. And now he appears with some girl from who knows where, claiming he'll just take her away. And the MC observes what seems like a food chain at play, where an older elder devours a younger one. And then, the girl states she doesn't mind being called a girl, but the Death King is no mere child, demanding to know what he means by crappy attitudes. And then the old man turns to Marcus, questioning if it doesn't seem like she's defending her husband. So she's utterly shocked by the old man's words. Meanwhile, the paladin tells them to halt, because the alchemist is, without a doubt, an excellent pharmacist, and even if he only met her thanks to the Death King, the civil militia has been receiving countless high-quality medicines from her. Then the Medicine King retorts that only the civil militia would accept anything with such a quality standard. And the paladin doesn't like that one bit. And the old man adds, she only thinks her medicines are good because she doesn't know what real quality products truly are, asking if she's ever even visited his pharmacy, claiming even her gaze reveals a young woman irritated by rivalry. And so, the Sword Emperor demands to know why the MC isn't saying a word, asking if he's just going to stand there holding back. But the MC replies he's not holding back, because this entire scene is being broadcast live in Babylon Square, asking if this isn't the perfect moment, one's grand debut, another's final bow. So the MC then asks their thoughts on a showdown. The old man then speaks to Marcos, claiming that since reason failed him, he wanted to resort to a fight instead. But the MC clarifies it's not him he'll be competing against. He'll instead provide medicinal herbs to both, for them to craft an elixir. Afterward, they'll compare the elixirs to see whose is superior, and asks if that isn't fair. But the alchemist turns to the MC, expressing her fury that he insulted the old man. He is still the Medicine King after all, while she, on the other hand, just received her title. The MC, however, calls out to the girl, trying to encourage her, telling her he believes in her, so she needs to believe in herself even more. She gets a bit flustered, but still declares she'll do her best, even correcting herself to say she will win. And so, the two prepare to craft their elixir. The spectators watching them compete can't help but think, no matter how they look at it, the Death King is being somewhat irrational, because that old man's pharmacy is incredibly expensive, and yet it takes almost a month to get an order. Both the Death King and the Medicine King hold royal titles, but their age difference is simply vast. The Countess, witnessing this drama unfold, immediately starts a bet, asking who they think will win, urging them to place their bets now, with the help of the markers. The witch then asks the King of Death if everything is alright, as the odds are 1.8 to 47. He calmly replies that it's fine, asking what she thinks about making some quick money by betting on the alchemist, to prevent the betting odds from dropping too low. The witch, however, reminds him that he mentioned everything was being broadcast live, and if the alchemist he recommended has a complete breakdown, his reputation will be severely damaged. The MC simply says yes, confirming that all of this is being broadcast on the internet beyond Babylon. He even feels a little sorry for that old man, who fancies himself the king of medicine. And so, the old man tells Gongja he's finished, demanding he bow before his incredible creation. He then unveils a uniquely rare healing potion, and even with its bitter taste, just one sip heals the most lethal wounds. And of course, the healing side effects will still linger, but regardless, creating a potion like this is a feat in itself, and they are quite happy with that, as it's a truly unique healing potion. Thinking he truly is the king of medicine, they ask what the old man thinks about selling it. They even form a line, but then the girl calls out, proclaiming that she's also finished. She shows a potion with an even stronger glow. Everyone stares at it in utter awe, and the Countess even puts on sunglasses, because of the potion's intense glow that illuminates the entire library, and that is a mythical rank strawberry soma. Its very description itself wonders how it can taste like strawberry, if there isn't even strawberry in the recipe. It questions what kind of effect this is. It is then stated that, as long as its preservation state is good, even amputated body parts can be reattached, without any side effects whatsoever. And the girl shines much brighter than that old man, and so, she looks at that thing in his hand with utter disdain, asking if that's the elixir he made. As she looks at it, she treats it like trash, returning it to him and asking, "Is that all?" And the MC, looking at her, wonders if she is the type of person who becomes infinitely stronger when she believes she has an advantage, and she tells him no, believing his elixir-making skills aren't that bad. But the old man wonders if she's just incredibly lucky. But the girl doesn't even believe him, and he says she just got lucky, and that's why all young people are like this, saying, it reminds him of when he won 1.7 billion in 10 minutes on Wall Street, and thought it was all because of his skills. Then the girl asks if he wants to try again. He then questions if she's okay with it. The goddess of luck never smiles twice, you see. So they try once more, but the old man faces humiliation yet again. He then declares that the goddess of luck won't smile thrice. He's humiliated all over again, and the old man attempts it one final time, proclaiming the goddess of luck won't smile 4 times. But then Marcus tells the king of medicine to just stop. Your image is absolutely terrible right now. But he retorts, saying he absolutely cannot accept this, because this time around, he's sure his vast experience will utterly crush that rookie. And he asks, isn't Marcus seeing this? Because this is his epic, cinematic journey to victory. And Marcus tells her, I'm sorry, acknowledging she truly is the very best alchemist. But then the Countess calls the girl over, demanding they make a contract immediately, telling her to form an exclusive contract with her. And the girl doesn't understand a single thing. And the Countess declares, you'll receive the absolute best treatment in the industry. You'll even get to touch pure gold. Or rather, you'll roll around in a literal sea of gold. So, what do you think? Everyone then tried to strike a contract with the girl. But she told them, everyone, just calm down, stating that anyone wanting to do business with her must first ask permission from the King of Death. She would still sell to her old, established clients, like the Paladin, but for anyone else, they'd need the King of Death's permission. So, they would have to go straight to him, and the Countess was certainly not pleased about that. However, Gangja announced they would only think about that problem after they had completed the apocalypse first. That's when Bangu suddenly realized they had decided on the characters already, stating he would warn them once again. If they died in this apocalypse, they would truly die in the real world. There was only one way to escape this fate, and they had to overcome the series crisis of discontinuation somehow, and achieve a proper ending for it. The MC then asked, "What is a proper ending?" And Bangu replied that it would be entirely up to their judgment, and the possibilities were almost infinite. Maybe they could save the Murim by eradicating the pandemic, or use it to personally become the masters of the Murim. Gangja then said it was fine, ordering them to send it to the heavenly demon right now. But then Viper asked him to wait, and everyone was surprised, questioning if he wasn't going. They then said that the sect master was an expert in martial arts. The MC grew nervous as Viper began to speak, and everyone declared that their sect master should be involved with this world, as they believed he absolutely should. Viper then said he was already about to step forward, asking if they hadn't forgotten about him, but internally he was furious with all his disciples, questioning why they were trying to send him to a village like that. Outwardly he declared that the world of those who adored martial arts and chivalry was the Murim world, and even if he had been born elsewhere, Murim had long been the hometown of his heart. However, internally he was extremely annoyed by this, as there would be no toilets there, and judging by how much crap he had to put up with because of it in the Egum Empire, he then said it wasn't as if they didn't know why the clan he founded was called Shun Murim. Internally, he thought about the true meaning of the clan's name, which was actually about him being unemployed at 32 and that being quite problematic. Outwardly, he said he had to go anyway, but internally, he thought he didn't want to go at all. Berlinio was speechless at all that nonsense. Marco said that Viper had every right to want to go, but the old man remarked that it seemed like he was just trying to suck up. Marcos, however, replied that even so, he didn't think there were reasons for him to make concessions. They then noticed that the Sword Saint and Viper were starting to confront each other. The paladin then spoke to both of them, telling them to stop, asking if they weren't going to start attacking each other. Right there, Viper then pointed out they were both martial artists, and questioned, wouldn't it be better to send only the strongest? But deep down, the scoundrel was plotting to lose on purpose. A complete defeat would be utterly humiliating, so he'd fight on par, then gracefully lose in the end. His disciples would surely understand if he lost to the legendary Sword Saint. With that, he turned to the paladin for help. The paladin, in turn, seeing Viper's strength, turned to the Sword Saint. What do you think about retreating? But internally he was absolutely seething. Why on earth are you telling me to retreat? The paladin explained, I know you always crave to be on the front lines, but haven't you already participated in the raids, from the 11th to the 19th floor, alongside the King of Death and the Black Witch? She emphasized it would look very bad if he insisted on being the first one to tackle the 22nd floor raid as well. Furthermore, consider this, Viper is a bona fide group leader. Couldn't Marcos show him a little respect? She pointed out that while Viper was a man who didn't care much for his image, to his disciples, his position was entirely different from Marcos's. A lone wolf, Marcos then paused, deep in thought. He wondered, since when did I start caring about the 5 great guilds? She tried to interject, but he simply stated, I was just wondering if I'd ever have any sense of honor. The MC wondered why he made such an emotional decision, now of all times. Then he declared to Viper, this time, I will yield to you. Viper scoffed, you should have done that earlier, adding, I'm glad to know. The old man just saved his own life, but internally he cursed Marcos fiercely. I'm not that kind of person, he fumed. As for the Inquisitor, he remarked, the paladin is amazing. She actually managed to convince the Sword Saint, but she simply replied, no, it was he who accepted my persuasion. Meanwhile, the witch notes that they're all truly growing, little by little. The Medicine King then states that, if everything's settled, they're eager to leave immediately because they remind him of himself when he was younger, and then he just starts spouting a lot of nonsense. Meanwhile, the alchemist confesses to the Death King that she's scared, questioning if he's sure it'll be alright if someone like her goes with him, especially since the outcome of her clash with that old man was clear as day. Yet even so, she needs to know if he's truly certain he'll take her. Piper then warns the non-combatants that they'd better be extremely careful when entering a fight because it only takes a second for someone's head to go flying. But internally, he thinks he didn't want to be there, secretly wishing the Sword Saint would switch places with him. Meanwhile, Bangu addresses the four, dispatching them there and declaring that he names them as the four new characters of the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon. He adds that when they open their eyes, they will find themselves in the world 10 days before the cancellation of the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon's serialization. He looks forward to the wonderful ending, he adds, which they will achieve. It is said that in this generation, the martial arts genre was already in decline. In an era where all serious things were ridiculed, there was no place for martial arts. It was a declining genre, a declining world. Snow was falling there, and when they arrive, they immediately feel the world's biting cold. Gangja tells them to release their auras, to protect their bodies. But the two doctors admit they haven't learned how to use aura, and the old man complains he's going to freeze to death. So the MC tells Viper to take care of the Medicine King. Then he hoists the old man onto his back, and the old man exclaims, "Thank goodness, I'll survive." As for himself, he picks up the alchemist, leaving her surprised. Then Gongja asks her to give him her hand, and when the girl takes his hand, she even thanks him, but admits it makes her a little embarrassed. But he admits he's also a bit shy himself. Still, now isn't the moment for such pleasantries. After all, the librarian is a true constellation. He could effortlessly discuss masterpieces, an ongoing series, but this is reality. It's not just a book, and they're here to save this world. She understands that all too well, yet she feels she might have underestimated everything that's currently unfolding. Still, she vows to give it her absolute best. He tells her to simply focus on her designated role. For now, his aura will shield her. But once it's time to cure the epidemic, she and the Medicine King must take the lead. She agrees, and with that, the MC recalls the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon. He died because of the epidemic, and everyone else quickly followed. It was a remarkably brief entry, saying nothing of the biting cold or the knee-deep snow. From now on, they'll have to uncover what exactly led to the demise of someone as powerful as the Celestial Demon. Then the girl urges them to look ahead. She spotted something in the distance, so the MC continues to ponder what this mysterious epidemic was that brought about this world's destruction. And so they approach the strange sights, but the Emperor senses something amiss. He can't hear a single sound coming from that direction. The MC wonders if the intense snowstorm is muffling all noise. He admits that could be possible, but it's not just the sound. They aren't moving in the slightest. Why aren't they moving? As soon as they finally arrive, they see that the people are all frozen solid. They are completely paralyzed. The girl approaches one of the figures, attempting to peel off a piece of skin from the immobilized human. She confirms that they are, in fact, human. The Medicine King states that, based on his diagnostic abilities, they perished 2 years and 3 months ago. The cause of death was infection, and after performing a thorough analysis, armed with his mobile hospital ability, the disease behind all this remains a complete mystery, which he finds baffling. That's when he realizes all the victims shared the same cause of death. Yet it wasn't hypothermia. They had succumbed to some mysterious disease. So logically, they should all be sprawled on the ground. But instead, they're all standing upright. He finds this deeply unsettling. However, the girl suggests it's highly probable someone purposefully brought them here, despite their identical causes of death. Their actual death dates vary wildly, with some perishing 2 years ago, and others a whole 3 years prior. This leads him to believe that someone intentionally moved these bodies. The MC wonders if this could be some twisted cemetery, but Viper quickly shoots down that idea, because from a distance, it eerily resembles the Terracotta Army, Qin Shi Huang's legendary army, who famously commanded an army of clay soldiers. So, the MC opens the character window of one of these figures, but there's absolutely nothing written there, except for the single word light in the deceased's thoughts. The MC is utterly baffled that this is a dead person's character window at all. He muses that perhaps light was the final thought he had before passing. But they question if this is a cemetery. Why was it constructed like this? Because all these bodies still have weapons hanging from their waists. And then, the MC catches sight of something else. He spots 2 other people talking nearby. One of them declares that the celestial demon sex reign comes to an end today. The other retorts that even a stray dog would laugh if it happened to pass by and witness this. As long as she breathes, the celestial demon sect will surely live on. She then addresses Bo Wusong directly, saying that he should be the one bidding farewell to the Murim world, but he casually informs her that her bloodthirsty ghost squad, that her sect boasts about so much, already had their heads severed by the blade of his axe, and even those damn demonic elders had their heads severed, and are now all dead, and he says he has 500 Myo Ram martial artists following him, asking what kind of magic she could use to stop him, but she retorts that he's talking about magic to an old man, and tells him that the bloodthirsty ghosts are only absent for a while because they received a secret order from her, and the MC tells them to approach in silence. And she continues arguing with Bo Wasun, asking where are all the pillars he's so proud of, because the group that was once recognized as the leading faction of Murim is now nothing, and he says that's none of her business, because they scattered across the world after receiving his secret orders. Then she continues, saying that they had 6 secret orders, and he gets furious, so they continue arguing, and no one understands anything until they start preparing to fight and draw their weapons. In reality, their weapons are 2 wooden sticks. Then she speaks to Bo Wasun, asking where that jade axe he's so proud of is. She asked why he was holding that small piece of wood, when its only real purpose was to firmly grip that axe. The old man became flustered, telling her to shut up, and asking where she had thrown her bloodfold demonic sword, to now be fighting with a mere wand like that. She replied that was harsh, stating that this was a wooden sword she had carved herself, and the 1,000-year essence of the demonic sect was contained within it. She had personally named it the Heavenly Demon Blade, but the old man asked if she had given that small piece of wood the name Heavenly Demon, and she questioned why she wouldn't, leaving both of them feeling awkward. The old man then said that even so, Heavenly Demon Blade was a bit much, asking why she didn't use something more appropriate, like Pian Tai. She wondered if that didn't literally mean wand, but he shot back, it absolutely is. The thing you're holding, you crazy woman. She then said, fine if you insist. Demonic wand sounds good enough, I guess. But the old man absolutely lost it. He yelled, everything for you has to have demon in it. Why do you put demon in the name of everything? He fumed. He listed, there's already the bloodthirsty demon, the demonic sword, the flame ghost demon, the moon shadow demon lord, and even those guys' group name. Is the 4 demon lords. But she questioned, isn't that somewhat elegant, though? To which he replied, utterly disbelieving, they were once considered the strongest. Just then, they noticed something rapidly approaching. He snapped, didn't you say you were so confident? The weather would be clear today. But she casually replied, divination sometimes fails. She asked, how could I see beyond the very heavens themselves? The 2 continued their relentless bickering. But then other things arrived, drawing near, and she sharply told him, shut up, ordering him to prepare for a serious fight, as she was already losing all the energy she didn't even have. Right at that very moment, the alchemist, bewildered, questioned, what's happening so suddenly? And Gongja simply said he wasn't sure. But as they continued to watch, she felt a terrifying chill crawl down her spine. And when they finally dared to look back, someone materialized at that very moment. The MC's mind flashed to Murim, and just like that, they all started to run. as Viper was the very first to get hit. Gongja's mind raced, reflecting on this world. A world where people revered the martial arts, Mu. But even as they were consumed by all that paralyzing fear, the MC suddenly remembered the true plot of this world. A sinister demonic sect had formed around the terrifying heavenly demon, and the opposing forces against this nefarious sect were fiercely attacking, both fighting to control the world, or at least that's what they would have done. If not for the sudden emergence of a super epidemic. He then abruptly realized that this super epidemic was a full-blown zombie virus. He thought, I'm starting to think the story was written by a teenager. Seriously, they just keep throwing in things and powers. Muttering everything. It's insane. Now they've added a zombie virus. It's just like my dreams. Nothing makes any sense. And suddenly, I bolt awake in a cold sweat. At that, everyone scattered, fleeing from the creature. The old man frantically urged them to escape, claiming he'd never seen anything like it before, not even back in Silicon Valley. He declared the world was surely ending. However, the MC coolly informed him the world was already in ruins, as he ripped the head clean off one of those things. But the monster still kept moving. He realized this was the kind of zombie that only stopped once its brain was completely obliterated. So he yelled for everyone to get out. The two who'd been squabbling then heard people nearby, and wondered aloud who they could be. She then said her eyes must be deceiving her, stating she wasn't seeing just one, but 4 living people. Was the god of the dead finally calling for her? But he replied that he was seeing them too, and perhaps, because she'd called him an idiot for so long, he truly had become one. But Gongja shouts at them, telling them they also needed to escape, and to take this chance to tell him where to go. She then realizes it's actually a living person, talking to the old man, who wonders if they've already died, and ended up in the underworld. But she thinks this means they went to heaven, or hell together. The old man thinks it's unlikely that this body, having served Lord Moran justly, would have gone to hell, so they must be in heaven. But then, how is she there? However, while they argue, all 4 arrive. Viper snatches another old man. The MC takes the woman, and she thinks this must be the real world, as those people are truly alive. Their bodies, at the very least, give off a sense of warmth. She asks where they are from, noticing they're mastering a strange technique. She asks if Gangja is from SAO, but the MC doesn't know what that means. He thinks she must be asking if they are from outside Moram. Then all the zombies come rushing in an absurd manner. They're running, jumping, and attacking from every direction, and Gangja can barely believe his eyes. Viper wonders aloud, why are there zombies flying through the sky? The woman then explains that it's all thanks to her Lightsteps ability. She borrowed ancient knowledge from the land of mysteries, then refined it herself. Just look, she urges. These are the elite of the demonic sect, trained by me even after death. They haven't forgotten their martial arts, proving they are true masters. But the MC speculates, have they truly not forgotten, even after dying? She replies, perhaps you don't understand, because you're a CO. She explains that, if a truly strong person turns into a zombie, their martial arts remain with them. Everyone knows this, but he counters, I've never heard of it. She adds, those young men are the elite of the demonic sect, and they were specially trained by me. My training makes you react to an assassination attempt, even while sleeping. That's why they remain so strong, even after death. However, this training is now backfiring, and they're almost being caught. They realize that at this rate they'll be captured for sure. The old man starts yelling at Viper, telling him to go faster. Can't you run any quicker? He demands. He warns if Viper gets bitten and turns into a zombie, the first person he'll go after will be me. But then he questions, who the hell brought that old man here? Gong Jo then shouts back at him, saying, we're about to be eaten by martial arts zombies. Does that really matter right now? But the point Viper raised is somewhat relevant, as he's surrounded by 2 cursed old men, while the MC is with 2 beautiful women, starting to look like Fred's division. From Scooby-Doo, you go with the dog over there, and I'll go with these 2 to look for mysteries, look for clues there. Yet Gongjo still insists it doesn't matter. He replies, quite smugly, that he's got the pretty women. So what else could possibly matter now? However, the Emperor then calls out to the MC, and he suddenly remembers to ask the girl if these relentless zombies have any weakness. She replies that they completely stop moving. When their heads are utterly crushed. Gongja then asks if there isn't an easier way, and she pauses, deep in thought for a moment, before revealing that they also stop when the sun rises. At this, the MC finally understands what he needs to do. He then tells both the alchemist and the other woman that he'll have to throw them right into the fray, asking them to just land safely on their own. Throwing them forward, the two plummet into the deep snow, and Gongja quickly apologizes for it. But then, as the zombies begin to get closer, the Emperor sees the grim situation rapidly worsening, telling the MC quite frankly that he will die, and the MC never thought he'd witness a zombie being brutally killed by another zombie, and he already starts to think that this might just be the moment. He gets to cross off one of the items on his list, and Gongja is utterly surprised he made a wish list, even as a ghost. But the MC declares he won't die yet, raising Berlinio high and telling her to unleash her power. And so, she answers his call, beginning to intensely shine, and the MC brilliantly blinds every single one of them, leaving the stunned zombies helplessly behind. And the Medicine King can't even believe he's still alive. And can finally breathe freely again, because if it weren't for that damned Marcos, he never would have come to this tower of hell. And then Gongja gently asks if she's okay, and the alchemist replies with a shaky yes. But her face is hurting, as she thanks him for saving her. Then Viper speaks, addressing the Medicine King directly. That old man, he wants to live out the rest of his life, far away from old people. And the MC then speaks to him, asking him to please take care of the others, while he goes to finish off the remaining zombies. And Viper quickly asks what exactly he's going to do, and the MC simply states, he's going to try to get rid of those troublesome guys, while they're not moving because it's going to take some time, as he'll need to meticulously smash their brains one by one. It's really not difficult at all. But then, that black-haired woman suddenly asks Gongja to wait, saying that, first and foremost, she wants to express her heartfelt gratitude for saving her. But if he's planning to rip off these zombies' heads, she has no choice but to stop him. And the MC asks why. He wonders if there's some kind of curse on the zombies, and if he kills them, the curse will pass to him. But she reveals they're all members of the demonic sect. Gongja finds her words incredibly strange. She explains they are her disciples and subordinates, and the Great War, triggered by those scoundrels from the Murim sect, has already begun. They'll need every single person they can gather, and the situation is incredibly complicated. They simply cannot afford to lose elite members now. But the MC wonders what on earth is this Great War, because seriously, this world is already on the verge of destruction. There shouldn't be any forces left to even start a war. But then he remembers that constellation, saying that when they open their eyes, they would be in the world 10 days before the discontinuation of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles series. And Gongja remembers, they only have 10 days, until the very end of that world. Then that woman speaks to the old man, but he states that he, the Murim Lord Master of the Murim sect, is named Namgungun, and the woman says, she has been in the Great War against that old man. For 3 years, 989 days have passed, since the war was declared. Both that old man and she swore on their names, that they would only leave when one of them declared defeat. And even if all the disciples of the demonic sect have turned into zombies, they are still members of the sect, and if they continue to use martial arts, they are her servants she must protect. So, the MC must not kill them. She says that if he wants to kill someone, he should choose those wearing monk robes. But the old man exclaims he can't believe this. How can she speak like that about the servants of the Murim sect? Didn't she make a promise, saying they would end that great war of good and evil, without so much as touching the zombies? But she retorts that promises are meant to be broken. The two then erupt into a heated argument, and Gongja points out, the world is already destroyed, yet they're still arguing about some ancient calamity, this great war between good and evil. But she then declares the order of things is all wrong, because the world was utterly annihilated, while they were busy fighting their great war. But you can't postpone a fight that's already begun, and she won't stop until she defeats that damned old man. She declares she still has 500 soldiers left, and she'll personally lead them to defeat that cursed man. But he retorts that he's the one who should be saying that, because even if they turn into ghosts, his Murim brothers and sisters fought by his side, and he will finally end that war, a war that has dragged on for 989 days, once and for all. Meanwhile, the MC, seeing the utterly devastated state of the world, and how these two absolute lunatics are acting, is utterly at a loss for what to do, and she declares a scholar never covers their brush, just as a warrior never sheathes their sword, and even though he's only holding a wooden stick, having completely forgotten to bring a sword, he can still send that old man straight to hell. And with that, the two begin to fight with that little piece of wood, using their techniques until the stick inevitably breaks. And then they immediately resort to fisticuffs, and Gongja just watches on, wondering what the hell is even happening. Then the old man suddenly pokes her in the eyes. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor finds this incredibly strange, as these individuals exhibit correct postures and appropriate breathing. They'd be considered masters even in his world, and the MC is shocked that those two are apparently masters, and he then asks, doesn't he know the fundamental principle? Because the divine dragon's claw, attempting to pierce the eyes, is like the legend of two dragons, fighting for the fabled pearl, and the woman defending her face is like the Buddha, who covered the faces of all humanity, which became known as the observation of 1,000 sounds. But still, he's baffled by their incredibly strange fighting style, and the Emperor echoes, that's what's so bizarre. For them to have reached such an impressive level, they should be able to sense and utilize the flow of qi. Yet, there's absolutely no qi present in their movements, which means they can't summon any aura. This entire fight is almost comical. It simply shouldn't be happening this way, not even if their chi core had been utterly destroyed. Gongja then realizes the Emperor is trying to mess with him. However, Viper interjects, claiming the woman is incredibly skilled. The MC senses there's something deeper at play here. He observes that specific bite attack, noting it perfectly follows the principle of Ju Wang Sa, and that powerful arm strike aligns with the principle of Wan Liang. The Sword Emperor exclaims, this guy is the real deal, a true warrior. He adds, telling Gongja, unlike you, I possess eyes that can perceive everything. But the MC casually tells him, just open the character window. Viper, lost in thought, muses that if he were to analyze it, with his unbeatable, heaven-defying skill, he'd agree it's absolutely correct. The explanation for their movements, he ponders, could only be described as born from the quantum, or something equally grand, alongside a flurry of other outlandish claims. He just keeps spouting a bunch of utterly bizarre things, treating them as if they were mere characters, or even rambunctious teenagers in a cheap drama. Even Gongja can't help but feel a pang of disappointment. The alchemist questions if that's truly the full story, since they just look like two squabbling children to him. Viper retorts if everyone could just instantly grasp the grandeur of this, what would truly separate a master from a disciple? But Viper continues his internal monologue, pondering just how many incredible skills those two possess, because at this astonishing rate, they'll undoubtedly surpass even the Sword Saint himself. He feels he'll evolve simply by observing their techniques, and return with revolutionary new teachings for his disciples. Once he gets back home, the MC muses that there are indeed many paths to reach, the very same answer Viper was pondering. And that is the true essence of martial arts. Then the Emperor offers a word of thanks. But the old man nearby suddenly yells out, claiming he's about to freeze solid, as he calls out to the battling duo. They wonder, how much longer are you two going to fight? Then question if they even see them standing there. The old man responds, saying, it's been quite some time since they've had visitors, and this really isn't appropriate behavior. So they offer to take them to the cave first, where they're currently staying. They then head to a place where the sun is finally shining brightly. When Gongja finally arrives, he notices the other two are completely exhausted. So he offers to carry the woman, if she doesn't mind. She accepts, commenting that practicing mind control isn't as easy as it used to be. However, Viper once again tells the MC that's not right. He then declares this is how it has to be, tossing the old man over to Gongja, and picking her up instead. But as they walk, the MC feels something strange. The old man is warm even in this freezing weather. The MC finds this incredibly odd, but they finally arrive at their dwelling. Inside the cave, the alchemist is utterly amazed by the place, noticing a natural hot spring within. The girl explains this is a place he found a long time ago, and she never imagined they'd ever receive foreigners from Seoul as visitors. She tells them they're welcome to bathe, as she'll go look for food to serve them, along with the old man. The old man then asks if by any chance they have anything else other than energy seeds to give them. She retorts, "Didn't I just say we'd go look around?" wondering if he's going deaf. So they head out. Gongja and the alchemist both find this quite strange. The old man wonders if they haven't spent 3 years fighting each other. The alchemist finds it incredible, as they just had a life-or-death battle. The old man then says they must have developed a profound respect for each other after all this time. But he then starts talking about how warm the place is, admitting he was very embarrassed to have clung to a man like that when he first arrived in this world. He tells Viper to leave him alone now, but Viper just keeps pressing the issue, how this sword saint could ever befriend a guy like him. The old man quickly grows irritated. Then they offer some food to their guests, apologizing that they have nothing more to serve. They explain these are energy seeds, and urge them to eat as much as they'd like. They reminisce about hunting frequently in the past, but now there are barely any beasts left. The MC reassures them it's no trouble, sincerely thanking them for their hospitality. But the moment they put that food in their mouths, the two of them almost lose it. The alchemist asks, bewildered, if this is all they've been surviving on. The woman replies that it's essentially true. So, the alchemist presses, how long have you been doing this? And the woman reveals it's been over 2 years, that they've only eaten these seeds. The alchemist finds this absolutely absurd, as one simply can't get the necessary nutrients to survive on just that. But the woman gently insists she doesn't understand what the alchemist means, but the seeds are perfectly edible. But then, the old man declares he can't stand it anymore, stating forcefully that they won't even have the energy to cross the snowy fields if they only eat this. He adds that they're completely neglecting their bodies, and just like in his younger days, he starts whipping up some real food, saying there's nothing special about it, but they should eat. He tells them you need to eat while you're still young. As he prepares a feast, Namgungun tells him that he's already well over 1,000 years old, and the old man is utterly stunned, asking if they've chugged some sort of youth elixir. He then declares that since they're that old, they should eat as much food as their age, and that way their bodies will grow even stronger. Gongja practically inhales the soup, tasting each dish and finding it absolutely wonderful. The alchemist exclaims, "This is delicious," and the girl also chimes in, "It's truly the most delicious thing in the whole world," asking if he's by any chance the imperial family's personal chef. As for Namgungun, he claims to have savored countless dishes in his life, but this is truly a taste unlike any other he's experienced. The old man then proudly reveals that he once earned 3 Michelin stars as the owner and head chef of his own restaurant back when he was in his 50s. He adds that if he only had a decent stove instead of their current setup, he would have whipped up something that would make their stomachs utterly explode. But then, Viper questions why a man of his caliber ended up in the tower. The old man retorts, asking if it should be forbidden for someone of his stature to enter the tower. He points out that even that damn Marcos is here too. Michelin then asks if he knew the sword saint. The old man replies that, in the outside world, Marcos was merely a damn son of a wealthy magnate family. Compared to his own accomplishments, a poor loner who truly made a name for himself in Silicon Valley. It's simply too much. That old man just ran out of luck in recent years, and eventually came to the tower sword in hand. After their meal, the woman remarks that the strange-looking dishes and the sheer abundance of food make her wonder where these kids are from, and why they even came here. She asks if, by any chance, they found a cure for the dreaded zombie disease. The MC looks to the alchemist, who replies that no, they haven't, as they are still searching for one themselves. And with that, she visibly loses all hope. She explains that all the doctors in the entire region tried desperately to cure it in a hurry, but it was all in vain. Even the masters of the Tang sect, renowned experts in poisons, were infected. She believes nothing would be different, even if they were here right now. But the MC challenges her, asking if she truly believes there's no cure, and she apparently has already given up all hope. But the MC states he doesn't mean to boast, but she just witnessed the incredible result of their cooking, and they possess knowledge far different from hers. And the alchemist standing right beside him, in particular, is better than anyone at curing even the most stubborn diseases, and creating potent remedies. He also mentions that even the old man standing over there could be of immense help to the alchemist, and suggests that with a little help from them, they might just be able to develop a cure. The two exchange knowing glances, before stating that there's no harm in claiming they have a cure, and it's not like there's absolutely no way. The alchemist, baffled, asks what she's talking about. The two ask them to wait right there, then head inside and eventually re-emerge. Upon their return, they're lugging a coffin, and nestled within is a zombie, strained and paralyzed. The MC is stunned by the sight. She proceeds to explain that it's actually the former leader of the Wudong sect. Having been bitten by a zombie, he entrusted his body to their care, begging them to use it for research, but the only method they managed to devise was to completely block his chi points through acupuncture. The moment she pulls out one of the needles, specifically the one lodged in its throat, the monster lets out a blood-curdling scream, thrashing wildly and lunging at everyone, and the alchemist stumbles back in pure terror. She then states that, as they witnessed, they've unlocked the critical points, connecting the brain and spine, allowing them to render the zombies dormant. But this is merely a temporary treatment, instead of a true cure. Anyone bitten by a zombie is doomed to have their chi points and vessels overflow with corrupted energy. This tainted energy cannot be driven out, no matter how much chi meditation one practices. Whether it's a cultist with demonic ki, or a monk with pure kai, once someone is bitten, it's over. Their entire body heats up as if burning, and soon after they transform into a zombie. The old man then adds, he believes the Shaolin monk lasted the longest, managing to retain his mind for an entire year after his arm was bitten, but that was a significant exception. Even the most formidable martial arts masters could barely last more than 2 weeks. She then addresses the foreign youths, questioning if they genuinely believe they can find a cure. Both the alchemist and the medicine king aren't fully convinced they can. She then simply says, it's all right, it was already a miracle, a blessing from her mother, that she'd even found other living people. She'd thought they were the last 2 left in the entire world. And the old man says, he'll prepare a place for them to sleep, so they can rest for now. They can discuss everything tomorrow morning. As they head to sleep, the old man talks about Marcos, saying that if he leaves like this, he'll be eternally furious. Everyone then falls asleep, while the old man continues to speak. But the MC is wide awake, so the emperor asks why he isn't sleeping. Gongja replies there's something he needs to see. The emperor simply watches, and so, during the night, the MC pretends to be asleep, and the two approach.
Namagungun-zais.
It seems they can now seize the opportunity. The MC instantly opens his eyes, and sees the two are in the water. Namgung-un then questions what he's looking at, as he thought the MC was sleeping, and the girl already seemed to know this. She says he has sharp eyes, asking when the MC realized. He replies that he thought something was off, since the very first time he saw them. Even though it was extremely cold, they were wearing thin clothes, and it was so cold that one could freeze to death if they didn't envelop themselves in aura, or rather, in ki. This means they had been enveloping themselves in ki to protect against the cold. How could people so talented in ki control end up exhausted from fighting like children? The only explanation is that they were concentrating their ki on something else. He discovers that the two were bitten, and as the leaders of each faction, they managed to suppress the corrupted energy. And with their immense ki, he asks if he's wrong. The girl then stands up. Namgung-un tells her she can't do that. She replies that it's fine, as they've already been discovered. She tells the boy that he's right. She and the old man were bitten 3 years ago, but to make things perfectly clear, there was one thing he hadn't quite grasped. She clarifies they aren't just suppressing the corrupted energy. Instead, they're blocking their spinal key points with their own ki. This completely blocks the corrupted energy. The emperor then questions, what do you mean? Since they are using ki telekinesis,
He asks Gongya
if he's ever heard of the flying key sword technique. He replies yes, asking if it isn't a technique where one can make a sword fly by enveloping it in ki. He then explains that blocking their spinal key points with ki means they are paralyzed from the neck down, and now they are moving their own bodies with ki, just like using the flying sword technique, from their heartbeats to their breathing process, and the movement of every joint and muscle. They are controlling each of these with ki. Essentially, they are using the flying key sword technique 24 hours a day, and it's no surprise they get exhausted after taking just a few steps. And these guys are truly insane. My friend, even the guys from nanomachines, were surprised that the MC could control about 80 or 100 swords. Imagine controlling every process of your body to stay alive for 3 years without stopping for a single moment. Simply put, these two are completely absurd. The girl then says this is how they've been stalling the great war between the sects, and it has been like this for all these 3 long years. The heavenly demon remembers people from her sect, speaking to her, telling her that things cannot continue like this, as half of the blood guard has been destroyed, and the elders have already scattered everywhere, after learning they would enter the Murim world. And now is not the time for them to fight with the leader of the enemy faction, saying that this might be the greatest crisis their sect, or rather the world, has ever faced. Then another individual speaks to her, telling her that, as she ordered, they opened an apothecary. It doesn't discriminate between factions. The leaders of the Tang and Mount Hua sects have all arrived. They plan to capture some of the zombies, hoping to get answers as soon as possible. But then, another individual approaches the celestial demon, explaining that even the demon lord and the blood demon himself were attacked. Even if they defeat 100 zombies today, 1,000 more will emerge tomorrow. They simply cannot cope with this mysterious plague. Eventually, the last remaining individual speaks to the celestial demon, urging her to flee to a remote island. He argues that no matter how many zombies there are, they cannot cross the sea. He adds that as long as her banner flies high, they will still be part of the Murim world. But after some time, that very man returns once more, questioning, why do you need to keep that worthless promise? He explains it was a promise made before the world plunged into this chaos. Since the principles of the heavens have changed, the principles of men must also adapt. He urges her, forget the promise you made to the Murim Lord, and leave. You can return later and restructure them again. But as the man turns to try and speak with her further, he suddenly collapses in the present. The MC, speaking with her, questions how they resisted. 2 of them call him over to a certain location, and Gongja follows them outside. They explain that all humans eventually die, and there's an interesting story told. In the Murim world once, there was a master who managed to achieve both immunity to poisons and stone-like durability. With these abilities, no poison could harm his insides, and no sword could pierce the master's skin. So, how is it possible to kill someone who cannot be harmed by poison or by the strongest sword? He was truly invincible, but invincibility is something ancient stories could not tolerate. So, she speaks to the boy, asking if he can guess how the master died. And the MC asks, how did that even happen? She replies he was slain by a succubus. The pleasure of uniting yin and yang is neither a poison nor a sword. But Gongja questions, isn't excessive pleasure also a poison? To which she replies, you are correct. Therefore, the succubus didn't unleash a torrent of pleasure. Right from the start, she was clever, proceeding calmly, delivering the most subtle pleasures initially, and finally the most lethal ones. The master ceased perceiving the succubus's slaps as pain, and all her actions came to be seen as a source of pleasure. For him, even the succubus's gestures, her steps, and her glances became pure joy. In the final moment, the succubus lightly choked him. It didn't require strong martial arts or much effort. As he was suffocated, the master was overcome by a wave of ecstasy and smiled joyfully. The master was literally killed at the peak of pleasure. He had been externally and internally invincible, but he could not be invincible to happiness itself. The moral of this story is simple, and Namgung-un says, the moral is, don't mess around with succubi. It's that simple. He adds that this isn't just some old story, it actually happened. He had been a master, raised amidst jade and gold in Wudong, but that succubus was a harlot, secretly sent to assassinate him, and so, the two of them look down at the disciples below. The celestial demon says, most novices sent to learn martial arts don't understand. They think a martial artist's goal is to achieve invincibility, and that the reason for learning martial arts is to attain immortality and eternal life. But she says that's wrong, because a person who achieved immunity to 1,000 poisons will die from something other than poisons, and those who achieved stone-like durability, they'll die from something other than a blade. So she asks if he truly understands, because martial artists don't just pick which martial arts they want to master. It's about choosing what kind of warrior you'll become, and how you ultimately wish to die. All humans will eventually meet their end, and they already know this fact, so why should they be bothered by it? But she absolutely refused a death like that. She says it's fine to be assassinated, poisoned, or even attacked by enemy armies. She'd even accept death at the hands of Shaolin Temple monks. She states that it would even be good to die betrayed by a subordinate, or to die doing something truly good, for future generations to benefit. But a death like this is simply unacceptable. She remembers he asked how they managed to resist, and that's because they want to die on their own terms. The MC remembers when the alchemist mentioned that, even if the cause of death is the same, the dates of death are different, and it seems someone had been intentionally moving the bodies back and forth, and it was them, so she says not many of them managed to get far. Today and yesterday were nights filled with moonlight, and even though it's not as strong as sunlight, moonlight can also halt the zombies. Gongja remembers her saying that the Great War is being sustained this way. Then the two face each other once more, and the MC thinks, snow falls, people die, and even if the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans had vanished, even if the martial arts texts had become so dusty, they were almost impossible to read, these two were still resisting. And even if there are 1 billion people in the world, even if 999,999,999 of them die from a devastating disease, if only one person remains and takes their own life, the cause of the world's destruction will not have been the disease, but suicide, and at least, that's what the leaders of the Murim and demonic sects believe. He thought this was a fight to uncover the cause of this world's destruction, and so, the two plunge into battle. This is day 990, and this time their fight will be to the death. They charge, clashing once more, battling fiercely. It's as if they were just children. Gongja remembers this declining genre, this dying world. They were slowly perishing in this apocalypse, heading straight for day 990. He thinks this cannot continue. It's absurd. Things shouldn't be this way, because in the eyes of the Sword Emperor, this might seem like a truly great battle. But no matter how grand the reasons, it's an insult to both of them. Then the Sword Emperor asks what he intends to do, questioning if he'll kill the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord. He says it's fine, as this could be a gift of mercy, but he shouldn't forget that those two are just strangers. The MC says he knows this, because that's not what either of them truly wants, and if they have to die, they would wish to die at each other's hands. And he declares he will end this world in his own way. And so, as evening descends, they return there and Gongja follows them, and Viper asks where they've been, and the alchemist replies, they were observing the patient that day, and yesterday was an incredibly busy day. The MC asks if they've made any progress, and the medicine king says not yet. Then the heavenly demon suggests they rest for a bit, telling them to make themselves at home. Gongja agrees, then speaks to the alchemist, asking her honestly, inquiring how long she thinks it would take to find a cure. She says that, honestly, it would take at least 120 days. But the old man says it will actually take 2 or 3 times longer than that, because the schedule for this kind of thing needs to be generous, and even then, they will never have enough time. The MC says yes, that's true, and that's the worst case scenario. He quickly realizes they have about 100 days at best, and roughly 300 at worst. She then states that, in reality, Even with all that time, they might not achieve anything. The facilities and environment here are dismal, and she feels incredibly sorry. She laments that he trusted her and brought her here, but then Gongja remembers, when Bangu had said they only had 10 days. He declares it's impossible to achieve a cure within the predetermined time limit. However, the MC calmly states that's enough, telling her not to worry at all, because he will resolve this time issue. He instructs her to continue researching nonstop. He then asks if she remembers the words he spoke when they first fell into this world. He reminds her this isn't just an ordinary book, it's a real world, and they're here to save it. He declares that his words are still the same as yesterday. The time limit is staring them down. If they don't break through this stage, they might never escape this apocalypse. He pleads with her to please set aside any doubts, saying he will do his absolute best in his role. She then asks him to please show her his best, too. She's surprised by his fierce resolve, and tells him to set aside his doubts. The MC then promises her that all other problems will simply be resolved, asking her to trust him and just keep working. She then tells Gongja that if it weren't for him, she'd be stuck doing odd jobs in the slums, all her equipment long stolen, and honestly, she doesn't know what she would have done. She says she wants to repay him for everything he did, and that's why she will focus solely on developing the cure. However, when she's focused on work, she can't pay attention to her surroundings, and probably won't be very polite. Still, the MC says that's absolutely not a problem, telling her to please show him her skills to the fullest, and she wholeheartedly agrees. She asks the old man to help her with all his strength from now on, and he's surprised by this. He says there's order even in cold waters, superior and inferior, asking. A mere beginner dares to approach the king of medicine for aid, but then, she boldly activates her skill card. He immediately questions her intentions, wondering if she's simply trying to show off her abilities to him. Muttering that young people these days believe skills are everything, he asserts she has no idea what true skill actually is. She coolly tells him he can simply see her skills for himself. He's visibly taken aback, demanding if she's truly going to expose her abilities to a rival, and then asks if she's lost her mind. But she retorts, asking if he'd prefer she didn't reveal them, explaining that this particular skill is called ambulatory hospital, and with it everything, from blood tests to electroencephalograms, can be performed in real time, and she can also utilize medicines she's pre-stored. However, there's a 2% chance of diagnostic failure, unless combined with life diagnosis, which reveals a patient's conditions at a genetic level. By perfectly combining these two skills, he can virtually eliminate diagnostic failures. But then, he sharply tells her to wait, demanding to know why she's revealing her skills to him, and warns that if she exposes this to the Alchemy Castle, or any of her business partners, she's utterly lost. But she calmly states he can do whatever he wishes. However, he must assist her until she can formulate a complete treatment. But he persistently asks why she specifically needs his help. But she declares it's precisely because she needs him to accelerate the development time, even if it's just by a single day. She then asks if he doesn't despise looking at her, assuming he's thinking, this young woman knows absolutely nothing. It must be infuriating to witness someone as gifted as she is. She continues, stating that her future days alive are far longer than his, and knowing that, and furthermore, knowing she'll be admired for a longer period than him, must undoubtedly drive him mad, and if he assists her this time, she will grant him access to all the medicine recipes she has formulated so far, and she won't claim these recipes as her own, and he can use them freely. But then, he brutally slaps the girl's face, knocking her glasses violently away, and curses fiercely at her. But she merely states she will analyze the zombie virus. He then ominously declares, she will soon discover that there is a heaven above heaven. But she insists, urging him to just do as she asks. He retorts, the day will come when her pride crumbles, and she'll be nothing more than a rotting corpse. But she couldn't care less about that, demanding he simply do her bidding. She states she'll jot down everything she needs, and give him the list. After much back and forth, the two finally agree, settling near the cadaver. As they focus, she orders Gongja to leave. She claims his breathing is a distraction, and finds it incredibly unsettling. The old man then instructs him to fetch 6 more zombies, explaining he needs more samples, a child, a young person, and an elder, each of 2 distinct genders, and if there are any medicinal herbs, he needs him to collect those too. So the MC assures them he'll handle it, as he'll take care of it. From outside, the 2 of them reflect on the struggles they're having with that body, wondering how far the zombies have spread. And so, time passes as the MC hunts down the zombies, catching several and bringing them back. Gongja notes that a week has elapsed since they arrived in the apocalypse, until one day, the strongest blizzard they'd seen yet descended. The celestial demon declares they cannot venture out today, explaining that such days are common. In fact, they were fortunate the past few days were sunny, and in the worst scenarios, snow could fall for 30 consecutive days, without a single ray of sunlight, so they couldn't go out. The MC then assumes the zombies will keep moving, realizing that if they wander too far, they won't be able to rescue them. She states that in that case, there's nothing they can do. They've lost them. 3 years ago, her school's power reached 1,000 strong, which is almost the same number of men the old man took to his sect. But as time passes, the zombies stray so far they cannot be found, and Gongja thinks that must be the scariest thing, but she doesn't quite grasp it. He talks about waking up and heading out to the fields, only to discover the zombies have completely vanished. Somewhere, though, she challenges him, asking if he truly thinks she'd be scared, and he bluntly admits yes he does. She concedes that, indeed, the world has been utterly turned upside down, because in the past, a man who spoke like that wouldn't keep his head for long. She tells him he should consider himself lucky, that the world is now destroyed, but he counters, stating that the celestial demon and the Murim Lord are true masters. They're so incredibly skilled at martial arts, that comparing him to them would be utterly ridiculous. However, no matter how skilled they may be, their ki isn't infinite. He questions what she'll do when her ki eventually runs out, as they're blocking their spines with ki. Their heartbeats, breathing, and even their general movements are controlled by ki. No matter how strong they are, it will be impossible to sustain this forever. He says he'll ask again, pressing her on what will happen when their ki runs out. She doesn't even answer, simply stating he is truly wise. So he assumes she doesn't have many days left. She says she'll correct what he said, telling him he perceives things very quickly. At this, the MC wonders why the world of the Celestial Demon Chronicles was destroyed, because if you stop to think about it, you'll realize it was something incredibly simple. Gangja assumes that when their ki runs out, it will be impossible to keep moving. And she says yes, only 3 parts will remain: the heart, lungs, and upper limbs. Everything else will simply rot away. So the MC says she must already know. He says the Shaolin monk lasted for another year. He hid away in his own quarters, sitting cross-legged, and shortly before the end, his entire body, with the exception of his face, was black and rotten, just like the zombies, and a single word was left as his testament: Amitba. She recalls him asking if she was afraid, and she admits she is very afraid. She's afraid of running out of ki, afraid of becoming utterly exhausted, afraid of the snowstorms, of being without sunlight. She's terrified that, with the return of sunlight, her subordinates will have vanished without a trace, and she fears being unable to defeat that old man. He, in turn, fears that he won't be able to defeat her. She dreads the day when both she and the old man will lie immobile forever, utterly paralyzed. They will lie side by side, awaiting the last flicker of their chi, as their lives slowly extinguish, and in that final moment he would offer her an apology, unable to move his body any longer, and she laments that's why. What a terrifying world this is. What an abysmal situation they're trapped in. They are utterly powerless. If she kills him, she'll starve to death, just as she fears, and if he kills her, the outcome remains the same. She fears the people outside vanishing. She fears so much yet can do nothing. They can only wait, with no clue how to resolve this. This must be hell, she declares. She's afraid of a meaningless death, and the MC realizes that their fight to the bitter end meant absolutely nothing, because the moment they both silently vanished, only snow would fall, and all that would remain would be a series of desolate, colorless landscapes. It reaches a critical point, where Namgung-un can no longer go on. The alchemist apologizes profusely, stating she cannot heal him in his current state. The heavenly demon glares at him, ordering him to get up, but he just keeps apologizing. She declares she doesn't want to hear his excuses, forcefully ordering him to stand. Didn't he make a deal with her? She demands. Didn't you swear you'd challenge the demonic sect to raise the banner of your Murim sect? Didn't you try to fight, gathering the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans? She screams that he can't die in a hospital bed like this. She absolutely forbids it. Get up and grab your weapon, she commands, her anger boiling over. It doesn't even have to be your damned axe. Our MC is utterly taken aback. Both are equally shocked, actually. She then orders him to grab anything, even a mere piece of wood, and fight her. Yet he just keeps apologizing. But she reminds him she already told him to rise. He, however, apologizes for being weaker than her, claiming he'd already struggled for another day. But it's already become too difficult. He insists she must have felt it too, and his internal energy was already depleted. He tells her his very life force has run out, and she can still survive for another year. But this is his end. He was simply weaker than her. He begs her to kill him, saying he doesn't want to end up like the leader of the Shaolin monks. He urges her to kill him before his body rots, because once you become a zombie, you don't truly see, even with open eyes, and you don't truly live, even if you're still moving. So he doesn't want that fate. But she questions if he truly wants her to kill him while he's simply lying in a bed. Is that what he's saying? Is this the end of the Great War he promised her? For they had sworn to defeat each other before. For what glory did he resist until now? And she continues, they should have ordered their sex subordinates to die together. For what brilliant future did he live until now? He even tries to speak, but she cuts him off, speaking of Namgung-un, the target of everyone's desire and envy. Born with the constitution of a celestial body, he even reached the peak of his power at just 20 years old, and even before 30, he became the leader of the Namgung family. And when the demonic world gained power, he was promoted to the leader of Mulim. The essence of the Mulim sect rests upon him, and the resentments of the paths of justice weigh heavily on his shoulders. And yet, he is offering his neck to her, to an evil person, and he has nothing to say, and so, she says it's fine. She will kill him, but he won't have a good death. And then, everyone senses a powerful, aggressive aura emanating from her. She then brandishes a truly massive axe. Speaking directly to the Namgung elder, she declares this is the ancient halberd he cherished so deeply, and asks if he's truly forgotten it yet. He recognizes her as Sobik Yang. She commands him to speak, to utter a specific phrase. War has forgotten honor, and honor has forgotten war. She declares that if he utters those words, she will kill him any way he desires. This would mark the ultimate end of the Murim sect, a devastating demand, signifying the sect's complete destruction. Only by acknowledging this dark truth could he die, as he wished, but he remained utterly silent. She then demands to know why he can't speak, and he replies, I can't. He states he cannot bring himself to say it, apologizing to Baek Yang as tears stream down his face. But she flies into a rage and viciously attacks him, reminding him that he once claimed becoming a zombie wouldn't be the same as truly living. She declares that it simply doesn't matter, because even if he dies now, he won't truly die, even as her attacks rain down. Yet she doesn't kill him, instead asking, what is the difference between a life that isn't truly living and a death that isn't truly death? She says she can't tell the difference anymore. She bitterly declares it's all useless, and the entire world has become utterly empty. On the dawn of the 9th day, since their arrival in the apocalypse, Namgung-un, the Murim lord, perished. The alchemist reports that she's obtained a valuable sample. This is crucial because there's a limit to analyzing the virus. In people who were transformed years ago, thanks to this new sample, they've been able to analyze the infection's progression. In real time, turns out people don't turn into zombies immediately after death, but rather after a short interval. Perhaps it takes some time, for the infection to reach the brain. She says she's compiled all the research results here, and hands them to Gongjo to review. The old man then remarks, "This girl may be incredibly skilled at creating remedies, but she's absolutely terrible at explaining things to others. She claims that's why proud people are the way they are." She explains she poured her all into the research, but as expected, she couldn't develop a cure. The MC asks if she ran out of time. She replies yes, stating she needed at least 90 days, and preferably closer to 120. But then, the old man starts freaking out, screaming hysterically beside her, terrifying everyone. But then, the demon lord arrives, declaring him pathetic because in the end, this is what a person truly is on the inside. There's no difference between a human and a beast. She tells him, eat, just keep eating, until your body can no longer move, and is utterly consumed. And so, she offers her hand to him, telling him to eat. Then Viper asks, "What are you doing? You'll end up turning into a zombie like this." But Gangja tells him not to approach, declaring, "It's already over." And with that, she uses her ki to make him vanish, completely obliterating him. And seeing that blood on her hand, she starts laughing maniacally, freaking out in front of everyone. The Emperor then warns the MC to be careful, because she's completely lost her mind. Then she looks at them, completely deranged, asking if they are servants of the Muram sect, who came to kill her. She then cackles, "That's great," telling them to come, because they'll clash their swords. And Gangja then tells them all to flee, but she quickly lunges at them, ripping off the old man's head first, before going for Viper and the sword. The Emperor realizes she has gone utterly insane. Not even exorcisms would work on her now, because she has exhausted all her internal energy and will. But at this moment, she is in a temporary state between life and death. And even if he faced her at her peak, he would lose to her 4 out of 10 times. And she says, that Mount Song is overflowing with the world's grief and resentments from heaven and earth. Burn Mount Wudong. And she declares that the demonic sect is the strongest in the moral world, and she is the strongest in the sect, asking if they truly believe they're powerful enough to face the goddess herself, the goddess among goddesses. Viper then orders the MC to grab the alchemist and flee together, but she warns them not to even think about escaping, charging at them, still wondering, "Where's Namgung-un?" stating that no matter how dense the forests grow, or how vast the heavens may be, there is only one person in this entire world who will receive her blade. She speaks to the 4 demonic lords, ordering them, "Bring Namgung-un before me now." But then the alchemist speaks to the MC, saying she believes in him, and so the 2 die silently, leaving no trace, not even a scent. Behind them, a world that had burned its own people, the very people consumed by their world, are now buried beneath white snowfields. But destruction doesn't mean the end for our MC. He begins to rewind time, 24 hours back, and so, the time has come to save his world. In the past, the young demon lord is in the snow, looking at a figure, calling her mother, but her mother simply abandons her and leaves, leaving her utterly alone. Said that young Sobai Kyung didn't know, and the MC wonders, did her mother abandon her? He's wondering if her mother intentionally separated from her, using the snowstorm as an excuse, or if her mother had accidentally lost her, and Sobai Kyung simply didn't know. And the MC, after dying, appears once more in that parallel world. He speaks to the Sword Emperor, asking if he memorized the whole thing. He replies yes to a certain extent, stating that if they combine what he memorized and what the MC himself also memorized, the pieces will fall right into place. But they have to do it soon before he forgets. The MC then says they'll choose a skill first, and with that he asks, how about that heavenly and infernal demonic art? Rank it. It's said that the more one curses the world, the more one overwhelms the heavens, and the one who has mastered the heavenly and infernal demonic arts, this skill can truly bring down the heavens. However, it's incredibly challenging to maintain your own sense of self while wielding it. The MC ponders this, realizing that this must be the martial art he saw her use earlier. He remarks it's a typical demonic art, and ultimately, it's all about how you confront the world, whether it's with brute strength or cunning strategy. The MC doesn't quite grasp it, so he clarifies, explaining that if you try to embrace the world with humility, you typically walk the righteous path of the Murim sect. But if you harbor hatred against the world, you'll inevitably find yourself in the demonic cult. And that's precisely why the Murim sect transformed their own bodies into vessels accepting the world within them. Meanwhile, the demonic cult's followers transformed themselves into sharp claws, designed to tear at the world itself. He then offers the boy a simpler example, preparing to strike with his club, and with a swift motion he unleashes an attack that manifests as a dragon right before them, cutting directly from top to bottom. He explains that in some schools, this would be called the tiger's fury stance. He adds that the specific animal isn't important, whether it's a tiger or a bull. These specifics vary wildly, depending on how the technique's creator achieved their enlightenment. In any case, you must meticulously imitate the tiger, the bull, or whatever creature it represents. The MC is visibly surprised and unsettled after witnessing that attack, pondering the very premise of making a piece of the world his own. And that's what accept the world truly means. But then, the master declares that demonic arts are fundamentally different. The demonic cult, when training their novices, tells them something like this. He demonstrates a completely different attack, one that visibly shatters a part of reality itself. The cult instructs them to remember their fury, the knot of rage in their gut from when a thief snatched one of their own, telling them to relive the moment their little sister was cruelly taken away. The emperor also commanded them to never forget their inherent weakness and complete inability to act. He had waited by the emperor's palace through the entire night for his sister, only for her to return a cold, lifeless corpse. He was forced to remember, too, the moment he buried his sister's body. All alone, he questioned if it was winter. The ground was frozen solid, too difficult to dig. He wondered if he clawed at the rigid ground with bare fingers, if his nails would break, if blood would gush from his wounded fingers. In the end, he couldn't even dig a proper grave, and simply laid his sister's body down anyway. He was commanded to remember that soil's texture, and ordered to grip his sword with the same hand that had clawed at the ground, lamenting his utter incompetence and blaming the sheer cruelty of that world. And he could clearly visualize this sword style. The sword. The emperor explained that the mental cultivation method, which harnesses internal energy, is literally a way to temper one's mind by forcing it through immense hardships. Whether a mighty warrior or a skilled hunter, the outcome of a battle is determined by their mastery of internal energy. In short, it's a battle of wills. Demonic arts, however, are taxing on the spirit, and certainly not something he needs to learn. But then Gongja stated he did want to learn it. The sword emperor simply couldn't believe it, and Gongja insisted he would learn it. But the emperor then questioned, why? And he simply replied, because I want to. But the emperor didn't believe him. He questioned if he was captivated by the celestial demon's swordplay, and Gongja remained silent. The sword emperor grew furious with the boy, saying he would surely go crazy, because it only looks impressive when one is in a true life or death state, and it will literally drain your energy. He warned the boy that a true warrior cannot become intoxicated by power, leaving them completely drained of energy. He then declared that, compared to his martial arts, these demonic arts were nothing but utter trash. But then, Gongja provocatively asked if the emperor was simply jealous that he was learning martial arts from someone else. The emperor, predictably, flew into a rage at the boy, but the MC calmly told him not to worry. After all, his own martial arts reigned supreme across the entire universe. He then questioned if the MC believed he was attempting to master the celestial and infernal demonic arts without even realizing it. So the emperor conceded he was undeniably the strongest, but then pressed the boy on his true motivation for learning these demonic arts, and the MC simply replied that it was solely so he could clear that floor. He posited, for example, that if a cure is developed, everything would be over once he saved just 2 people, as the others had all been dead for over 2 years, and the treatment certainly wouldn't bring them back. So he questioned how this scenario would truly end. He asked if the Murim Lord and the celestial demon would become Adam and Eve. He then asked the emperor if that sounded like a good ending to him, but the emperor instantly retorted with a firm no. declaring that just imagining the two of them together made him utterly nauseous. The MC then explained that creating a cure was merely the first condition for achieving a good ending. Ultimately, a truly good ending hinges on whether these characters can truly be satisfied. He aimed to craft an entirely satisfactory ending for both the Celestial Demon and the Murim Lord, and with that he copied the skill. He was currently a rank D hunter, and a penalty was applied because of his unique skill. The MC, of course, realized it certainly wasn't over yet, because the Celestial Demon's grudges represented another hell he would need to face. Thus, the trauma of his killer was painstakingly recreated, and he said there would be an opportunity to discuss it calmly, and that was merely a mild purgatory. Viper then paused, and they returned to the moment they had first arrived. There, Gongja used his aura to warm the girl. She thanked him, but the MC brushed it off. He instructed Viper to look after the Medicine King, and so he began guiding everyone as needed. Suddenly, they spotted zombies and were startled. Gongja remarked that they definitely looked like zombies. He told them to look closely, pointing out the numerous pieces of flesh stuck between their teeth. It was as if they were ravenous beasts, constantly biting. The alchemist confirmed it was true, observing closely. The detailed pieces of flesh caught between their teeth were completely incompatible and utterly different from each other. She stated this body had died 3 years ago, yet the owner of this specific flesh died 2 years ago. It's hard to imagine, but that body seems to have been moving for a year. At this, the old man began to complain about hating monsters and everything about horror movies. He urged them to do something about it. The MC then thought that their progress was significantly faster than last time, so he spoke to the alchemist and the Medicine King, explaining that he possessed a strange ability. He recalled when he tried to remember everything with the sword, Emperor. He then bluffed, telling her about his peculiar skill. After hearing everything, she exclaimed, "That's fantastic," calling it an impeccable research method, almost something she herself would devise. However, the choice of words was completely different from what she would say, stating that it was truly incredible. Gongja thought the alchemist was indeed evaluating herself as truly incredible, and so, the old man said that regardless, he was happy that the research time had been reduced, but he still wanted to stay far away from the zombies, suggesting they find a warm place to rest. But then, they finally encountered the two once again. The MC remembered when he saw the heavenly demon expressing fear. Seeing her acting calmly there, he felt a slight comfort and stated that she was the strongest person in the world. That's why she survived alone until the very end. And, in the saddest sense of the word, a solitary warrior who understood a child's lonely existence. So, seeing him there, she's utterly surprised, but Gongja simply kneels before her and says that he's heard tales of the heavenly demon's greatness and journeyed from a distant land just to see her. He adds that he's long admired the stories of the greatest person of all time. He states that he doesn't know how long it will take from now, but still he bravely speaks to her, asking her to accept him as her disciple. "My friend, I'm telling you, this guy knows how to cook up a killer strategy, and I can't wait to see how this training will go." For those wondering why he went back all 10 days, this time he was obviously killing himself off-screen. We're not going to show him stabbing himself every single time. What's the point? So he just reset everything at once, and it's all good. Still in her childhood, the young heavenly demon is lost in the middle of the snow, realizing she can't hear anything, see anything, or even smell a thing, and it's as if her stomach is filled with ice. She keeps thinking about her mother, as that place is unbelievably cold, until a ray of light suddenly emerges from the sky, and she sees someone descending right towards her. She remarks that it's strange, because it stopped snowing here 10 days ago, and the snow reached over 1.5 meters in height. So how is this child still alive and breathing? And so, she goes to the girl, pulling her up. She states that the girl must not be an ordinary child, explaining that she was born with a glacial body, and the world's cold is energy for her, and it's truly frightening, as such a small child managed to survive out there for over 10 days. Just eating snow. This must be the extreme body she had only heard rumors about. She asks her what her name is, but the little girl no longer remembers. Then she also questions how old she is, But the girl doesn't know that either, and so she asks how she ended up buried in the snow. The girl, once again, claims she has no idea. She suspects the girl remembers absolutely nothing, assuming she was caught in some terrible natural disaster, despite her incredibly young age. Yet, she possesses the perfect physique for mastering martial arts, and the Queen of the Northern Sea would pay a king's ransom for her. It's truly a strange encounter, and what's baffling is this: was she destined for the cult, or was the cult destined for her? She asks the child if she'd come along, promising food and a warm place to rest. The child accepts. The woman remarks that the child carries no scent, and without a name or origin, she must be a child born of snow. She decides to bestow upon her a surname, naming her Baekhyang, meaning scent of snow. From now on, she is a member of the demonic cult. So, Baekhyang then asks where she's going, and the woman replies, "It's a place where children just like you are gathered." Now, shifting to the MC, she flatly denies his request. She states she has never accepted a disciple in her entire life, and even if the world crumbles, she will not change her ways. She questions him becoming her disciple, declaring it will absolutely never happen. But then the Lord questions why she's acting this way, as he's proud that the boy from foreign lands managed to survive. Not only that, but he endured the harsh, martial realm just to learn from her. He asks why she doesn't treat him with kindness. He questions why she needs to be as cold as before. She replies that she is proud they made it this far. However, the master-disciple law must be strictly upheld. Her cult does not accept people so easily, only children abandoned by their parents, and the world can join the demonic cult. The Lord then remarks that they always call him an old bore, yet they are still so demanding. He tells the MC that he must have heard, suggesting that since they've reached this point, what if he accepted him as a master, instead of the stupid demonic cult? He states his name is Namgung. He's the esteemed leader of the magnificent Namgung clan, and the revered head of the Martial Artists Alliance. He's from the Murim sect, and if he becomes his disciple. But our MC couldn't care less about his boasts. Instead, he demands to know why the heavenly demon won't accept him. The old man just scoffs, annoyed at the dismissal. The old man just laughs, clearly taken aback by the snub. She retorts, "Haven't I already told you?" She explains that only those abandoned by the world and the true outcasts can join her cult. She continues, revealing the world has changed drastically. Humanity has succumbed, turning into mindless zombies, all thanks to some mysterious disease. Even the grand sects and clans of the Murim have utterly crumbled. The MC then replies, "Since the heavens themselves have forsaken humanity, everyone has been abandoned by the world now, whether they like it or not." Even more, he reminds her he's a hunter, one who entered the tower as an orphan. He then asks if he hasn't naturally met all the requirements to join her cult. She's left utterly speechless, unable to retort. He thinks she's simply ashamed to admit he was abandoned by the world, but he firmly believes he is the one who abandoned the world first. Finally, she then agrees, asserting that if he's that confident, he must at least perform her 3-sword techniques. She'll judge with her own eyes whether he's truly worthy of joining the clan, though she's certain he's all talk and no action. He thanks her for the opportunity, activating his skill and drawing his sword, the first skill, the infernal heavenly demonic arts. He then begins to learn at an incredible pace, everything flashing through his mind's eye. He claims he can clearly see the path of the sword. Countless intricate movements are forming in his head, but so far they're only visible to him, and he hasn't fully grasped this skill yet. If he were to attempt performing this technique now, it would be like a mere pigeon trying to imitate a pelican. But he remembers the Sword Emperor's words, who told him to lament his incompetence and blame the cruelty of that world. However, he thinks, since he's going to be ridiculed anyway, he wants it to be for real. He recalls the Sword Emperor's grave warning, that to challenge the world's order is to become one with the demonic cult. This is why the cultists hone their bodies, to become nails that will tear at the world. Yet, as he performs the demonic arts, his perspective shifts profoundly. The true essence of the demonic cult isn't nails, but rather screams. He remembers every scream he's ever heard, every one he's experienced throughout his life. The laws of yin and yang may be incredible, but the world they birthed is utterly flawed. No matter how wise the Confucian writings, they can never silence a human scream. Namgung is astounded by the technique the boy is performing. Gongja realizes this is a sword dance of utter disgust, more precise than even the most refined yin and yang sword techniques. A sword wielded with a scream of despair is inherently stronger than one guided by mere wisdom. But then, the celestial demon orders the boy to stop. The MC realizes, the greater the despair, the louder the scream, the stronger the sword becomes. That is why they are strong. The survival of the fittest. This is the very doctrine of the demonic cult. And he declares, that's why the sword path of the celestial demon, the cult regent, must always be a scream directed at the world. But then she commands him to stop. Yet, the boy continues his sword art. He begins to think that even the regent herself screamed in despair in her final moments. But then, she questions if she hadn't already told him to halt, yelling at Gongja and ordering him to cease attacking the boy. Then she demands to know how he stole and learned her cult's supreme technique. You cannot deceive my eyes, she declares. Your form might be careless and unrefined, but what you just performed was certainly the celestial and infernal demonic arts, and the only ones capable of learning these arts are cult members, yet we've never met. So, she demands he reveal how he managed such a daring theft, but he cuts straight to the chase, no time for pleasantries, asking her flat out if it's even worth his time. This leaves her utterly flustered, caught off guard. Meanwhile, the young boy dramatically collapses to the ground. She quickly looks away, then they all rush to aid the MC, exclaiming that he's completely overexerted his aura. The alchemist quickly declares her plan. She'll apply a potent serum directly to his vein. The Sword Emperor, meanwhile, can't hide his disappointment, knowing the boy must be teetering on death's very brink. All because he performed a forbidden martial art, a technique far, far beyond his current mastery level. He laments that this is exactly why he always tells him to practice, and to patiently refine the absolute basics first. But then, he surprisingly says it wasn't all bad, telling the boy he's truly proud, as we flash back to the past. Once again, she's with that enigmatic lady, arriving at the cult. And the lady states this will be the young girl's new home. From this moment, she can eat whenever her heart desires, sleep to her fill, and play as much as she pleases. She explains to Baek Yang that she's free to simply live however she truly desires. Later, amongst the other children, they all start to chime in, agreeing that the adults there are incredibly kind and never force them into anything. Though deep down they still secretly wonder if maybe they're ultimately being raised to become mere servants. The girl dismisses him, calling him a complete idiot because it's been over a year since she first arrived, and nothing even remotely like that has ever happened. Oh, by the way, she asks if he's already greeted all the new children who just arrived today. The boy replies he only managed a quick hello, simply because a whole group of children showed up that day, and they muse that, generally speaking, an unusually high number of children have been arriving lately. Another child chimes in, explaining, it's because this year's harvests were terribly poor, which inevitably led to many more orphans. But regardless, everyone here was smart to come, because they would have absolutely starved to death if they had remained in their original villages, where they were born. But then, Baek Yang suddenly questions how they all truly ended up here. Everyone is taken aback, genuinely surprised by her words, and they all immediately start to grumble and complain, with one of them sheepishly admitting that his own father claimed the harvest was disastrous, and his mother worked tirelessly in the red light district, and they just refused to tell her, saying, why should they even bother? One child reveals that, men with swords attacked their village one night. Soon, people in their town started falling ill, and eventually died. Another child adds, that his father constantly beat him, which forced him to run away. This makes the MC recall the concentrated poison jar. It's a jar where all sorts of poisonous creatures, and insects are trapped inside before being sealed. The creatures inside then brutally kill each other, and the last one left standing alive, possesses the most concentrated and lethal poison. And this very poison, seems to flow with every word the children speak. How could there be so many kinds of poison in this world? The MC then asks if they're happy now, and everyone readily agrees. She realizes this place isn't a paradise at all, but rather a jar designed to produce a single, concentrated poison. One child states he doesn't need to earn money. Without his mother around, he simply likes it here because no one beats him anymore. The MC then, begins to ponder the true nature of this strange place. Some time passes and, a man arrives to call everyone for breakfast. But he notices the MC isn't present. The MC remembers, they're supposed to sleep when they want, eat when they want, and play when they want. However, she starts to work instead. They all find the MC very strange, especially noticing, she's always interacting with the farmers, and barely even eats food. The MC remembers the lady saying, she can simply live however she wants. At that very moment, the lady approaches the MC and greets her, saying it's been a while. She adds, that she came because she needed to ask a question. She heard the MC was helping the farmers, and even harvesting her own food. The MC confirms this. The lady also mentions, she heard the MC is making her own clothes, and blankets. The MC confirms it. The lady then asks why, because as long as she wants, she can live a life of plenty, even if it's not exactly luxurious. She explains this place is called Spring Peak, where adults cultivate the land and harvest fruits specifically for the children. Since our MC is also a child, she wonders why she has to work so hard here. The MC then reveals that Mr. Mo, who cultivates at the foot of the mountain, lost 2 daughters to the county magistrate. The lady finds this incredibly strange. The MC also shares that Mr. Choi, who works in the orchard, tragically lost his second son, who was taken away to build the castle walls. He reported this to the local office, but his word was immediately questioned. And then, his first son also ended up dying. After burying both his sons in the village, where they were born, Mr. Choi and his wife moved here. All these adults, who plant food and make clothes for them, were themselves deeply hurt by the world. There's no exception. This place is not a paradise, and they aren't feeding or clothing them for free, just because they're kind or naive. The lady then asks why the MC believes they're doing all this. The MC says, it's because they want those children to avenge them, because they feel the world is incredibly unfair, and they cannot forgive the local officials, who utterly ruined their lives. They want revenge, but they don't have the power to do it personally. She heard that martial arts are something one can only become truly skilled at if they start learning from a very young age. The adult farmers, who are too old to deeply learn martial arts, can, however, produce for the children who can learn. This was the true, shocking identity of Spring Peak. They aren't eating and sleeping there for free. It's the headquarters of a demonic cult. The MC realizes that they're there to take revenge against the world. On behalf of the adults, the lady then speaks to the MC, asking if there's anything she wishes to say to the heavens. The MC says, yes, I have many things I wish to say. The lady then asks, is that true? And declares she's utterly unsurprised. In that case, the world itself will answer to her. And then she dramatically reveals she's one of the cult's 7 elders, known as the demonic Buddha. The MC then asks, is there even a Buddha of hell? The lady counters, what good is a Buddha if not in hell? She then explains to the MC how she passed the cult's grueling test and refused to become complacent despite the abundant food and comfortable place to sleep. And this, she says, is a sign of your poison's purity. She commands her to become her disciple and call her master from this moment on. Your sword will resonate with countless screams. In the future, she then instructs her to perform the master-disciple ceremony. Meanwhile, she tells the MC to get up after he wakes up, but he warns her that if she stays like that, he won't be able to get up, even if he wants to. He might just end up hitting his head on hers. But she retorts, judging by how he's speaking, his body must already be perfectly fine, telling him to go wash up in the bathroom, for he'll need to cleanse his mind and body diligently. But he doesn't understand anything, and she simply states she'll be waiting for him at the cave entrance. So Gongja actually goes to do just that, but he notices everyone sleeping soundly around him, and he wonders what wild dreams everyone is having. Opening his character window, he sees the old medicine king is dreaming of his 100th victory over Marcus, saying that, as a bonus, he's just one victory away from completing 1,000,000 victories against that infuriating pharmacist girl. As for her, she declares she's absolutely right, questioning why she even needs to explain something so simple to these people. She says they won't understand, even if she explains it 100 times, because they are as stupid as mere flies. She apologizes, thinking that, if they just used their heads a little more, everything would be perfectly fine, living a dream where she's humiliating everyone else. And as for that other crazy guy, he's laughing maniacally, like a true villain, and the MC thinks it's probably better not to wake any of them up. Especially that last guy. Then, outside, the celestial demon asks if he's scrubbed every inch of his body. He confidently replies yes, claiming even his heart feels completely cleansed. But she sternly tells him that she's not a fan of people who are too good with words. He's just too articulate for her liking, and she worries he possesses more artistic talent than those fitting for a commander. He's taken aback by her blunt assessment. Then he reads her thoughts. Even with his sharp tongue, she thinks he has such a foolish, innocent face. He's the perfect candidate to lead the lower sect. He wonders what that could possibly mean, but she simply tells him to follow her, explaining that normally, to earn the cult's uniform, you'd need to pass several grueling tests. He might have proven himself worthy, true, but that doesn't mean he's passed the test. The cult's first test is the comfort test. She explains it provides free food, clothes, and a place to sleep. Children who are satisfied with these comforts become part of the outer sect, raised to be humble farmers, skilled artisans, or diligent guards. But the children who pass the test are recognized as part of the inner sect. They officially join the demonic cult and are instructed in fearsome demonic martial arts. So he already knew all of this? She questions how he could possibly know. The MC thinks to himself that, having experienced immense trauma after dying to her, he simply knows many things. Then, she declares the heavens are incredibly cruel, asking how they dare bring such a wretch to be the very last person she will meet in her life. She wonders if she truly has to accept this fool, who appears to be a member of the lower sect, as her cult disciple. Meanwhile, the Emperor thinks that, as the celestial demon says, she truly has a good eye for people. If he were merely an idiot, he wouldn't mind much, but he truly gets things done when he puts in the effort. Gongja wonders if he's being praised or humiliated, and simply says he'll take it as a compliment, and the Emperor declares him an utter idiot for it. The demoness proclaims this spot is perfect. She urges the MC to keep his spirits up, since she's taking him on as her disciple. The demonic cult's power stretches across the heavens, and the heavens themselves would never reject a cultist. He's thrilled, but she quickly adds, however, she still can't officially accept him as a disciple. But the MC wonders if she isn't being far too harsh. He journeyed from afar just for her teachings, and he's even proven his worth. So why can't he be an official disciple? She replies that, first and foremost, she harbors deep suspicions about his claims. Everything from his distant origins to his claims of deep respect for her, and she questions the veracity of it all. Her senses scream that it's all a blatant lie. She admits he doesn't seem to possess an evil nature, so she'll overlook it. In fact, he seems to have a genuinely good heart, and that's quite strange. She's still unsure if he was destined for her, or if she was destined for him. The MC then asks what the test entails. She gestures downwards, revealing she's placed a zombie soldier there. This soldier was once a potential star of the cult, a truly brilliant martial artist, and quite renowned throughout the martial realm. She declares the MC must defeat him, and if he succeeds in doing that, she will then accept him as her disciple. All his talk was just empty words. She adds that while he battles the soldier, his heart must be filled with insatiable hunger, and the pain she inflicts. Gongja reflects that, deep in the heavenly demon's heart, he is already the destined one, to receive the demonic cult's teachings, and inherit the heavenly and infernal demonic arts. She then warns him, he is forbidden from harboring any other thoughts or emotions, asking, can you do that? The MC internally muses that she already sees him as her disciple. She then commands him to focus on the voices, the groans and frantic movements of a starving man, and transform that into the very will of his heart, to let that wield his sword. driven solely by his ravenous hunger. And that, my friend, will be the moment when the heavenly and infernal demonic art will finally reveal its true, terrifying power. He wonders what will happen when he can wield his sword fueled by hunger alone. She tells him he'll be able to cut down anyone who has never known true hunger with a single, devastating strike, and with that, half of the Murim sect's martial artists will fall to a single blow. The MC remembers the horrifying fingernails. She then explains that first, he must master the form of death by hunger. Next up, it's death by dehydration. He'll need to learn his sword through the agony of thirst, able to cleave through with one swift strike those who've never known real thirst. He'll master 9 distinct sword forms, the 9 paths of these very same sword forms that will utterly bring down the heavens themselves. He thinks that sounds pretty good. She then demands, "What are you waiting for? Throw yourself into hell." Gangja immediately agrees, leaping onto the zombie.